things underway. I'll explain a little bit more as we go. I'm going to be a little AFK as well. I need to eat. My food's not here yet because it's just been a day. So that is where we are currently at. That is where we are currently at. Let's go in game and get the Starcraft started though, as we kick things off into game number 1 of this best of 3. We're going to start out in the bottom right corner of the map with our red Protoss player from Team Liquid. This is Mana taking on the blue Terran. In the top left, we have ByuN here in Warditv Christmas Invitational Group B action. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you guys. Yeah, sorry, like I said, I'm a little bit bedraggled here today. So apologies in advance for that one. Super simple TLDR. Ellie's been a little bit, well, Ellie's got a bad leg. I mentioned this a little bit yesterday. She's got a bad leg, and today we just decided to actually ring the vets for her, so I had to go to the vets, and I've literally walked back through the door about 10 minutes ago. And I've been kind of looking after through the night and this morning as well, so I've just not really been at my computer to set anything up or to get the stream ready. I obviously got back later than I would usually be at. I didn't know if I was going to make it back originally, so I've been getting someone ready to kind of run the games for me instead, just in case. Obviously, in the end, I made it here, so it's just been a little bit of a day, is all. So we're good. We're back on track. I just haven't eaten or anything, so I've got some food coming in like 10 to 15 minutes. So when my food comes, I am just going to eat and just kind of let the games run or so, because I need to eat. TLDR. Whoa, crazy breaking story. Streamer needs to eat. So yes, that's TLDR, what's going on, that's where we are at. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you being here. I'm sorry for a little bit of a hectic beginning. How is everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? And Ellie is kind of fine. She's basically, we were away at the weekend and she went to daycare, and apparently at daycare apparently she's just had too good of a time at daycare. Would you believe Ellie would just have too much of a good time at daycare, and she's just pulled a muscle pretty much, but we actually think she's like just a little bit stiff and sore in both of her legs, and at first it was her left leg and now it seems to be her right leg, and it's just stopping her going up and down the stairs, which obviously is just a little concerning. But like I say, she's been to the vets, she's got some stuff, she's looking good. Whew. So yeah, hi. Going to be a little bit of a less of a cast to start the day, and more of a just getting going. We actually have 2 groups today as well. The double group. Yes, the double group of Starcraft 2. So ByuN versus Mana. As we get this underway. Adept chasing the Reaper down. As we get ourselves going for the first few moments. The couple of Reapers together joining up here. This group's very fun. It's the Liquid group. ByuN is going to be taking on Mana, Elazer, and Clem. So all those matches, this is round robin as well, so everyone plays everyone. And later today we have Harstem, Maxpax, Solar, and Reynor. They're going to be playing as well. We're going to do a couple of matches doubled up today, where 2 matches happen at the same time, just to make sure that we get through the games at a timely manner. And especially because the Koreans later on are obviously going to be playing late in the night for them, so they're going to be starting at midnight. So I just want to get those guys 3 best of 3s played and done, so they're not here for a ridiculous length of time, you know, a couple hours max most typically, unless we have some really ridiculous games. So that's in total more or less what's going on today. That's what's happening. We do have an Adept gun chase around here just for a little bit as well, as we are going to get rid of a couple of probes, so some damage being done. I'm just going to be seeing 3 workers going down. So Mana having a little bit of a rough start to this. Obviously this probes are actually going back down. We're going to see the Hellion getting even more kills. Battery does do some saving. The Adepts will play cleanup, but 4 workers down as Mana is focusing on his proxy. Now 5 workers down as the Reapers get going. I mean, obviously you're trying to proxy and deal damage on the other side, but you're taking so much damage yourself. You've got units back at home trying to play defense. These are all issues which just add up over time. That Adept shade does not go toward the Reapers as well. We will get the Reapers now, as they got a little bit trapped there in the end. And this is all down to Mana now on 3 gates of pressure to try and do something on the other side of the map against ByuN, who is, so far, looking to be in a pretty darn cozy position to start things off. As our Marines is going to come through, the Stalker is going to take a couple of nibbles as well. So, again, a little bit of damage being dealt here and there. Stalker's getting pushed back. The Marines are going to jump back into the bunker for a moment. The Stalker's going to run around the back of the mineral line instead. SCVs pull through. The Marines are going to be there as well, just going to keep the Stalkers held away. And I mean, the Stalker's actually going to do a pretty good job. Only one Marine left, and I think ByuN underestimated this. I think he thought this... I mean, he saw that there was no tech in the base, so I'm kind of surprised to say this, but I actually feel like he sort of just assumed that nothing was really coming from Mana. But why would you assume nothing was coming if there's no tech? Like I say, is the devs to make into the mineral line as well. So yeah, causing issues. Wouldn't mind drop does damage. You know what? This would have been all great if ByuN had not done so much damage. Mana has taken so much damage that I feel like any damage he's doing right here is more essential than nice. You know, obviously it's nice to do something, but like, you know, he needed to do this kind of damage, because without doing this kind of damage, he's almost always going to end up in a bad position. So I feel like that's kind of where we are settling at for the moment. Bit of a crazy starting here. We do have our sentries and our stalkers going to come move about a little bit as well. Just going to move those to the front. The probe going to come back around. Again, we're going to have our Marauder Marines on the way through. Twilight Council and Robo Facility coming up on the side of Mana as well. A couple of assimilators will come by. The pylon is coming up as well. All of that continues through for the moment. Continue to settle in here. So far, Hallucination going to go moving up to the top. Going to fire away. Raven's obviously going to just move past. Raven obviously a great harassing unit. Nice that Mana knows it's on its way, but knowing it's on its way does not mean you're necessarily going to be able to handle that super well. So I guess that will be a continued factor for at least a little while here. Raven's still moving about. Has not really found a much of an opportunity yet. Again, we've got our Marine Medivacs, Marauders, Stimpack, and +1 coming through. The Templar Archives is on its way. As Mana tries to take that third base, but obviously that's kind of delayed because of his own setup and also just how the game has ended up going as well. So just through and through, really has not really been the kind of game that Mana wanted to play here. This sort of turret doesn't do too much, which I suppose is something nice at the very least. So there is a bit of a a bit of reprise in that moment. A little bit of reprise, but yeah, we're not talking about much of one. We get back on track. ByuN going to unload once again. ByuN's going to move around there. ByuN is actually coming pushing across this side as well. It's definitely looking as though he might have something to say about how this is going to continue. Going to jump onto this Nexus straight away, for example, and just get going on that one as well. Storm comes through, but kind of just whiffs as well, so that's not exactly ideal. A lot of things are just not quite going the way you want them to at the moment. If you are Mana, unfortunately, this is not quite being the story you want it to be. As again, our +1 attack and our combat shield continue to come by. Just going to see the Marine Marauder still on the way up. Viking building as well. I mean, Mana is kind of making something of a hole, but the problem is he's on a very late base. He's on a very late base being taken as well, which does not exactly seem brilliant, right? So that part is also not exactly great right now. It's becoming harder and harder to just kind of find benefits of this situation, basically, as a lot of probes keep going down, and it does look as though ByuN might be just running away with game number 1 here today. And that is going to be the GG, so ByuN is indeed going to get the first game. It is ByuN taking the 1-0 lead of this best of 3. Alright guys, game number 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Get this underway. Continue to provide you guys some action here in today's Warditv Christmas Invitational as we kind of get on track. Yo, sort of, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. Because I went live a little late, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to run a couple of ads here. Ingestion in the group with 2 Koreans didn't want to play earlier. Yeah, well, that's kind of on the players. The reason those players are in that group is because one of them said they could only play Group C, and the way that the races lined up as well. Just didn't allow for the other group to be yeah, it didn't allow for the other group to be played early. Like, it just worked out like this. Obviously, I would always try and, you know, prioritize Koreans playing earlier in the day. In this case, it just didn't really line up with how people wanted to play, their schedules, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Solo told me either group C or D, so he actually said, look, if I played a day, I'd rather play the later group, you know? So, yeah. What do we know about the future of ESL? We do not know anything, mate. We are all waiting to find out, just as you are. Yeah, we don't know nothing, basically, is the TLDR. As we dive in to the bottom left-hand corner, this is going to be our red Protoss player. We're going to start this one out as Mana, who is down a game in this best of 3-2. The blue Terran in the bottom right corner of the map, we have ByuN. Let me get this underway. Alright, fun games. Yesterday's group, if you didn't see yesterday's group, by the way, yesterday's group was absolutely wild. What a crazy day that we ended up having yesterday. Had a lot of fun, and some drama at the end. It went down to the final matchup to decide who got in. Rax gases all coming up. Similar going through, Gateway still building, Rex Refinery all coming by for the moment as we settle on down and just have ourselves the SCV coming through as well. Rex and the gas continues to build up here. The probe is going to go scouting into the base. Get straight into the main, look to see what's going on. Again, nice little scout just to start us off here in the early few moments, get things on track and underway to begin. Couple of nibbles, the SCV comes back the other side, the probe takes a little bit more damage as well, so damage kind of done across the board so far. As that probe moves back around into the main, we have our Reaper coming up alongside a factory as well. Cybercore coming through the Nexus building, probe still producing. I'm just gonna get the recall home right there. I think this continues to build up again, so we just get that on the way too. We can get everything going to the best of our ability right now. Pops up one more time. Just moving over one way. Just going to be seeing the Stargate coming up as well. Get that underway. We first jump up. Deb's going to be there. Alright, back around for the moment. Yo, Mayhem, how's it going? Thank you so much for the tier 3, 72 months, 6 years. Thanks for all the content. Thank you so much for coming back after 6 whole years still. As our Deb's coming through, the couple of Reapers are going to get chased. Going to be seeing that Hellion getting onto the probe for a few moments, and the Adept continue to chase Mr. Hellion around for a little while. The Hellion will get chased about a little bit. Again, the Warp Gate is coming up, getting underway. Hellion continues to go after the probes. The Phoenix going to lift up that Hellion. The Adept going to shade in underneath as well. And look to see. And a way to keep an eye on just what is happening here so far. As ByuN obviously did very well harassment rise last game, did a lot of damage early in the game especially. This time around, you know, he got a probe, but he lost 2 Reapers and a Hellion, so it's been a much better defense from Mana. So from the very start, this game is looking to be a lot more hopeful for Team Liquid Protoss. From the very get-go, it's going to look so much better for him. As those couple of Adepts just going to shade back a little bit further. Adepts moving about, again, Cyclone and Marines on the way through. Phoenix going to be overhead there. The Adept's going to fire it up a little bit as well. Phoenix actually going to get a go in with the Cyclone as well. Phoenix going to be dealing some damage, so a few shots coming through for the moment. A little bit of damage being done. Actually going to get back onto these probes. This one is going to take hits, but obviously he is dealing some damage as well, so it's not all for nothing at least. He's actually going to get the cleanup in the medevac too, and if this cleanup was obviously a little sooner, then even better, but he ends up losing 10 workers. Is that too many? It definitely feels like too many. Obviously, some of this will come down to just what is left over at the end. You've got a Terran who's not been mining from the natural, lost a few workers themselves. Work count is slightly in Mana's favor, which is good to see, but is not necessarily enough. Phoenix moving around, just going to get the Corona boost on that Stargate as well. Back Cyclone. Just coming in, a couple extra Marines coming around still. As you have our Viking Cyclone and all the Marines gathering together. It's going to move in toward the natural. It's going to be seeing those probes start to drop, so some damage being done. A lot of probes going down. He's going to get lifted up. Viking going to get picked. I mean, there's just so many probes dying that that's probably going to do it. Just going to be seeing that Phoenix gathering up. Just going to be seeing, I mean, obviously 17 probes going down. Viking Cyclone continue to come through. And +1 in charge on the way up as well. And the Phoenix is continuing to come about still. Mana can try and do something. At the end of the day, he cleans up a lot of units, right? So if there's one thing that Mana can look at, it's like, hey, look, I killed a lot of units, so maybe I can stay in this a little bit. Still gathering a few SCVs going down too. So now that Marines coming about also. Again, Phoenix +1 in charge coming over. He's just going to keep moving about. Again, the next coming through, the +1 attack and the charge all on the way, helping us to get to a better point of this game. Now this Mana could maybe, I mean, still be competitive here, right? I mean, look at the big numbers. I'd like to see him on some more workers, but I guess my concern is that his army is Phoenix Zealot. So I suppose, like, if there's enough bio up, there's just a point where Phoenix Zealot doesn't get it done, but okay, how many gates has he got? 4? It's not exactly ideal either, right? If he had, like, 8 and you could get, like, another couple big rounds of Zealots in, then I could maybe be a believer, but as of right now, kind of just ain't happening. It kind of just ain't happening, to be honest.
Game resumed.
Phoenix and the Zealot's going to come over. He's going to move through. Marine going to be there as well. Cyclone locks on. Zealot's just going to come about. Missile turret going to go down. The Zealot's still going to be there. Again, the Marines and the Cyclone's going to fight back. Phoenix will take some damage. The Zealots are going to charge up the ramp as well. So in they go. You see that Mana's army just is not really cutting. Honestly, it was not bad. It's just not going to be enough to kind of wipe his opponent out. And I think ByuN is much better set to play a longer game now than his opponent. Continue to settle in here. As ByuN obviously stabilizing on the back of that should end up in a pretty darn good position at this stage. So definitely getting into a better spot as the combat shield and concussive shells coming up as well. We continue to bring that through just for the moment. Bio is going to try and run in again. The Zealots will be there. Turn that around. Phoenix still going down, so they're going to get picked away at. Next, a few Zealots is going to get warped in. So the Zealots warping in, the Colossus and the Phoenix coming up, plus 2 attackers coming in as well. It's going to be there again. A good push back on those Phoenix. Just going to turn those the other direction as the Bio and the Medivacs continue to go through the center. What's up, Rolfy Rolf? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Love to see that. Thank you so much, GG. Thank you very much indeed. I got to get you guys up on the tree, Merhem, Rolfy Rolf. I will work on it. I'm just, like I say, a little bit behind in general. I'm trying to sit down, chill out for a second. I will get you guys written up before I forget. Sorry I didn't do it sooner. Ay, what a day. Well, what Mind's trying to come up is obviously Mana will do his best to do something with the Prism here, but it's not really going all that well for him. Not really doing all that much in the end. Not exactly ideal. Kind of in a spot right now where we kind of need to be doing a little bit more than that, right? At the end of the day. And Colossus is still gathering together with the Phoenix and the Zealots coming through as well. Gather up on that left-hand side. So Zealot's going to go down. Viking's going to get onto the Prism as well. It's just going to go get a catch right there. Prism is going to go down. The Zealots are still being chased away. Bio continues to move through. Ghost gathering up, and that's a lot of Colossus. Mano's army, you know, repeatedly in this game, I feel like Mano's not had the opportunities, or not taken, or not being able to make the most of the opportunities that he needed to make the most of. It's going back across, just going to see a little bit of Bio, going to stem up this ramp right here. And come moving straight through. As the Medivacs will sit there, a few SCVs going down. We're going to get back across again. SCVs continue to drop for the moment. Just going to be having a disrupt on the way in as well. So all of that continues through. With the Prism speed, I mean, honestly, Mano is genuinely getting to an army composition later in this game, which I could be made to believe on, you know? I could absolutely be made to believe that this army comp has something going for it here, and that we've got some opportunities. I could, in fact, believe. Fire coming through. Stalker's going to step forward. As you have a couple of EMPs going down. Drops coming about. Disruptor hits coming through as well. Disruptor shot just fires up. It's going to be seeing the Vikings going to be there. Obviously going to threaten that Colossus count. As you see the Bio going to come down. Going to go after those Stalkers for a couple of moments. This is a pretty good push in from ByuN. Mana unable to really slow this down. That Disruptor shot looked like it had so much potential and just whiffs everything. Not ideal. 3 upgrades plus 2 ship weapons coming by as well, so all of that continues in for the moment. Mana will try and re-expand here. To be fair, Mana's still got a good amount of bases. He just needs to actually be able to do something in these fights. Right now, it feels like ByuN is the one that's getting it all done. Fusion Core and 4 command centers coming up at home and getting control of this game. And to be fair, maybe it should be like this because I do feel as though ByuN has been in the better position kind of throughout anyway. So see another Disruptor firing through, trying to get something done there. As the Vikings are going to fire away into the Phoenix, they're going to look for some damage as well. Few more shots coming about. Phoenix getting some lift off, and we are going to have our Disruptor shot again just coming through, grabbing a Marine. Marauders and Marines in general, they're going to keep on pushing forward. The Disruptors will continue to take some hits. Advanced Ballistics on the way through. The couple of Ghosts are coming about as well, so we continue to just bring that straight in here currently. Disruptor shot will fire in. Another couple of hits coming through. Again, the Advanced Ballistics very much so on its way out. And a bit of a reliance on that, I imagine, to help you kind of later in this game. Obviously make it very tough for the pros, especially this map. There's definitely, you know, these forward bases, you can push onto those with Liberators so easily. So much power in doing that, so much you can gain from that, absolutely. Expecting that to be a factor as these DTs come through. They're going to grab a whole bunch of SCVs. Well, scan comes down, the Observer going to take a nibble right there. Again, DTs get pushed away. We scan up one more time. Try and see what else is going on. Just going to blink forward and get the Liberator in the process. So that Liberator goes down also. Nice catch. As the bio continues to come about. Medevac still taking some damage. Disruptors try and come through. Again, a couple of Zealots will charge. Man, ByuN is just running the right way all of the time against those Disruptors. Like, there's never a moment where these Disruptors are connecting. It's kind of nuts. As you see the probes going down, Mana just unable to, like I say, really catch ByuN in a bad fight at all. Even in like just a reasonable fight, it's just constantly going to be an issue, it seems. As do have DT is going to come in to play cleanup, but ByuN has so much supply left after this. He's going to save maybe one medevac unit, at least to drop again at some point. So that too will be a nice little grab. I mean, even if you just draw the units away, you've got now a force in the middle of the map that's doing very well. Also, that's also going to be helping out massively. Bio will get there next, and the pylon will be going down on the gold. I mean, this game has run out of control, and it is going to be all about ByuN in the first series of the day. He's going to pick up that win. He'll be taking on Elazer next, I believe. So I believe we stick with the ByuN match. Or the ByuN matches. And go into ByuN versus Elazer. Up next. Yes, and then Clem Mana, Clem Elazer. Clem ByuN is our 5th series. Not sure why I organized it like that, but apparently I'm just going to make ByuN wait a couple of series. I don't know what I was doing on that one. Alright, we'll get ByuN and Elazer underway. Get this started up. Perfect. Alright, we'll get Elazer here. Perfect, just logged in. What we love to see. Alrighty. Mayhem and Rolfie Rolf, thank you so much for the resubs, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's get you guys on the tree, which I've not turned on again yet. Look, there was no time to turn the tree on earlier today, right? There was just no possible time I could have done it. Oh, spread you guys around. I need to fill up the bottom of the tree still. There we go. Put those lights on at least. Those lights are too far away for the moment. Oh, I'm still waiting for my food as well. It's taking forever. So it's okay, Uber Eats. I'm just starving to death over here. Videos are coming through. I'm going to get going in a couple of moments, guys. Going to get this started up. As Frostline, Amygdala, Whispers of Gold, all going to get taken out of the veto process already. Get ready for this EVT. I'm excited to see some Elazer games, man. Seeing Elazer at Home Story kind of reinvigorated, playing some games again was very cool. You know, we've seen Elazer kind of take a step back and play some other games for a while, but showing his kind of passion and kind of love to get creative in Starcraft 2 again was very neat. Well, that was very cool. So yeah, excited to see him play today. Was an obvious invite for me after seeing him have a good time and some unique kind of thoughts on the game at Home Story. Ultra Love gets vetoed. Leyline's Whispers, the Gold, Amygdala, and Frostline all vetoed as well. I feel like I said some of those already, but just to reiterate them for a couple of moments here. Not using 5-player groups. I wasn't confident I'd be able to get 5 players for each group, and also because so this was kind of funny. But the other day, I kind of opened up my schedule. And I looked at the days that I'd set aside for this event. I had only set 4 days aside, and I was like, oh. And what I imagine has happened is I had 5 days set aside, but something else has moved, right? And because something else has moved, I just haven't, like, reassigned a day to it, and so then I just had no time to actually make this event happen. So, yeah, I didn't actually have any time to make the event happen. In terms of like having 5 days, so we have to do 2 groups today, and that's obviously very difficult to do with 5-player groups as well. So kind of like a double reason why we have the 4-player groups. Coca in, thank you so much for the Prime for the 5 months. Welcome back. Just trying to get my maps to load. Maybe would be nice. It's taken absolutely forever. I think I typed into short of a search term. First map, Abyssal Reef. Second map, El Dorado. And third map will be Neon Violet Square for this Elazer versus ByuN series. There we go. Yo, thank you so much, Navgoroth, as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for resubbing. As my maps were just taking an eternity to load, but we're good. Gun is ready. I need Elazer to join the lobby as well. Just gonna move everyone around a little bit, double check. Everyone else is here. How many casters did we have earlier? I'm gonna presume it's 7. Alright. We got 7 people in here. Let's click go. Let's go into Elazer versus ByuN as we get this one up and rolling. Loading into Abyssal Reef. Get this one up and rolling. Get this going. Let's go, go, go. Good luck. Says Elazer and have fun, says ByuN. What a combo. One guy says half of it, the other guy says the other. As we get into game number 1 of a best of 3 on Abyssal Reef to start us off. It is ByuN in the top left-hand side of the map, while in the bottom right, our blue Zerg is Elazer. And away we go. Welcome to another series, guys. Second match of the day as we make our way through. Get this all settled down. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna get the guys' decorations ready for the tree as well. Beautiful. So, racks and a couple gases on the way through. As we get that set up, just going to be seeing the hatch, gas, and pool all coming down. The overload on the way in as well. And then we get a lot of bits and pieces on the way for now. And just wait to see where we're going to end up taking it all. Early stages TVZ. If there's no multi-racks Reaper, generally does take a couple minutes of obviously getting the first Reaper out, and then we'll just see some typical harass there. Probably nothing too crazy at the end of the day to start off with. This is going to be the factory from ByuN as well. It's just showing us that there's at least, at the very least, going to be like a factory-based follow-up, so there's already some information to be kind of gleaming from this. Up on some stats so far. And Reaper is on the way through. A couple queens are coming up. Yeah, all of this are going. You see how Reaper continues across the other side. Green firing up. Reaper will take some shots. Just going to be seeing the Hellion and the command center continuing through as well. So all of that continues along here for the moment. Reaper is just going to continue through as it heads down the bottom right side. Queen coming about. Hatch gas coming up as well. Just going to see that hatchery is going to take a few shots. Going to get in over here. Clem going to take a few more shots of damage as well. So that is going to be going down very soon. And then Reapers will continue to fight. A few drones continuing about. Again, Starport Command Center coming online. The Hellion producing also. Put ourselves onto that hatch and pick our way through it. Damage being dealt. Things will be there. Let's shove the other direction. Rotron and the Queen continue to come online. As again, the Reapers and the Hellion together will go onto that hatchery, so some more damage being dealt. I mean, this is just kind of some light pressure. I mean, it is 3 Reapers, right? So in the end of the day, it is a little bit more than you kind of expect. It's surprising to see 3 Reapers off the single barracks as well. It's definitely a fairly unique style. There's a couple of Queens will be there, and again, the Reaper Hellion will continue to take a whole chunk of damage. As a couple of those drones continue to get picked away at. Another grenade. The Queen's going to get blasted for a few moments. Evolution Chamber and drones continue to come about as well. And just going to get our cloaking on the way up. The Banshee building also. Elazer is again playing with this. He's only on 5 queens, which is not super crazy, right? Obviously, it's a couple more. And he is going to connect some of his bases together in terms of creep. And these are things he was discussing at Home Story Cup, where he's like, you don't need that many queens. Actually, just playing low creep queen count, for example, is genuinely something which is kind of fine to do and something you can get away with. And he's kind of showing us that right now. That's ByuN. And he only gets 5 drones there, so all that investment finally nets something, but happened pretty late on. The economy from Elazer is very good. If he can defend against the Banshees effectively, I actually think Elazer is going to be in a completely fine position for these early stages. I think he's going to be looking good to get through the early game without too many issues. Banshee goes turning back around. And towards the upper left, we do have the 1-1 upgrades and the stim pack all coming across as well, so we continue to bring that out. And she will continue to settle in for the moment, as again, the Infestation Pit, Evolution Chamber, and so on continues to come through for now. As Banshees join together. I mean, they cloak up, obviously they will try and find some openings. That's the benefit of Banshees, right, is that there's almost always going to be an opening they can find somewhere, somehow. Typically what they are very good at is just finding that way in. And right here already you see a few drones going down, so 5 workers going to get killed, some damage done. Banshee's going to come back the other way, now 6 drones going down in total. The Queen's still chasing, Banshee's taking a little bit more damage. Queen's continue to push over to the edges. Get rid of one of those Banshees right away now, so that first Banshee goes down, the other Banshee continues to fly about as well. Need to move through just for the moment. Has the Cyclone bug been fixed? Yes. Cyclone bug has been fixed. Happened a couple days ago. Look at 10. 5 all coming up. Let's just continue through for a little bit. Again, Hydra's coming by, +1 missiles, +1 carapace continuing out as well. That Groove Spine's also on the way up here currently. Our double medevac of Marines will now load up and move along. +2 missiles, +2 charismatic seismic spines. Again, all the good stuff just on the way in here currently as we keep this all moving. Gonna be having our +2 armor coming up and concussive shells on the way in as well. Effects well loads, a few Marines popping out. And those couple tanks coming by, the siege tanks going to be a big addition here. Lurkers coming through as well. He's going to step across, just going to go after this hatchery. Going to try and find some damage, but not going to find too much. Elazer doesn't have a lot of creep out the front. He is working on creep up the right-hand side, but yeah, from that center base, doesn't really have too much of it going on. Obviously, again, playing the little bit of a lower queen count maybe has something of an impact there. It's not like I say, it's not like he has no creep you know, at all on the map. It's just limited as to where it is. As those medevacs continue to move through, and we'll try and drop into the main base. ByuN's still trying to find openings and opportunities for himself, because he's been unable to really do much there so far. Those Marines will stim up, like then we'll be taking some damage. Actually gonna kill the Lurk then. Adaptive Talons gets denied. That is one of the upgrades of the Lurkers. I mean, Seismic Spines is usually the first upgrade you go to, but I mean, Adaptive Talons is going to be the upgrade which typically lets you kind of move around a bit more aggressively and reposition more easily. Definitely the kind of upgrade which, if you're missing, ByuN may take advantage of. Triple Nidus network on the way from Elazer, as he says, yo, let's go into a whole bunch of stuff right here. Let's go triple Nidus and get this on the go. Yo, what's up, Rero75, a man, 38-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great today. Thank you for continued support. Thank you, thank you. Medevacs coming about. Gonna get settled here. Look, is moving around. Adaptive talents, +3 missiles, +3 carapace coming around as well. Yeah, Ruffalopolis, thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back too. Thank you for resubscribing and supporting the channel. In the beautiful month of December, where we are trying to keep you guys filled with as much Starcraft as you can. The Nidus is going to start coming in. A single ghost there will not kill it in time, but we have got reinforcements being flown over ASAP. Bringing those straight across. Markers have taken a chance to kind of move up on the map a little bit as well, so try and see what they can get done. Shots coming through, the ByuN's firing away. We're seeing a couple of tanks going to be firing up, Nidus networks going down. I mean, Lurk is in a good spot here. Can ByuN break out of this? We've seen base will go down. Elazer's supply is a little low, but I mean, his position is very scary. The Ghosts at least doing their job already of getting a few snipes off towards those Lurkers and picking away at a few of them. So, got a few of those Lurkers getting sniped away at. The Overseer's overhead again. Gonna keep moving about a little bit as well. Having ourselves 3-3 coming through, Siege Tanks and the Liberator coming about. I mean, ByuN just going heavy on the tanks, which is probably right at this point to keep the Lurkers denied. Snipes coming through, a lot of Lurkers taking a lot of damage. I'll just continue to step up a little bit as well, as you obviously have this position of the Elazer being broken down. He's got money to spend, but not. He's mostly got minerals. He doesn't have a lot of gas. I mean, still moving about. I mean, Hydra coming around. A few Lurkers on the way up there. Again, melee upgrade and link speed coming through. Ghosts, Libs, Medevacs moving about, Hydra Lurker coming through as well. Zergling's going to storm the front. The Ghost's going to be taking some damage too. I mean, Elazer really trying to brute force this position, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, Robothari, thank you so much for the 93-month resub as well. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, this one seems as though it's kind of gone out of control, doesn't it? Not sure we're gonna manage to save this one in any which way. Ghost coming forward, a couple of Crypt Teamers gonna get knocked down. Again, the advanced ballistics coming through, +3 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Changelings are going to get cleaned out, so Changelings will fall. Hey, what's up, Robothor? The 100 bits as well. I appreciate it, mate. Season 3 into you too. Thanks so much for continuing to support after such a long time. It was crazy when you see the super long resubs coming in. Elazer is taking the right side of the map. He's maxed back out. I mean, he's yet to have taken kind of a better fight. This is going to be one of the better ones, though, right? I mean, he actually gets quite a lot of ghosts there. I mean, that's got to be at least a little bit more efficient for him. Do some kind of good. Resource lost in this game. 8k in favor of ByuN. So Elazer does need to start finding some better trades. Unbreakable Siege. The scan coming about. The lurk is still firing away. Shots coming through here, there, and everywhere. Yo, Chipper coming in with the 15-month resub on the Prime 2. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so very much. He's against some SCVs, making some progress elsewhere also. So kind of, like I say, making some progress here and there. He has so many workers. So he is going to be mining a lot of the map. That level of efficiency that he's trading at is fine if, and only if, he can really take, like, the entire map almost, and really keep ByuN from future bases. Every base that ByuN takes right now is going to start becoming a real issue for Elazer that is just going to be extremely difficult to stop. Tank stepping forward, Knight is coming through. And, you know, obviously, just ByuN trying to push back. If ByuN can win this position, he would get that base, right? Which would kind of be the goal for him. Elazer going to send a surge of units forward now. Try and get a couple of tanks. The Vipers were very far back there, and the snipes are coming through. I feel like the Vipers were just not as much a part of that battle as they needed to be. They could have absolutely done a whole lot more. Shots continue to come about. Just going to be seeing snipes coming through all across the board. Overseer still taking damage. Spores getting knocked down. Close firing away. A couple siege tanks going to be there too. Keep on firing up a bit of a storm as we have our ghosts going to get across, and that Knights will go down. A couple of abducts on ghosts. So Elazer again has had so much money that he is able to rebuild, but again it's coming at an extreme cost. 14k resources lost more than his opponent so far. Like I say, that's only okay if you continue to deny bases, and ByuN has battled his way to this base at the very least. The problem is, if he got himself to this base, what's going to stop him from getting him to the next base, right? Like, all of those bases then seem very attainable. Hydra Lurker stepping up. Well, that's going to get turned around. And get some abducts off. I mean, the ghosts that are around are still kind of low energy at this point, so maybe there is some hope. While you also see the Hydra's still actually going here at the end. I mean, they're going to die. Elazer will have to rebuild once again. Bottle Ling's going to get a bunch of queens going too. Muscular Augment's on the way. Sorry, not Muscular Augment's. Nano Muscular Swell, our Hydra Lunge ability, is on the way to being researched. So that's going to be added on as well very shortly. So let's going to sit there, continue to fire it up. Marauder chases, the ghosts are coming through. That lurker does go a-running. Ghost Thor continues to come across. Actually going to see the double Thor drop on the bottom side. Going to work through the hatchery immediately as well. It's just going to go pick straight through that. It's a nice catch. Nice to get rid of that one. Those things still going down. Throws will continue to hit. The hatchery still taking some damage. Still fire away the spores, and the lurkers taking a few more shots as well. There's a couple of hellbats already falling. I mean, ByuN doing one of the things that ByuN really does best, which is just sitting back and letting the game kind of come across. Ghosts are going to cloak. Spore Crawler are going to be taking some damage. GG's gets called as ByuN apparently is just going to have too much. Elazer just doesn't think he can ever break it. I think ByuN getting to that base is such a demotivator, right? Because that really does basically just say, yeah, you can't really do much at that stage. Once that base is up, this is just going to continue again and again. GG's. So we're going to go to game number 2 here, which is going to be on El Dorado. I'm not sure the map is going to get much better here for Elazer going into a game number 2. Maybe he has a different approach for the early stages, though. ByuN is ready. Elazer fully ready as well as soon as we are up and running. Perfect. Let's get game number 2 on the way, guys. Second map coming up right here. Let's jump into this as we have in the bottom right-hand side our red Zerg player, Elazer. Why did Elazer quit so fast? Because I think as soon as ByuN took another base, he just realized that his entire game plan wasn't going to work. Like, you can't, if ByuN takes another base and he starts mining even more from a new location, then you're basically, like, you just can't out-trade him anymore, right? Like, Elazer had to stop him from getting extra bases up, and I think he just realized at that point he was already fighting a losing battle, and so he just says, okay, let's go to the next one. Don't think it's the craziest approach, to be honest. Overlord is going to keep moving through. Patching the pool coming up. It's going to be seeing the Reaper and the Orbital coming about as well as we get all of this underway. CC going to go down. Reaper is building. Gets settled in here for the moment. Overlord keeps moving about. CC on its way around. And the Reaper coming back over that right-hand side. We're going to be there. Reaper going to continue to go across. Still just moving around, just going to be coming across there for a moment. A few drones coming about. The Queen is on the way in as well. He's continuing to settle in here. Again, Rotron coming about. At least CC coming up. The SCV coming through. One drone continues to come about again. Drones and the Overlord coming through. Well, how is going to come about? Have to see what's going on. Again, drones, Evo chambers coming about here currently. The Roach is on the way through. The drones coming in as well. Well, I think it's going to go moving. Which is going to come across the map. So Elazer putting a little bit of pressure. Going to get that layer on the way as well right now. Going to get that set up. There's going to be there. A couple of roaches going down. Just for the moment as well. Damage being dealt. Marines and the Hellions continue to gather together. Just joining up for the moment here. There's the Hellion coming through as well. We're just actually going to be able to meet this group of units, be able to turn those around straight away. Means the medevacs continue to gather up. Marines coming through, medevacs up in the skies. Going to be seeing a Hellion and the medevacs continue to come about for the moment. Roach and the Ravagers gather up together. Just going to be seeing the Lings still moving through as well. Medevac's going to just come boosting across as we do have our Marines still in the Medevacs coming about also. Marines and the tanks coming about. It's going to continue to come through. Going to continue to chase. Ravager and Lings continue to come through. Bane's going to come rolling in. The Marine's going to load up into the Medevacs. +2 armor coming through. The concussive shells coming about. Again, Marauders, tank, factory, tech labs all coming through as well. Spindle glands +2 carapace coming up. As our medevacs will come around the top side. Again, the Bane's coming about. Ultra Cavern on its way at the moment. Continue to get this settled in as the medevacs come back over the right-hand side. Means we'll unload from the medevacs. Going to see the few banelings are going to get jumped on as well. Roach is going to get there as the Elazer continues to play cleanup, doing a decent job of holding this off. Trades have been good for ByuN. That's kind of fine for Elazer as long as it continues to mine effectively. The problem is ByuN's taking that bottom side of the map, and that is a side of the map which once ByuN takes is going to be very difficult to wrestle back. Vex load up, just going to move away. Titanus plating coming through, +2 melee on the way about as well. Can be seen now, Bane's going to continue to roll forward. Blinding Clouds going down across the board. Bane's going to wrap around. Siege Tank going to be grabbed. Bane still trying to roll on through. Vex just going to be unloading in the upper right-hand side. Again, a couple of corrosive barrels going down. Marauder's taking a lot of shots. Vex will continue to come about here as we just have a hatchery in the top. Coming through, the Ling's going to get there as well. A little bit more bio, getting jumped on. Roach, Bane taking damage as well. As our medevacs load up again. Well, again, 5 Ultras, the Chitinous playing, +2 melee and +3 Carapace, all continuing about. CC just going to float across a little bit also. Ultra's going to go diving forward. The Viper's dropping some Blinding Clouds through. The Banes are going to roll into this. I mean, honestly, good Blinding Clouds going to give you a chance for the Banelings to get forward. The Banes are just so far back, but they do actually get, I mean, a lot of the SCVs, the tanks all going down. Elazer making a pretty good bust forwards at the moment. And we've seen our bio continues to come about again. Just going to keep on going there. Just have ourselves the Ultra and the Lings. Still continuing about, +3 Carapace on the way through also. Ling, Roach still joining together as our medevacs will come through. Tanks, Marauders, +3 armor. The medevacs continuing down this right-hand side. Going to unload onto a couple of those different drones as well, so a bit more damage to be done right there. Still fighting. Marine Marauder still taking damage. This is just going to be the army taking the center of the map. The Watchtower going down. Couple of corrosive vials and SCVs going down immediately, and the Bio Force is going to jump across as well, chasing those Ravagers. Lings going to go hunting a little bit of Bio too. +3 Carapace is still coming up. Lings, Ultra. I mean, we're getting to the point where I'm still worried for Elazer because ByuN is controlling the bottom of the map. Scaling on an Ultra coming through again there, just going to be running straight forward. ByuN just advancing through. That's going to be a second gold base he gains access to as well. Obviously, he can always play the top side of the map later in the game too if he wants to. Some possibilities right now. There's going to be seeing a couple ghosts going to go sniping away, so some more damage being done. A few Banes going to continue to roll forward as well. Let's have ourselves these Ultras continue to make their way in. Things coming through, a few SCVs continue to go down as well. The couple of depots going to come get placed down also here. Working our way through all of that. Things get wrapped around. Ultra is going to get grabbed also. Medevac loads back up. As you see the bio going to come through. The queen is going to fall. Battery just going to get picked away at. And a couple of snipes coming down as well. Queen still taking shots. Ultra going to get sniped down also. So just going to see that dropping right away. It's a nice little pick off. He's going to run through Marauders. And jumped on also, as we have the bio will play cleanup and get rid of the rest of that. So it's a nice little grab as well. It's nice to be able to get rid of a little bit extra. As the bio, Ghost, Medevac all joined together still. Siege tanks and the rest of the bio coming through together. Have you seen that bio coming about again? Medevac to the bottom side, Ghost coming over. And Ultra Roach, +3 melee. All that good stuff. Being added on in right now as we get to the center and take the watchtower as we go. We're just going to dive through. He's going to go sniping. Ultra's taking damage. CC is going to land onto the gold in a moment or two. Infestor's coming up as well from Elazer here at the moment. Shots coming around. It's going to be seeing the Ultras coming over. I will get rid of a couple creep tumors. Again, go sniping away. Ultra's taking shots. Still coming about. SCV's taking damage. Another couple of corrosive battles coming through. We're just going to be having ourselves a little bit of action still. The bio going to come across as well. And the bio is still moving through the bottom side. Snipes coming through. Just going to be seeing the GG called as ByuN has too much and the Elazer takes a loss in game 2. ByuN takes the 2-0. Alrighty. Sorry guys, I'm distracted because, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I'm waiting for my food to arrive, and as you might have realized, my food did not arrive because I didn't stop to eat at any point. I've been trying to figure that out in the most painful way possible, apparently. It's been a thing. It has been a thing. Right, next matchup, we've got Clem coming to play, right? We've got Clem coming to play. It's going to be Clem versus Mana. So we're going to get Clem versus Mana ready to start up and get that underway. Away we go. Right, Alright, Clem and Mana, how are you doing? Perfect, right, let me sort some stuff out. We've got loads of people to go on the tree as well, let me do this. But honestly, if you subbed, your name is on one of these decorations in the last while. It's been a mess. Let's do some tree decorating while we wait for some vetoes. Oh, I feel like I need to do. I'm going to do some on the far side actually. A lot of empty branches that need filling over there. So ByuN's 2-0 in the group. He'll wait a couple of series to play against Clem. That'll be our 5th series of this group as we get ready to go. Neon, Violet Square, King's Cove, Amygdala, all gonna get vetoed right now. Beautiful. Progress is being made. You got on the tree in 2 days? Hell yeah. Hello, Harstem Raiders as well. Welcome, guys. Hope you're having a good day. My day's a bit of a mess, but we're getting there. We're just about casting some Starcraft, more or less. We're making it. Harstem will be playing in a little bit. He'll be playing in a couple of hours, hour and a half or so. In Group C of the competition, as right now we're just fighting our way through Group B. Yeah, we'll have Harstem games coming up a bit later down the line as well, so you guys can look forward to that. A couple more videos and we should be good to go. Should be good to sort this out. Lines, frost line. Yeah, do some hosting. Mana's already hosted, perfect, even better. Easier for me. Cool. Progress, guys, progress. Ay, 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 ay. So, you're just waiting for Clement. I feel like we're missing one of the caster. Indy? Mark? Get Indy invited in. It's up, set to go. And we're just missing Clem as well, but he is in the process of joining, so we should not be far to get this going. Take this straight off. Perfect. You're sent here by Harstem. Amazing. Welcome. Yeah, I'll just reiterate. So basically, guys, I'm having a bit of a day because Ellie's got a bad leg, and so we were looking after her last. I was looking after her last night and this morning. Decided to call the vets this morning. She's having trouble getting up the stairs and like jumping up and down stuff. She's in a bit of pain. So I took her to the vets. She's fine, but because I took her to the vets, I got back home like 10 minutes before my stream. Obviously, I've been sorting her out all morning as well. So just in general, I've not had much time to kind of get set up and stuff. So. I was saying at the very start of the day, I was like, I'm just going to order some food. We're probably going to take like one series where we don't cast very much because I'm just going to eat and stuff because I haven't had any time all day so far. And my food that was meant to arrive an hour and 10 minutes ago still isn't here. So I've also had to try and sort that out while also just not really having good focus because I'm freaking starving to death. So yes, it's just been a day. It has just been a bit of a day. So, yeah. So yeah, Ellie's fine though. She's just got... Basically, we were away for the weekend, she went to daycare for the weekend, and she just had too good of a time, it seems. She just, you know, you guys know if you exercise and you don't exercise very much, or you exercise too much and your muscles get a bit sore. Ellie is having that because apparently over the 3 days she was in daycare, she just didn't stop. She just played, and she played, and she played. When all the other dogs decided to take a break, she would find a different dog to play with instead. So she just had the time of her life. And the vets seem to think she's just got some stiffness in her muscles or some achy muscles, so... Yes. Just expecting her to be fine over the next few days. It's just obviously a bit weird because she can't jump up and down and stuff, and she's obviously usually very... She's usually very good at just kind of like entertaining herself and going where she wants to be, so she feels a bit lost, so it's the whole thing. So yes, that's what's going on. She was so excited. Yeah, she was literally living her best life to the point where she's now living her worst life because of her own decisions. Like, she can't just be like all the other dogs, right? Where they just play and then, you know, after a bit of playtime, they're like, oh, you know what? That was a good play. Let's settle down for the day. You know, let's settle down or just chill. She just went overboard, apparently. She just went overboard. Probe going back through as we settle into this one. Just going to be seeing our next and our cybercore continue to come up. We're moving in. I'm just going to go scouting about a little bit here for a few moments. As the Adept going to shade around as well. Again, next is coming up. We get settled down. Twilight Council coming through. Let me just take a few moments to get ourselves ready to go. Apparently, guys, my food is actually going to, after this whole debacle, arrive in about 2 minutes. So I'm going to go grab it, and then we're just going to have a very chill cast of Clem Manor while I sort of eat and cast. It's going to be a cozy time for both of us, all of us involved. So yes, that is the current state of things. As our Adept just going to be taking a few more shots of damage. Marines and Hellions going to come hitting the battle as well. Our Adept continues to get chased around a little bit further. It's going to be seeing the Stalker going to be there. Hellion coming about. Damage being done. Medevac coming through too, so again, just trying to find a little bit of something right now. Next is going down, the blink continues to build. Okay, and so on the way. Yeah, this blink opening from mana just coming up for a little bit. Green's dropping down, Stalker just going to get chased a little. Again, Hellion going to potentially take some damage as well, so just going to keep on going with that for a little bit. Hellion drops back down, the Marines continue to come back up. And Clem just on the hunt for these couple of units. Obviously, mana already lost out to ByuN in this group, so kind of needs to win this one in a 4-player group. If you don't win a second match, it's going to be pretty tough for you. There are some scenarios where 1-2s could end up in a tiebreaker, but obviously you don't really want it to come down to that, right, of all things, so we'd kind of like to avoid that to the best of our abilities. As our hallucination comes about, gonna fire and keep an eye on things, and Clem's is gonna keep it going as well. I wouldn't mind obviously helping him to zone. I was gonna say, Clem Man is actually usually a pretty good series. I feel like these guys usually play some pretty fun games. Like, I feel like Clem oftentimes comes out on top, but Mana can always put up a bit of a fight. I feel like that's kind of the story of Mana in general lately, where he's like, he can always kind of like do pretty well, but sometimes just yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit rough and funky. Alright guys, I'm gonna go grab my food, so I'll be like a minute or two. I'll just leave you guys for a minute or so while I pick this up. Oh, hopefully they've actually found the way to the door. You know, because that's been a challenge for them to get this far, so. Alright, BRB guys, 1 sec. How long ago did the game end, guys? Not too long, I don't think. Alright. Well, Clem's up a game. I didn't really see what happened. Let me eat some food, guys. I'm freaking starving, so... I'm just gonna put this in game. And eat a bit. I apologize, like I said, today's just gone a little bit, tits up, to say the least. So, I'll just put this in game and I'm gonna eat some food. And I'll see you guys. Oh, I'm gonna comment on the game a little bit and just let me eat while I commentate, basically. I'm just not gonna do, like, constant talking. If that makes sense. Alright. So it'll be Clem up a game. Hit the right buttons. He's in the bottom left, and Man is in the top right. So I'm going to put you guys on the indie cam. So you'll have the best observing possible. And I can breathe. Clem's playing Terran. I think he's only playing Protoss in PvT. So against Terran players. Seems to be the case so far, in official matches at least. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Hey, thank you so much. To you as well. Hope I'm enjoying my food. I'm just so hungry. I'm actually to the point of being hungry where I'm not even really hungry anymore. But now that I'm eating something, I'm appreciating it, you know, so... And TVP, how do you decide to build Widow Mines or tanks? Against Zealots, you can. I mean, tanks are usually better early. Like, defensively, against, like, the Blink Swords and stuff. If they're very Zealot heavy, Widow Mines are going to be a lot better. So it kind of just depends on your opponent's composition a little bit. It's not always super easy to know. It kind of depends what map you're on and what you're trying to do as well. Tanks are usually very good for like just a dedicated push basically. Whereas mines do not do too much to support that. Maybe a couple mines can help, but... Keep getting shoot, probe goes down. Blink and Warp Gate both on the way from mana. As we get ourselves settled in here. In fact, going to come boosting across. I'm looking for a little bit of pressure here to start out with. Try and get some damage done, maybe. Drop in, a couple of probes go down. Stalkers, sentry. Gonna be a pretty good defense if we don't lose too many more probes here. Clem focuses the stalkers actually. Stalker's moving down to the bottom left for a little bit, as well as trying to see what else is going on. I mean, try and put some pressure on now that Clem is being cleaned up on the other side. Mana's tend to be aggressive. Thanks, press up. Marines and a Viking coming over. Charge coming through, Forge on the way as well. Tanks just slowly pushing. Marines against Ep as well. Bunker will come into the front. Tanks firing away, Gateway's taking damage. Pylon going to take shots too, man. What a push from Clem. And just does not have an answer to this ready. I mean, charge is kind of necessary here. You're going to need the charge to really have any chance against this. Forge gets depowered, so that will go down. The Stalker's still hanging back. The Marine's going to be hanging around there too. GG. And Clem is going to take the 2-0. And it does not break out. Alright. Well, we are going to get ready for Clem versus Elazer, guys. So we're going to get that one ready to roll. In just a moment, we'll get that ZVT set up. And then it's going to be Clem versus ByuN coming up next. So Clem Elazer, Clem ByuN. Also have a Elazer mana. I didn't actually look at a Elazer mana because... So, Clem and ByuN and Elazer mana are going to play at the same time. But it's potential we actually do cast Elazer mana before we get to Group C. Basically, it's designed so we finish this group before Group C starts. So we can join Group C live, but we'll just see where we're at. We'll see where things are going and how things are going. So yeah. We'll get ready for Clem Elazer up next. I will throw a stir break screen, guys, so I can just eat my food a little bit. And then we can... Go. Perfect. I'll throw you guys to a break screen. I'll be right back. Hopefully finish my food and we'll get into this next match. Hey guys, videos are happening. I'm gonna Elazer getting set to play. Getting going real soon. Alrighty, guys. Just waiting for Elazer and Clem to say go go. We will be off and away into this TVZ. See if Elazer can have some better fortunes against Clem than he did ByuN. Well, he looked like he had some good setups, but just couldn't really capitalize. In the top left, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player from Team Liquid. This is Elazer. While in the bottom right, our blue Terran player is going to be Clem. Alright, let's kick this off, guys. If I actually go in game. Yep, that helps. I was just checking you guys are still there. I was making sure you guys were still awake. See, it's moments like that where I bet you guys are very happy that I am a very narrative caster. You would have had no idea where the players had spawned, you know? Sorry, guys. I didn't have my tab open and stuff properly, so... Away we go. Double racks on the low ground from Clem, as he's going to go a little bit on the aggressive side of things for this one. You're about to do the announcement command. There's an announcement command. Hope Elazer makes it exciting. Yeah, me too. I think he will, though. I think he will. As a hatchery comes up, a couple drones are going to pull across. Going to get some minerals delivered back right there. Let's see if he's moved back into the main. Again, Reaper's coming through. Queen's on the way. If it comes over, we'll start harassing us. We're going to have multiple Reapers showing up very soon. We see now, Reaper's poking away a little bit. Just going to be having the Hatcher on the third. Will take some damage for a few moments. Continue to hit the hatchery. Reaper's coming down, Retro and the Overlord still coming through as well. It's going to be seeing a few Queens there to push the Reapers back the other way. Reaper's still going to be there. The Queen's going to step up, move around a little bit as well. Reapers end up escaping away, just going to back away from that for the moment. Away they go. The Queen's going to be there. We're just going to get chased away. We're just going to get around the back and she's going to go after a few of those drones. So a few workers will go down. This is actually going to be big damage. Multiple workers going down. We're just going to be there. Jabal going down again. So we've seen a couple of Ravagers going to show up and put some damage in. Push from Elazer definitely catching Clem a little bit off guard, but I mean, we're going to have to pull back a little bit. The fact we've already got a tank out helps. We really need to get Biles in that tank, but it's in such a good position. So I'm going to fire. Ravager's still taking some shots. Roaches will continue to come through. Well, so just knocking down these rocks, giving some more space. I'm not sure if Elazer is going to be able to really break up here, though. I'm not sure if there's going to be quite that much power available on this attack. It's going to be having the corrosive bars coming down, knocking down a depot as we go. As you know, the Banshee obviously helps you to play cleanup, and Elazer gets cleaned up in general. Defense is good from Clem. He's going to make a very solid defense for himself there. Stimpak still coming through. Tank and the Marines on the way up as well. Continue to get that all on the go here. The barracks still coming about. As our Banshee comes back over. I guess I'll be right back 1 minute. I gotta go help Ellie. Yummy. Alright, I'm back. Ellie had lay down outside and decided that she didn't want to get back up. Or was it a fun maneuver? She's definitely struggling a bit with that leg, but just needs to rest it up a little bit. She'll get back on track. Until then, I'm gonna have to go save the day a few times. The best part is I went to lift her up, and she got up on her own, basically. So she can get up. She just didn't want to. We're just moving across medevacs, and so continue to set up over here. And you have +1/+1 missiles and carapace coming through as well. So you get all of that underway for just a couple of moments. He's going to go and open up this set of rocks as well. Just going to open up that little bit of a position, move through a little bit. More roaches are going to come about also there. Going to try and see what else they can do. A few SCVs. They'll begin to go down. He's going to continue to step forward a little bit. And those tanks will continue to drop. I mean, Elazer's army kind of getting surrounded, so as much as he's able to do, it does not seem as though it's going to be good enough. Looks as though this one is going to be. That is our Ravagers continue through. The roach is going to get back on the Marines. And we'll go back and forth. Ravager going to get caught as well. Other Marines coming over. GG is called, and Clem takes game 1 of the series. So Clem takes the opening map. And we'll go into game 2 of this in just a moment. Guys, I'm sorry. I keep having to drop 3 minutes of ads between games because nothing's syncing up today. I just apologize because I don't love to run the ads between games as often as I am. Just today it's not. I don't know why. I think it's because I went live late and we don't have as much backup time set up. So we just have to do this a bit more frequently. I apologize. Why GG? Because Clem has a way better army. Killing 22 workers does not really make any difference, no. If Clem's army is too good there, then his army is just too good there, you know? Oh, great. Ley lines map 2. Get this hosted up. The lobby down. Ready GLHF says Clem. Got a laser in position. We've got 7 casters. Perfect. Let's see if Elazer's ready. He is. Also perfect. Let's start this game. Get this going. Ley lines for map number 2, as mentioned. And get this on the way. Start this off. And in the bottom left side, Elazer is our red Zerg down a game. Yeah, Elazer mana basically going to become a little bit of a money match. It would seem. While ByuN and Clem is going to be a fight over first place is the way that this group is going. If Clem wins this series, that is pretty much just what we're set up for at that stage. Unless the laser can turn this one around. Unless the laser can turn this one around. You on the indie cam. Some beautiful observing going. As we coming around, it's going to set up a little bit. Let's see if it goes down the bottom left. Couple Queens, couple drones. Continue to come about here currently as our CV patrols at the front. Go back and forth. Excuse me. As we do have Elazer coming over, Hatchery coming about. Getting settled for now. Maybe it tries to jump up, but it's going to get kind of denied there. It's not too much happening. Comes through, little grenade goes down. Again, the Roach on the hatchery coming up. Queen on the way through as well. We have an Reaper about staying alive there. One's going down, a few helis are going to come back around the front. Making their way across, a few Hellions coming over. A couple of Roaches going to be there, push the Hellions back once again, and again the Banshee and the Cloaking coming up as Clem will just put himself in a very safe position. Having Banshees up keeps you in a very safe place. A couple of Roaches there, going to get turned back the other direction, so we do have a little bit of back and forth continuing. Banshee going to go fire away, chasing those Roaches down a little further one more time. Those Roaches just get pushed back for the moment again. Cloak coming up, barracks and engineering base coming through. All of that continuing in as well currently. Oh, oh, oh. We'll see the drones obviously in some trouble now. I'm just going to be seeing 10 workers already dropping, so damage really is probably just game-ending damage being done on this one. Don't think we're going to have to linger about to figure that out. I think that's just going to get cleaned up pretty responsibly as 18 workers get picked away at. Not really much else to say there, guys. I think this one is absolutely on its way to closing out. Sooner rather than later. That is just mega damage dealt. Mega damage dealt. Oof. And the Banshees are still going as well. It's not like they were cleaned up and stopped. Like, they are still absolutely on the go and making things happen. So, yep, they will continue to do their thing. Having our 1-1 upgrades and stim continue to come by as well. Keep on bringing that out. Banshee moving down to the bottom again, trying to see just what we can get up to. I'm going to fire a few shots off on the hatchery, so Hatch taking some damage. Just going to try and play a little bit of cleanup over there. And get that pushed down for the moment. Queen's continuing to chase that Banshee. Banshee's around the bottom, melee upgrades coming through. That famous speed is not going to be too far from joining us either as the Medivacs load back up away from those Marines. Banshee once again trying to get active. Melee upgrades, Bane speed all coming up currently. And +2 attack on the way with the rest of this. Marines, tanks, everything else building through currently. Marines and Medivacs just going to keep on coming. Still +1 melee, +2 carapace. Marine's going to get underneath and an Overlord already going to go down. So the Overlord falls. The Queen and the Overseer going to take damage. The Lings run in as well. Medivacs get back up toward the top. Here comes the rest of the Marine tank coming over as well. Banshee firing. Vipers, melee upgrade, carapace again, all of that coming through for the moment here. I'm just gonna have too much. Damage done early was too much. Plain and simple, not really much to linger on that one, guys. That's gonna be Clem taking this, and like I say, kind of simplifying this group down to ByuN versus Clem for first place. Mana versus Elazer for 3rd/4th place to decide who is going to take home a bit of extra prize money, basically, at the end of the day. So that is where we stand here in this group. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm struggling to cast today. My brain's rambled. I've not had any slow down time. I've not stopped before we started. Oh, I feel like everything's going at like 10 miles an hour faster than it needs to be. So I apologize for some lower quality casting that I'd like to put out. We are going to get going into ByuN versus Clem, and then Mana Elazer can go at the same time. Perfect, we'll hop on over to NA and get ready for ByuN versus Clem. Like I say, guys, Mana Elazer will probably be on Indie stream. We'll let that play out. Like I say, it was scheduled to be at the same time because we've got loads of matches happening today, so we'll let that one play on Indie stream at the same time, or whoever else wants to cast it. We'll move on to NA for ByuN versus Clem. Just waiting for Clem to join the chat channel. Cool. Let me double check. Yeah, it's that way around. Perfect. Alright. Videos are underway, guys, for ByuN versus Clem. We'll get this started up. We'll take a moment then, guys, just wait for ByuN Clem to video. In about 50 minutes, we have Group C starting. And that'll be Solar, Maxpax, Reynor, and Harstem. We're going to cast 4 series of that. We're going to do... I didn't actually decide yet, but we're going to do 4 best of 3s from that group as well. We might even go into the replays of the last couple of matches too. I just... I haven't really figured it out in my head. I haven't really decided. We might do all 6, I guess. We probably will do all 6, actually. Surely by then, my brain calms down a little bit and this day chills out. Surely that's... gonna be how it works. Amygdala, Abyssal Reef, couple of videos already coming through then, guys, so we should not be too far from getting this underway. Laylines as well. Yep, videos are coming up, guys. Andy Figueroa, thank you so much for the 500 bits. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. Has Maxpax played? No, he's in the second group that's happening today. He will be in the match that happens a little further down the line. So coming up, but just not ready to play yet. It's just coming through just very slowly. Trying to spam my voice as best I can. Good, I just, like I said, today's just been a bit of a day. There's not been any slowing down on the day, you know? It's just been go, go, go non-stop. Which is okay, those kind of days happen, just, yeah. Just trying to chill. Neon Violet Square, give me map number 1. Hooray! They picked one. Alright. Central, yeah. Sam has server preference for once in his life. He usually doesn't get it. Second map Whispers, third map Frostline. Perfect. No one willingly ends up in Newcastle. It's kind of true. That is kind of true. Alright, I think we're good to go. Players are ready. Oh, I had the wrong players in. Did not have ByuN in the player spot. That's not a good start. Clem is set as Protoss, guys. Clem is set as Protoss here. Looks as though he is planning to PvT this series up. Man, he is dedicated to playing PvT. That is nuts. It's nuts how dedicated to the cause he is, you know. Man's not giving up on the Protoss. At least for now. We'll see how it ends up, of course, in the end. Let's jump in as we have to the top left-hand side our blue Protoss player. This is Clem. You know, it's funny because usually I open these tournaments up with the mirror matchups, but I was like, you know what? I think ByuN Clem might be the decider, so let's not start with that in the group. But also, I was like, there's a good chance it isn't a TVT the way things are going lately. And it will not be. Clem going to play Protoss to the top left corner of the map. While in the bottom right, our red Terran player is ByuN. Get going here for game number 1. Look to see where we're going to go and what we're going to be doing. Would it be wrong to be... Is it wrong to be disappointed in player? Let's say if Clem beat Maxpax in a PvP? No. Why would you be disappointed in someone for losing? Like, if someone loses to Clem's Protoss, it's because Clem's Protoss is really good, not because you're bad, right? Like, if Clem's Protoss is that good, like, there's no shame in losing to Clem's Protoss if he's being able to get to a point where it's that good. Like, it's not like his Protoss is just like, oh, I'm just going to randomly roll his Protoss right now. Like, he's been practicing on the ladder. He's been playing a lot of games as Protoss. He's quite clearly bringing it up to a very high level. I don't think anyone should feel bad about being beaten by Clem's Protoss. Like, I think all the pro players will tell you, like, hey, we understand that if someone beats us with their off race, it means their off race is very, very good, you know? They've spent time into making it good. That doesn't just randomly happen. That doesn't, you know, that's not how Starcraft works. You don't just show up one day and roll a different race and be like, haha, see, lol, this build, you know, this is OP. Especially when Clem's playing Protoss, like, on a very regular basis and doing it in a lot of matchups. Next is coming through. Adept Warp Gate coming up. Next is on the way in line as well. Command Center and the reactor continue to come through. Clem's just relatively new to Protoss, but I mean he's not because he's been playing Protoss for a very long time. He's just relatively new to playing it in tournaments. He's probably off-raced his Protoss for multiple years. He's just had time recently to really refine it, and the thing is, a lot of a lot of StarCraft 2 skills carry over from race to race, right? So, if someone is talented enough to be able to do what they do with Terran, I absolutely think they can look at some Protoss build orders, figure out the matchup a little bit, and over time, you know, if you specifically put time towards like watching Protoss matchups rather than just focusing on Terran matchups, like it's not going to be that bad to like bring that race up to a level where it can win games, where you can put yourselves in situations that you can understand and play out. I think there's a lot of crossover in StarCraft 2, and especially when you're someone at Clem's level who's obviously extremely talented, it's not too surprising to me that he can make it happen. Team Marines coming through, the Adepts getting chased away. Marines gonna step up, Adepts are gonna be coming through. I'm gonna go back and forth a little. I'm playing the Dark Shrine, which I really like because that's actually a switch up to how he's been playing. Yeah, I kind of like it. Dark Shrine to mix it up, especially just because it is worth mixing it up, I think. Because I think the one thing I was thinking about Clem's PvT was that he was playing a lot of Blink openers, but now he seems to be playing a few different things as well on top of the Blink, so I actually think that's very exciting. Gathers up. Actually going to catch that DT, so the DT will go down. It's going to be a nice grab. Get rid of that. GT is going to keep on swiping around a little bit. SCV is going to keep coming through. Go back and forth a little bit. DT going to lift back up. SCV is still going down as well. And again, combat shield and +1 attack on the way up at the moment. So bringing all of that into play here currently. As the DTs continue to put some work in. I mean, again, another scan comes down. This was okay damage for Clem. I wouldn't say this was like, oh my goodness, this is everything we were looking for. Also lost 2 of the DTs. Sometimes if you can keep those DTs alive, it can mean that doing less is still fine, but in this case, the DTs do not survive. The scan comes up potentially. Nope, not going to drop it just yet. Refinery will come up over on the edge. Again, Blink +1, both coming through. He's actually going to stem forward. Actually try and grab the Prism! Oh my goodness, the Prism actually lives and the DT got out to get a swipe off. The Prism will survive on 4 HP. That was 1 hit from death. Anything else would have killed it. As Clem's Prism survives. Now the Stalker's going to approach at the front. They're going to try and come through and get some kills. And Clem will... have a bit of a somewhat messy blink, but doesn't really impact too much. Because the shell's coming out, +1 attack coming through also. ByuN is going to ask for a pause. And lets him know it's no problem, you need a pause. Wipe away that sweat. I've got you sweating from the playing the Protoss right now. We do take a moment here. Take a moment, see where we go. So ByuN is going to be back. Looks as though we can get resumed.
Game resumed.
ByuN build his 3rd CC in position. With how aggressive Clem is, I actually do not think that's going to work out for him. I think that's going to backfire heavily, to be honest. I think that's going to be pretty rough. As we do have the Stalker showing up, going to start hitting that CC. Just going to go for some damage there. Not going to mean too much in the end. Just going to see the rest of the bio coming back over for the moment. ByuN's just gonna die. ByuN is apparently just gonna die. Okay, well that happened. Why is Clem's Protoss so good, man? Why is he pulled in the 3rd base in such an aggressive position? And the Stalker's coming through, the bio comes up. Stalker's coming again. Fall back. Immortal shows up. ByuN just doesn't have any stuff left. ByuN's dead. Yeah, man, that's really wild. How does he keep doing this, man? Clem's like, hey, Protoss players, have you thought about just killing the Terran player? Have you thought about just attacking with some Stalkers and, like, killing him? And the Protoss players are like, yes, like, every single game. And Clem's like, no, look, if you just attack him with some Stalkers, you just kill him. Yeah. Well, that was Clem's server preference ever so slightly on the central. We'll see how West goes. And I wasn't ready for the GG there at all. I'm not having a good day casting, guys. I'm sorry. And I've hosted on the wrong map. Amazing. Alright. Try this one again. Ready, GLHF. Everyone's here. Let's start. Let's get this going. Alrighty. Alright. Set this up as we have in... Oh, we got TVT. I was going to say, oh my god, TVT. And Clem's like, wrong race. And we're like, what? That's the wrong race. Yeah, okay. Whispers of Gold. Try this one again, guys. Clem's, it's funny because so the way it works is sometimes when you load into a lobby and you get dragged into position, your race gets set as Terran. So if you go into the player spot straight away, you instantly get set as the race you had picked last time you were in a custom game, right? But in the world of so basically for Terrans it never matters because you will always be on the correct race. But for obviously non-Terran players, that race you can now. So obviously, what I'm saying is basically TLDR is that Clem doesn't usually experience this having to change your race in the lobby because he will always be Terran, whether it bugs out to Terran or it's just normally Terran, you know. But yeah, he said wrong race. He wants to go as the... I thought he was just like, I played a game as Protoss. Nice, let's just leave it there. Bottom right, ByuN. Top left, Clem. Game number 2 of this best of the... I wonder if he genuinely is making a go at making this a very... You know, very serious. Like, hey, I am just going to play PvT. I do not want to play TVT. Isn't that hilarious that Clem's TVT was his weakest matchup for so long that he just couldn't figure out, so he just decided the best way to figure it out was to play Protoss instead? I think that's absolutely hilarious. I think that's absolutely hilarious. Yeah. I think that's really funny. Alright. We get underway. Probe coming down to the bottom right side of the map here. And we'll just see our gateway and our simulator coming up. So we get settled down, we get underway, and we'll see where this one takes us. Couple gases coming through, the racks coming up as well, so all of that's still coming about here currently. And again, our gateway coming up, our probe still coming in. Barracks on the way up as well. And I'm getting his gateway going. Obviously, this guy barracks across the map is very much so proxied. So that's one thing to keep an eye on in this, is that barracks is very much so proxied at the moment and is definitely going to be trying to make something happen here. I wonder if Clem took the Home Story Cup final as like a real vote of confidence, being like, hey, I really can just play Terran. Play Protoss versus Terran at like nigh on the highest, maybe not the highest of higher levels, right? But like at a very high level. I wonder if that was a push of confidence towards him actually playing this. I do think though, it gets to a point where at some point you either have to commit to doing this or you just say, no. Let's go back to get my TVT practice in, right? Because for all these PvTs that he's playing, this could be very good TVT practice for him instead. Obviously now that's not the case because you're not playing TVT. Clem, I don't think is... Stalker's about to pop. He's actually going to be pretty fun against this Reaper. And his probe getting chased back across the map by an SCV as well. So yeah, Stalker out. That will help you to play defense right now. That shouldn't do a lot for you at this point in time. Stalker going to go after the Reaper as well. Continue to chase that down. Frack's going to be coming up there also. Command Center, Starport, Reactor all coming through. So we just keep that all on the way up. Reaper hops up, Reaper hops down. Again, the Stalker going to fire a couple shots there. Depth's going to go chase, and Reaper will fall. Again, Twilight Council coming up as well. Bringing that straight through. And a couple of Widow Mines and the Medevac all on the way out, so we just bring that into play. Twilight Council is about to finish up. The Gateway coming over as well. Widow Mine shot fires, but doesn't do too much, as the CC does finish as well. Now Medevac is going to load up the Widow Mines, get ready to take those across the map here in the next moment or two. Robot facility starting from Clem, so we get that brought up. We get that building, couple of gateways coming out. Blink coming online, the probe still producing. So again, position, Medevac gonna drop the Widow Mines in. First Widow Mine goes down, second mine should get burrowed. Then pulls the probes. ByuN gonna do some unburrowing micro, as he should be. And good micro retargeting as well. Widow Mine drop into the natural now is going to be unburrowed too. Again, this is all about just buying time where Clem is not mining effectively. And ByuN is doing a very good job of making that happen as best as possible. Good split away, turn around there at the last second on that pro, because that could have been a little bit more disaster if it ran into the rest of the pack, but yeah, turns it around, pulls it away. It's just 2 probes that go down to that. So honestly, pretty good defense from Clem. Only 1 Widow Mine left alive in that Medevac too, which I think is worth knowing. It's always kind of something to mention when that's a factor. As that Prism comes up, the Blink comes through. Widow Mine burrows again, aiming toward a few of those probes already. Stalkers will shoot, and the Widow Mine taking a lot of shots. And Marine Marauder coming online. Our Engineering Bay coming through. Rax is on the way. Well, Stalkers just get warped in underneath as well, so he's going to get set up. And playing straight in for the siege tank. No hesitation there from Clem. Goes straight through the bunker firepower and yeah, jumps straight onto that siege tank. No doubt in his mind what he wanted to do with that one. So yeah, Clem commits immediately. Prism now loads up, pulls away up to the top side as well. Gonna pull up over here and drop into this main base where a couple of SCVs will begin to go down also. It's just gonna clean those up at this point. Stalkers continue through for a few more Marines and a couple more Marauders. And Marine Marauder all still coming out, charge on the way, the next is coming through. Clem could blink for the tank again. He's going to do exactly that. Does lose 2 Stalkers though. Tank target fire was good. Thought he might get the pickup on the with the Prism, but it wasn't quite fast enough. I only expected it because it was Clem as well. You know, Clem's the kind of guy that can make that happen. Some more shots coming over. The Prism will set up as well. Stalkers will jump straight back onto that bunker once again. Bunker will go down. A few Marines are still taking some damage. And a few more SCVs. Obviously, Clem behind this is on his way to the charge upgrades, as you can see in the production tab. ByuN is about to hit his real bio upgrades, and once he gets those, it's going to be a big question mark as to whether or not Clem can, you know, hold a big shove across the map from ByuN. This is why Clem is trying to trade right now to make it so ByuN's attack across the map is a little bit weaker, does not have as much oomph behind it, you know. It's just trying to do his best toward that, as the Marines and Marauders will continue to go through for the moment. Stalkers will continue to fight. A couple of those Marines still dropping. As we do see another shots going down over there. That's going to clean that one up. First one attack. Zealot building. All of this coming through still. Concussor shells also being brought online for now, so just again getting a bit of everything on the go currently. Yes, ByuN should be obviously trying to get on the map. He's got some medevac setting up. He has the rest of his army moving forward. Additional barracks coming down, suggesting he may not go toward a third base. Can I just fully send this on the 2-base commitment, 5 racks, and go from there? Clem, microing the Zealots actually gets a better surround on the bio units there. That was pretty incredible. I don't know if that was by design or if like that was the initial intention or it was just how it happened, because at first he lifted up, then he was like, actually I can fight this. But that was pretty nuts. That was definitely good for him. He loses the medevacs as well. Clem just completely kills him. Holy goodness. Clem absolutely stomps ByuN. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. I mean, he just absolutely picked him apart, no? Kind of mental, honestly. I'm just cleaned up across the board, shuts down the medevacs, cleans up the attack on the other side. Apparently mana Elazer's going on, so that is on Indie stream, guys, if you want to check it out. It's already 1-0 to mana, so I don't think it's going to take a whole lot longer. It's looking very good for mana just in general. He's actually attacking for what I think is the win for a 2-0. So we are actually going to be on time to play into Group C, which means that we can start off with Group C. Hopefully fairly soon. Yeah, I guess we're just, mana took the 2-0 over Elazer. Honestly, guys, I think I'm just going to take 20 minutes to, like, chill. Yeah, I think I'm just going to take 20 minutes to, like, slow down and chill and settle a little bit, so. Yeah, I'll be. Yeah, I'm just going to throw a break screen up for 20 minutes, because I could really just do with some time to reset my brain a bit. Right, we'll be back in 20 for Group C of the competition. We'll see you there. I'll put the timer on as well so you guys know how long we'll be. Hey guys, welcome back. Couple of subs to shout out. First of all, thank you so much, iHasburrito, 3-year resub, and Palcom Tokaju for the 56-month resub. Thank you so much, guys. I'll get Palcom on the tree. iHasburrito. I do have some decorations left. I need to go to the store tomorrow desperately to refill the decoration game. Right. As we get some videos started up. Talking to Gaju. Let's get you on the tree, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Big resub. And iHasburrito, I'm coming for you in a second once we get some videos going. Sorted out and all the rest. Perfect. So we're going to go into Reynor Maxpax. So the way that's going to work, guys, this group does have 2 matches happening at the same time. So yeah, this group does have 2 matches happening at the same time for the first couple series. Just so we can get through the Koreans games a little bit faster, because obviously it's late for the Koreans already. We're just working on that logic. So we're going to go into that. Cool. Alright, videos are happening, guys. Progress is being made. Perfect. Hi, Hasburrito. Welcome to the tree. You're a little bit of a thin decoration, but you have a bell. I don't know if you can hear the jingling, but you do jingle. So, an interesting decoration, because like I say, you're a bit smaller, but you have a bell attached. I mean, it's kind of a win, right? Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, Mana's going to join us to cast a little bit. Apparently, some people can't read. Harstem! Excuse me. Alright. Alright, I think that's wrong saying ley lines. Alright guys, I'm getting confused. I'm getting myself confused. Hold up. Alright. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. There's some people around. My sounds are still loud. What's up, GeoKiller? Thank you so much for the prime. Let me try and get this game set up, guys. Cool. Cool. Alright, I think we're good. Elazer ready? Enjoy the prime sub, you deserve it. Hey, I appreciate it, mate. I'm gonna get you on the tree soon. I just need to get sorted out here, because apparently even with 20-minute downtime now, everything's turned into chaos again. Right, let's call Mana. He's gonna come cast some games with us. He's gonna cast a couple series. It's loud as well. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
What do you think? I just lost the group.
I mean, not ideal, yes, but
That's a laser.
yeah, you got a laser. I mean, it could be worse. You could have not beaten a laser. You got some more prize money for beating a laser. That's nice, right?
$25, huh?
Yeah. No.
Hell yeah, Christmas gift. Let's go.
It ain't bad. I mean, you did have a rough group, right? Clem and ByuN is not exactly a fun couple of
To
series.
me, any group with any Terran is rough. Like recently, for the past 34 maps versus Terran, I've won 7. So yeah, it's kind of rough for me.
Yeah,
But thanks for inviting me. Nonetheless, I had a blast.
that is definitely definitely a statistic. No worries. You messaged me actually asking if I had any spots to play in anything, and I was like, actually, I do, as long as someone doesn't reply, and they didn't reply. So, you know,
That's
it's
right. I bullied that person.
yeah. Well, no, it's just a typical Protoss issue. There's more Protoss to invite than anything else, so I have to like rotate it around all the time.
Sure, there are more important people than me. I see how it is.
No, it's not you. It's just your race is overpopulated.
Well,
You
then
know.
there's people, as well. They
Well,
play the race, right? They're
Yeah,
more
I
important.
know, but
see.
I invited you to something recently. I'm pretty sure. I have like a
Did you?
Yeah, you played. Well, you played in something recently. Maybe you actually qualified, but you played in something recently. I try and rotate it a bit.
I play in almost all of your tournaments, though. It's good to have these kind of tournaments. Like right now, to be honest, the best practice is just playing tournaments. It's kind of funny how it works right now, because ladder is not necessarily dead, but it's not the greatest practice. But like so many online tournaments are happening right now that it feels good to get like proper practice versus people who are actually trying to win versus you, and it's like use your tendencies or whatever against you. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's nice to see that after all this time, people kind of like the tournaments for practicing, because obviously for a long time people didn't like it because obviously it takes a bit longer. You have downtime and stuff, but it's good that we can give some meaningful matches for you guys to play in as well. So that's nice. Whoa, we got an SCV.
I mean, it's all cool and all, but then you play $100 tournament and there's Clem in round 1. It's like, maybe not the best practice.
I don't know if
I want to make a living.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know why Clem keeps playing and everything. He just loves the grind as well, man.
That's great. I mean, of course, like I wish him all the best. Sometimes, like in the, I met him in the Home Story Cup group as well. So like from the 1st of December, I played him 4 times already in a tournament, and we're on the 12th of December. So yeah, he's kind of got my number. But of course, like I think Clem used to be this kind of player that didn't play that much. So I'm really loving that he's actually on a big grind, and he's been on a grind with one of these players that is actually in this series with Maxpax, and I think they both try to like push each other to the limits and develop the skills to the best of their abilities, and I think both of them have improved quite a lot throughout this time. As we can see, Maxpax is going to be going for the Twilight Council opener, very standard for him, but Ryank is going to get a very quick scout right into the main base of Maxpax, and Maxpax on the other side is going to shade his adepts across the map. Not going to find any kind of damage there. The command center is on the high ground. Ryank is playing it safe after losing the SCV. He didn't want to commit any kind of resources to try to defend that. And low ground expansion, immediately actually going for a Cyclone despite seeing the Twilight Council. Cyclone first for Ryank.
Kind of interesting, right? Because Cyclone does not have much of a need against Twilight Council now. Whereas you could obviously just do so much more, like that factory could be building a siege tank already or something to just sort of get defenses ready against what's more likely going to be some blink aggression. So, yeah, interesting to see the Cyclone. Do you think there's any hope to do much with this Cyclone? Like, it does feel kind of out of place.
It can be kind of a surprise. I think it has to be a surprise because Maxpax likes to have control of the map, and that Cyclone is gonna give you that map control. And he might be able to snipe one of these adepts immediately at the front. Maxpax sees this Cyclone quite fast, and is he going to shade? He's going to shade right on top of the Marines. Well, a terrible trade for Maxpax. At least he sees the amount of Marines in the Cyclone, but obviously you want to save these adepts, especially since I think with the Cyclone the pushes are also quite scary because you want to kite with the Stalkers to try to snipe some of the Marines or damage a siege tank or something. But with the Cyclone, it's much harder to do because once the Cyclone locks onto a Stalker and you don't have blink, you're going to probably lose that Stalker if you're not quick enough. Maxpax will have very quick blink though. He's constantly chrono boosting out, and Ryank is still not moving out yet. But I'm pretty sure he'll be moving out as he's rallying the Medivac to pick up the probably 2 siege tanks, maybe even a small SCV pull with that, just to make some bunkers and potentially cancel the third. But Maxpax on the other side has 3 gateways. He's not playing this kind of like a safer, greedier 2-gate expand to the third base, but he's going with the 3-gate, which is not as aggressive as the 4 gateways, but still has some punch with it. And Ryank needs to really pick up all of his tanks. And yeah, there we go. There's the push that I was talking about with a couple of SCV Cyclone at the front. Let's see if Maxpax is going to be able to deal with that.
A big push coming over Ryung. I'm going to be met by a few Stalkers in the center, but the line of sight block is going to favor Ryung, so Maxpax actually steps back and does not get anything killed right there, so no love to be found on that one. Just going to be seeing the units continue to push, and obviously if those tanks can take position, this can become a very dangerous setup. So we'll see how Maxpax tries to deal with it as he stays fairly active with the Stalkers. Going to get the attempt to get the Cyclone now. Gets it as Ryung obviously can micro a little bit himself, but so can Maxpax. He's got the Prism to micro with as well as the blink backs. Ryung finally deciding to put a siege on the tank, but man, he does not have that many Marines left, and it does not feel like we're too far. Maxpax just having enough to potentially even just jump on this, right?
Yeah, very much so. And Maxpax is already warping in a Zealot to potentially tank the tank shots. He's going around with the Stalkers. I love how Maxpax bought enough time to create more units, also cutting the reinforcements with the Stalkers now. Ryung's siege is very strong, but the thing is the siege position that he's currently in doesn't really achieve much. Maxpax can absolutely lose his gateway at the front, and there's no pressure from Ryung after that. He needs to reposition his siege tanks a bit forward, which buys Maxpax even more time to warp in more units, get an Immortal possibly. Maxpax can even try to break through right now before the reinforcements come in because there's an Immortal in the Warp Prism. Perfect flank, sniping both of the siege tanks with the Immortal and the Stalkers, sniping the Liberator as well. Now Maxpax can either decide to back off for a little bit to not take damage from the bunkers, and the siege position was broken very easily by Maxpax. Very clean attack from 3 sides, cleaning that position.
He's going to be able to just completely shut this down. Ryung's kind of going to lose everything. Maybe the Medivac gets out alive, but yeah, just very well handled on the defense there. And this does look as though we have got ourselves the Maxpax very heavy advantage in game 1 because he cleaned up an attack like this. Ryung lost a lot of his tech units, right? The tank count gets decimated, so that makes defending any follow-up so much more difficult. And you look at what he killed. He's killed 4 Stalkers, which is really nothing in comparison to what he lost. So Maxpax's counterattack is full of power as it comes back to the other side here, and it's going to be hitting hard very soon.
Oh, very much so. With this attack, Ryung would like to at least cancel the third wave, but he never even got close to that. Now Maxpax simply blinks in forward, double Immortal into the Warp Prism. There's no stim, nothing to really help Ryung save this, and very easy and clean victory by Maxpax, shutting down this push with ease that I struggle versus these kind of pushes myself, but maybe, Maxpax is just too good.
It is.
Maybe he just has more units than I do. I don't know.
You know what it is, though? I always feel like it's so funny because Protoss as a race oftentimes looks very, can look very vulnerable to attacks like this. And, everything just has to go right. Otherwise, it all comes crumbling down so quickly. And sometimes Maxpax just holds it off. And you're like, well, how? Like, what made this one so simple? Like, why was he able to just kind of like jump on it and not let it set up? And yeah, to me, that's one of the mysteries of TVP. Like, I struggle to understand it from my lowly caster point of view.
One of the things that also happens with this push is that it was just the push that Ryung was doing. There was no harassment with the Widow Mines, no like Raven harassment that you usually see after the Widow Mine drop or anything. So basically Maxpax's economy has been untouched all this time, throughout the entire game. And if the Protoss economy is untouched like that, and you can be freely out on the map with the Stalkers, then you can bring all of the Stalkers at the same time. You don't need to worry about the potential Medivac flying with even a single Widow Mine or, I don't know, a Hellion run by or anything, any kind of pressure. So once you can bring all of the units on the other side of the map and start kiting the Terran army, I think that's what makes the push a bit easier to hold as well.
Alright, we're just waiting for Maxpax to swap up to Protoss. We can kick off in this game number 2 and get ourselves into Amygdala. How are you liking all the new maps? How are you liking the new ones?
I like the new maps, to be honest. I think the new maps that we currently have, there are no maps that are like, oh my god, I really hate it, I need to veto it in any matchup. Like, there are maps that I like more and I like less, but in general, I think that all the 6 new maps that we got are good. I was immediately against about the addition of the old maps to the map pool.
Yeah.
I don't like. I immediately voted against it, and for some reason, well, we got all the 3 new old maps. They were good at their time, but they are not designed to be in Legacy of the Void. And plus, we have so many new maps in the TLMC that I really wish we would have just used the new maps, because what's the reason of creating so many more maps if you're going to use the old ones anyway?
Yeah. No, I'm really tempted to just get rid of King's Cove and Neon Violet Square or something and just have 2 different maps in my tournaments or so, because I really don't like them. I just don't know why they're here, to be honest.
The thing is, like, I would love to play them, but then on the other hand, if we are going to be getting the, the actual ESL Pro Tour,
yeah,
I would like to just keep playing on these maps anyway.
Yeah,
like, as much as I don't like using the old maps, I just prefer to play on the actual tournament map pool, because sure, playing on the new maps is fun and cool, but in the end, I still want to get some practice going, even though I might be even vetoing the old maps anyway. But
I hope I hope when we get Pro Tour news and stuff that they're just like, hey, look, we heard that you guys don't think that this was a good idea. We're just gonna pick some other maps, because there's so many that they could pick.
There's still time, right? Like, nothing is announced yet. I really hope they switch it. But then on the other hand, they would still need to put them on the ladder. But I think they're capable of doing that. It's just maybe they're focusing somewhere else. I don't know. eBay block, by the way, by Ryang, not spotted by Maxpax. Maxpax is immediately though starting the Zealot preemptively, but the eBay is almost done, and I wonder what Maxpax is going to be doing. He's going to try to go for the 3rd Nexus, but Ryang immediately going there via city to block it, so Maxpax is forced to take the linear 3rd, which is, I mean, you can take 3rd on both of these sides, but since it's already on the low ground and you're like kind of being attacked from the high ground, makes it a bit harder to defend, especially if the Terrans are going to be putting siege tanks like behind the rocks at the 3rd base. That's also a bit more tricky to defend. So technically the expansion from Maxpax is more vulnerable than the other one. I wonder what he's going to be going for, if it's going to be a Stargate or a Twilight Council. Maxpax really likes the Twilight Council openers, but since it was an eBay block and its potential to see more like Hellions fall up or something, it could be a Stargate with Phoenixes, but yeah, I wonder.
We'll see what it turns into. Factor in the reactor coming up in the meantime, so we get that underway as well. And just having the reactor about to finish up, factory going to lift off. Twilight Council building from Maxpax, but yeah, that base is going to be out of position and maybe something that ByuN can make use of. He is going to start up some Hellions, so going to try and make taking that out of base position a little bit tricky.
All right, so yeah, it is going to be the Hellions. 1 Adept going across the map. We'll maybe get to see the reactor factory. Will he see the Hellions running by? That would be quite huge, and the Adept is just in time to see those Hellions. Sees both of them. He's probably going to lose this Adept, but that information is already quite crucial to see the Hellions. Now he can be able to protect himself. Need to start the battery immediately in the natural, which he does. I wonder if he needs a battery in the main base at the same time. It feels like it's a huge investment. Maxpax is also chrono boosting out his warp key to make sure to warp in enough units to deal with these Hellions. Ryang is already moving out with the 3 Hellions. The 4th Hellion kind of late. Oh, another Adept getting caught in the middle. Any unit is very crucial right now with the defense of these Hellions, but for some reason this Adept actually survives. The Hellions don't really get it. Well, there we go. There's the Adept is actually gonna die to the Hellion number 3 and 4, but it also buys time for Maxwell to get these additional units. There's Hellion number 5 and Hellion number 6 in the meantime. Important to know that there's no medevac to pick them up to the main base, so if there was like a kind of a wall-off in the main base of Maxpax, he would not be able to run by. I love how Maxpax is spreading his units. He sees the angle that these Hellions are running in, snipes one of the Hellions, but now the Hellions are just going to run by to the main base. No defense here whatsoever. Come on, a sentry, anything, warping in the wall, that's cool. I think that's at least 8 dead probes.
Yeah, the lack of preparation here is pretty severe. 6 workers down already. There's the 8 you talk about. He's easily going to get to 9. At least he should do. Gets one more shot. Does not quite get an extra. 9 workers killed. Now there's 1 Adept across the map. That's not going to do anywhere near enough damage to make up for all of that taken. As a few SCVs keep on pulling in. Tank and a few Marines popping out. Banshee in the tank coming through as well. As we just have, a couple Marines chasing down the Adept.
If it wasn't for this Adept on the other side of the map, I would really hate it for Maxpax, but because Ryang also took some economical damage, plus he also invested in all of these Hellions, I think it was a decent trade for Maxpax, especially since he has a lot of stalkers, and because Ryang went for Helium number 5 and 6, that means that the factory hasn't been producing siege tanks immediately. So right now Ryang is only with 1 siege tank. Maxpax needs to have high ground vision to try to blink into the main base. He's gonna try to go in to the natural base, sees the siege tank position, snipe the SCV, probably snipe a marine and blink out of there, seeking for maximum value, even sniping one more marine before the second siege tank shot comes in. But that Banshee can be quite troublesome. Remember, there's no shield battery in the main base, and the cloak is going to be also available for that Banshee. However, I mean, Ryang's defense is also kind of non-existent. Once Maxpax warps in additional stalkers, he can easily jump into the main base, and Ryang is even adding a third command center. This is looking very bad for Ryang, to be honest. He's about to die, probably.
Yep, dive straight in, and not really much here. The Banshee can cloak up, try and do something. I have the tank sieging as well. A few Marines going to go after the Stalkers there as the Prism obviously there to add some micro. The tank is in position, and Stalkers do have to blink out in the end, so Ryang will hold this back. There's the Observer though, which means that Banshee shouldn't have still been here. We are on the Banshee on the other side, so gets 2 probes. And those probes have so far to run to get to another mineral line.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it's even worth pulling the probes away, because the Banshee is still attacking them anyway, right? At least you would be mining some. You're still losing some probes. 6 probes. If this Banshee survives, is a bit annoying. It's not going to deal that much. Maxpax tries to go to the natural base. Man, that Banshee in the main base, once Maxpax was blinking in the main base of Ryang, which came out at a clutch timing, because Maxpax didn't have the Observer there. If it wasn't for this Banshee, he would be just running around with these Stalkers, but because he had no detection there, the Banshee really saved Ryang quite a lot of time. Well, Ryang defends quite nicely, also deals some damage. I really thought these Stalkers had more potential, but once again, because of that Banshee and no detection, it's looking pretty good for Ryang. Remember, it's going to be a very late sim and combat shield because of the third command center added quite quickly by Ryang. Did Maxpax see that? He didn't see the third command center. I wonder if he's aware of the situation. Or he's going to blink one more time to the main base, snipe a supply depot, be very annoying like Maxpax likes to do, snipe any kind of free units, being very annoying with these Stalkers. Sees the siege tank position, and he will keep probably staying here with the couple of Stalkers, maybe snipe a CV or 2.
Well, we jump back out with those Stalkers. Charge gates, probes will continue to come up. Battery is on the way in. We'll just have Ryang able to play the holding game. Moving his factories to different add-ons now as we continue to play.
Wait, he's playing Mech?
Mech, yeah. He has extra
Holy
factories.
shit.
He actually had Magfield on the way, but he has to restart that again now, so it's going to be a little rough. But yeah, he's going to try and play Mech here, which I immediately kind of start discounting this game mentally. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I believe the win for Mech when I see it. I say this in all the matchups, though.
I wonder how this is going to look like. I mean, Mech is definitely not a very popular playstyle versus Maxpax especially. It's gonna take a while to take that third base if Maxpax stays around with the Stalkers. However, I mean, Ryang does have a significant amount of siege tanks right now. It's kind of hard to deal some damage, but Maxpax always finds something with these Stalkers. Additional 4 SCVs dead. That's a total of 9 workers killed. And there's also a War Prism lurking around the natural base of Ryang. We'll see if he's gonna warp in more units. However, I mean, defensively, Ryang's is okay, but he needs more units to deal with the potential Zealot warp-in as well.
Well, there go a few Zealots into the base, so into the natural they go. Just going to head straight on through there. And we'll be kind of getting cleaned up. I mean, 10 SCVs going down, so Ryang is taking some damage throughout this so far. I mean, again, once he gets Magfield and Blue Flame, they should get better for him. Hallucinate Archon to absorb some shots and some lock-ons is definitely not a bad move. And Maxpax going to try and break this third base. I mean, again, Ryang is just missing upgrades. He's going to get flanked by Zealots from the top side as well. And looks as though Maxpax is going to clean up the mech without issue.
Yeah, that's the problem of Mech. Like, it takes a long time before you have an army that is actually capable of fighting the Protoss. With a couple of Immortal Zealots, you can just jump on top of the siege tanks, snipe the low amount of units that you have with the Mech. And Maxpax uses there's a perfect example of how to deal with Terran trying to set up Mech, attacking him on all different fronts, defending the Banshees. There's no chance for Ryang here whatsoever. Maxpax is just a masterclass of Protoss versus Terran, in the face of Terran pretty much from the start of the game.
Alright, well, we're going to jump into still the Harstem game 2, because
Sure.
Maxpax smashed Ryang faster than Harstem could take a map off solo. Harstem is 1-0 in the series right now. So
Harstem is 1-0, what a surprise.
yes, so Harstem is up a game, and we'll join this one because we're playing 2 series at the same time. I mean, there's just no point in waiting around for another series to finish, so we will just do this one, and then we'll continue with the rest of the game. So just double check everyone's here. We're missing one person. Who is AFK? Whoever's AFK just lost their chance. Never mind. Alright, we're going.
They gotta be faster, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't wait around like that. That was like
That's
30
right.
seconds.
As a player, you have about 5 to 10 seconds before I start my match if you're not joining.
Yeah.
You gotta be very quick
Yeah,
as a caster.
I fell victim to that one a few times. Alright, we're gonna go solo. So the Harstem leads 1-0. And yeah, I didn't see anything of this. I just know that the score is 1-0 to Harstem, so
That's the worst GLHF I've seen in the history.
yeah, that might
by
be
Harstem.
like he is amped up on the fact he's won a map, man.
Oh my, LGHFGG.
Yeah, with a space between the I mean,
It's the worst, like nothing was right in there.
you see this as solely like, right, I've got him in this game, surely.
Still emotional about that victory. Harstem is.
Yeah.
Harstem no scout, gas first. Harstem is definitely one of these players that really likes money. He's gonna be no scouting. He's gonna be very, very greedy. If he gets away with it, he's in a very good position most of the time. But I think he also is quite open to a lot of damage if you're aware of how greedy he can be. Solar is definitely one of those Zergs that likes to be aggressive, and I'm looking forward to see how Harstem is going to be dealing with that. And I think also Harstem's Protoss versus Zerg is always, I would say, good in a way that he can really take a game of any Zerg. He can have a very competitive series versus Reynor versus Serral, and sometimes eventually he will lose, but I think the way that he plays is just very very good, very solid. He doesn't really try to go for any kind of like cheap tricks. The only cheap trick that he's going for is like the greed, and yeah, we'll see if Zerg will be able to punish him or not. But yeah, I do enjoy watching his PvZs because it feels like it's a standard PvZ, but he has this greed in him that he's capable of like crafting his build orders in his own way.
Let's see if that pays. Excuse me. Let's see if that pays off for him here as we just have our probe finally making its way across the map to make sure he's not going to die to anything in the immediate moments. Against most things here, Harstem would have already died if there was really some committed aggression. So get that set up, and yeah, probe going to head down to the bottom left.
Probably a free base setup, right, for Solar. Solar is happy to just get his natural base without getting blocked. Harstem is also just playing his own game, saving some chrono boost, probably. Gonna be going for a strike. 1 second, I need to pick up my package. 1 second, be
Okay,
back.
no worries. So yeah, Stargate coming up from Harstem, so that's going to be his setup. Looking very standard, like I say, guys. So just to quickly reintroduce what's happened in terms of how we got to this matchup at 1-0. Because this is late for the Koreans, this group, we've decided to just let this group play 2 matches at a time, at least for the first couple of series. And because Maxpax ByuN was so fast, Solar Harstem hadn't even started game 2 when we came out of Maxpax and ByuN's game 2. So we just decided, instead of waiting for Harstem Solar to completely finish, cast the series in full later, we'll jump in now and minimize any downtime. So yeah, Stargate on the way up, the Ling Speed is building, Queen and a Hatchery coming through as well. And we just see the couple of Lings going to go chasing a probe down for a couple of moments, just going to go and hunt for that. We have the Adept and the Shade out as well. Welcome back.
That was Clem's envelope with money inside for throwing my games versus him in the groups.
Ah, fast delivery, man.
Very fast delivery. It's a part of the EWC bonus, you see. I got the tens of thousands of dollars now.
Nice. Living the dream.
What is Harstem doing? Triple base, free 25? No, free. Okay, he's actually going for a second Oracle before the Nexus. Chrono boosting out that Oracle. The wall off, by the way, is open for Harstem. For those of you who wonder, there's still a gap between the Cybernetics core and like the top side. So he needs to plug that wall. He'll probably do that eventually with either a gateway, maybe a pylon if he's feeling cheap. In the meantime, the Oracle will try to find some damage. There's only... Well, actually, there are both Queens in the main base. Harstem could try to dive and get a drone or two, but decides to not go for it. And that Oracle will keep scouting, probably looking for any kind of like a creep spread or anything that you can do. Right now, with the energy overcharge, you can actually use that, even a single Oracle, to revelate some of the creep tumors and snipe the creep tumors to deny the creep spread of the Zerg quite quickly. So the energy overcharge is definitely very, very useful in the PvZ department. The second Oracle also flying around. Split Oracles, one to the third base, one to the natural, possibly trying to find some transferring drones or something. Not gonna find anything. Solar. Oh, actually, he gets a drone at the third base and probably one more transferring, but Solar quick enough morphing it into a spore and into an evolution chamber. And one more drone. It's gonna get it, but one more drone in the third base. In total, 5 drones. Very nice sequence here for Harstem. In the meantime, also Forge and Twilight Council done for him. Third base already done. Looking good. Good opening by Harstem.
Yep. Looking very decent as you get some damage done like that. You're feeling good. The wall off is there, so these links don't do much. And we get energy overcharge on an Oracle to make sure it's full of energy and ready to keep on defending if necessary, and just attacking whatever you need to be attacking. There's a few links going to move in towards the third base as well. Trying to see if there's much you can do there. Answer is not just yet.
Not just yet. More Oracle harassment around. Now Harstem will be trying to see if there's a 4th base on the way for the Zerg. See what kind of tech path the Zerg is going to be taking. If it's a Roach Warren, maybe a Banelings that's faster +1. He sees the evolution chamber being made in the natural base. Goes for one more drone. Saves the Oracle at 25 HP. 7 kills on that one Oracle. 1 kill on the other Oracle. Still no 4th base for Solar Lair about to be done. Is he going to play just like Link Hydra or something like that? Possibly?
Yeah. I mean, he could do solo as one of these players. He does like to be kind of aggressive a lot of the time, right? So a Link Hydra kind of style could kind of lend itself to that as well. So we'll see. Kind of a big map to kind of be playing super aggressively on though, right? I guess not as you expand forwards though.
Yeah, I don't really consider ley lines to be like a big map, to be honest. But you are expanding like kind of forward as a 4th base for the Protoss. Like you can try to cancel the 4th base from the Protoss, most likely, yeah. Some links actually going to be going down. The very early pressure from Harstem, 6th minute, and he's already on the other side of the map with around 8 Stalkers, 2 Oracles behind it. And since Solar took a lot of damage early on, like he barely has any units, and now Blink is done, +1 is done. He can blink back these Stalkers. Solar kind of in trouble. There is going to be more reinforcing Stalkers. Harstem doesn't, like, he cannot overcome it. He cannot be losing these Stalkers. He's to wait for the blink to be available to make sure that he micros these Stalkers properly. Now more reinforcement coming in for Solar. The Queens are not going to be able to be sniped basically by these Stalkers. There's too many of them. There's some transfuse available. And there should be a defense by Solar relatively soon as the Hydras are going to be popping out. But it's still a very good trade for Harstem because he's basically sniping these reinforcing links one by one. And also using the energy on these queens to waste the transfuses on the Stalkers, which also delays the creep spread by a bit. So very nice sequence once again by Harstem. I would love to see a 4th base behind this for him. He definitely is capable of doing that, but in the meantime he's getting a Templar Archives, 6 additional gateways, starts Storm, and keeps pressure on Solar with these Stalkers. But Stalkers are not going to be trading very well versus these Hydras. He can maybe try to shave off some of these links. Needs to be careful about not getting surrounded by lots of links from behind, but there's not a lot of Zerglings behind us. Solar is going for a Hive and Lurker then behind it.
Yeah, this is going to be the tech up option from Solar. So again, the Lurk is on the way and that establishment ready. Meanwhile, the Storm on the way from Harstem, so he improves his army composition, gets ready for the next stage, continues to be aggressive here, catching some Queens with these Stalkers as well. Has that Stasis Ward to help him get out of there too, catches a bunch of Lings. I mean, it feels like just every little thing so far keeps going the way of Harstem for now.
Very much so. If you look at the resources lost up, it's very in favor of Harstem. Only lost 4 units. It's very good. Only the first robotic facility. I actually didn't notice that Harstem did skip robotics facility in the meantime to get these Stalkers a bit faster, getting these upgrades, temp archives and so on. So his robotics facility is going to be late, which means his observers are going to be late and the potential immortals, but it's not like he really needs them. Good part of the build. Now he also has 4 high tempers available with Storm. Harstem is playing a very solid game, and it's Solar that is on the defense all this time, where we thought, or at least I thought, that he's going to be the aggressive one.
Yeah, no, me too. I really, Solar typically is a very aggressive Zerg player, but kind of just not being allowed to be. This is all about Harstem and his aggression so far in this, as we continue to see him and having set up into some good positions and continue to improve his setup. Beacon is on the way out right now, so we'll see him just really again happy to kind of move to a later stage. The Lurk count grows, Stargate play and Beacon Stargate play is kind of the go-to to deal with that. A Tempest count can be very good. If you have time to get to carriers, it's always nice, but time to get to carriers is much longer than time to get to Tempest.
Definitely. Also the supply additionally costs for the carriers, right? The carriers is costing 6 supply, Tempest only 4. So you would basically want to get these. Also, you need time for the interceptors, but I mean, well, Harstem is just attacking straight into these lurkers because there's also a Zealot run by in the natural of Solar, and Solar put a lot of his units to defending the run by, while the main attack is also causing major problems for Solar. Solar is basically died to like a 4 Zealot run by because he left all of his lurkers exposed.
Yeah, and now that base goes down, the lurkers went down as well. Harstem in a great spot already, never mind the fact that we've said he's doing all the right things kind of behind this to set up for a better position, you know, later on. Yeah, looking great. Extra Zealots warp in, and this really does look as though Harstem is on his way to potentially a victory here in this best of 3. And a 2-0 at that, not just like scraping on by, but like doing it very convincingly from what we've seen.
Yeah, we didn't see game number 1, but game number 2 looking very clean by Kevin. Like he's doing all the right moves and all the right times, also macroing behind this very nicely, going for the carriers. Now this attack, well, he needs to be careful not to overextend, but it's hard to overextend when you have this many storms available. He's gonna lose some units. I mean, he needs to be kind of careful. He's kind of throwing away the lead because it was just the 5th base for Solar, which obviously he would like to keep, but if Kevin keeps trading like this, is going to be a comeback potential for Solar. Obviously, Harstem still in a major lead. I would have loved to see him start air upgrades already, like 2 minutes ago, to be honest, as he was transitioning to the double Sargon fleet because he still hasn't started +1 air weapons. But he's also dealing a lot of damage on the other side of the map, so I don't mind him forgetting about that, but it would have made his carrier timing attack much stronger.
Yeah, well, just going to continue to go back and forth here. A little run by a soul. Going to head up the other side, see if it can maybe have an impact itself in the next few moments. But not seeing it just really do much. Yeah, hits the natural and the wall off, but there is a wall off, and as long as we get another Adept or 2 warped in, yeah, it's going to be fine. So Harstem deals with that very well. Not going to let that slip away from him at all. And there's a few Hydras still hunting around on the top side.
And the problem for Solar is like, how is he going to get out on the map? Harstem has been getting the map control throughout the entire game. There's a couple of stasis swords. The lurkers might be able to find high temper, but they both dodge each other. However, Harstem almost walks into these lurkers yet again. The run by the Zealots got caught by the Zerglings. I mean, Harstem's army is not looking that scary right now, but he has the economy to create a very scary army. He just needs a little bit more time. I like that he's out on the map with these high temper because Zerg cannot really jump on this army immediately without risking to lose a lot of the units to the storms. Harstem is doing the right thing. There's a huge link run by potentially to the cancel of the 5th base, but Harstem immediately recognizes that, warps in a bunch of Zealots at the 12 o'clock. Solar keeps running around these Zerglings. These Zerglings are only +1 Zerglings, no adrenal glands yet, I think. Oh, no, they do. They do have the upgrade. Solar immediately going for Corruptors, +1 Carapace for the air, +2 melee. I think Solar is not aware of the 5th base of Harstem. He's scouting everywhere but the actual 12 o'clock base. But it's not like he can really do anything about that 12 o'clock base anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Harstem just mothership carriers all coming through, getting into better and better positions, man. I mean, he really is just progressing this army. Now, Solar is getting Vipers and Corruptors up, so he will have something of an answer to the Harstem army. But again, Harstem gets there from such a comfortable spot in a worker lead as well. Is obviously kind of a big deal too. As our army goes for the moment just back to the upper left, going to give up on some of this aggression he's being thrown at his opponent for the moment.
And +1 air finished for Harstem. He needs to be starting at +2. There we go. There he starts it. Also +2 shield weapon. Shield upgrades are finishing up. Very good upgrades for Harstem for the air army. He's going to basically massacre, skipping Tempest altogether. I wonder if that's the play. I haven't seen people going straight into a good amount of carriers immediately. I've seen people first go into the Tempest, most likely. But yeah, we'll see if he'll be able to protect these carriers. Still no Vipers. There's one Viper for Solar. It's gonna be hard for Harstem to try to break these defensive positions. I don't think his army is good enough, but it might be right before Solar has enough to try to deal with that. I mean, there's like, what, 5 carriers full of interceptors? There's only, well, actually 16 Corruptors is quite enough for these carriers, but there's still plenty of Storms. I'm not sure if Harstem can really break a defensive position here. We'll see.
Thoughts and cannons going to be there. Hydra's going to be whacking away as we try and make some progress. Just for a couple of moments, another storm coming down. Those lurkers going to get hit.
I like this. I like what he's doing. He's just using the interceptors to snipe the hatchery because he's not in range of anything else. Finishes up the hatchery. Very nicely done. Using the range of his army against Solar. Meanwhile, also defending the potential counter-attack. And now Solar just feels that he needs to jump right on top of this army. Going with the Corruptors. The Corruptors will be taking care of the air army for sure. There's plenty of them. The storms are not really happening. I mean, Solar is fighting in the entirety of the time warp. He's definitely clearing the air army. The ground is going to be quite enough. There's only 1 lurker left and 3 Hydralisks. The Corruptors smash the air, but the ground army is non-existent for Solar.
That is obviously a big deal, as we have now these Stalkers trying to chase those Corruptors away. Harstem is going to swing into pretty much primarily ground army. Will rebuild the Mothership, which is a great utility kind of unit to have nowadays. Really kind of carries its weight a little bit as the Viper comes around. A couple Corruptors going to go the other way as the extra Stalkers get warped in too.
Nice, just catching these. That's the problem for the Zergs in the late game. Like, if you're dominating the air with this many Corruptors, there's really nothing stopping Protoss from just going back into the ground with the amount of warp gates that Harstem has and the amount of lurkers that he has cleared throughout and the economy that Harstem had throughout this entire game. Thor lost his 5th base for the 2nd time. 15 minutes into the game, the bases are going to be running dry very soon. I would like to see Harstem also just trying to attempt a 6th base. He doesn't need to start mining from it immediately, but there's nothing stopping him from just getting a Nexus and force Solar to a more aggressive position. But just sniping Solar's 5th base yet again, not overcommitting with his army, is also a very fine decision to go. This time, Harstem with many more Immortals, plenty of Storms to work with. It's hard to jump into this army right now for Solar. He just needs to, well, try to re-establish his 5th base for the 4th time, but it's not easy.
And the Storm comes in, just going to see the Corruptors going to get turned away a little bit. Army gets down towards the bottom side. I mean, just going to find a moment here where there's only really a couple lurkers, so this is a position you can absolutely attack into.
Yeah, this amount of Corruptors is not helping Solar whatsoever. He can only use them basically to like clear observers, like, you know, try to overwhelm the air by flying on top of the army, but there's still a revelation possible. Harstem just going in. There was also one swarm host in there. Lurkers are cleaning the ground army quite nicely. I wouldn't mind getting like even 2 free Broodlords here for Solar just to make it more difficult for Harstem to jump into this. Harstem's army is much smarter now. Like, it was a decent defense by Solar, basically as good as it possibly could be. But once again, going back to the economy of Harstem, he can rebuild this army. But can he rebuild it quickly enough? I mean, Solar's army is looking quite scary, and Harstem is not in position to defend these lurkers from getting into the position. The Harstem SimCity is actually working against him right now. If he can get a good flank from behind, maybe. But once again, it's going to be a problem of detection.
Get a little caustic spray action going, trying to utilize these as the lurkers are going to get burrowed up. Obviously, if the Oracles can't get out because the Corruptors are caustic spraying down the Stargates, then that is going to be a little bit of a problem. A couple Storms will come down here. We continue to play cleanup. Both the Oracles did go down, and we have the units trying to chase about here, there, and everywhere. We do have an Observer available, but just need to keep that alive, of course.
There's one Overseer only, and Mama is coming. Mama ship is right on top of the lurkers. If Harstem snipes this one Overseer... Actually, wait, what? The Mothership's gonna get sniped by the Corruptor? No, it's not. He's gonna survive. Well placed Time Warp as well. And the Overseer is dead, so there's no detection, but it's for the Zerg. The Zerg has no detection, and Mama ship arrives just in time. Snipes the Overseer and uses the cloak against the Zerg. What a brilliant play by Harstem, and he defends this difficult position with ease.
That's so funny. Like, it's like, honestly, it's a battle of detection on both sides. Whoever loses their detection is going to be in trouble. Harstem gets the Overseer, and that does kind of make it simpler for him, as Solar is obviously just struggling along back at home. Not exactly looking great right now as he morphs in more lurkers aggressively. He is just going to keep sending it until he wins or loses, basically. That's the motto for him right now, as the lurkers will continue to fire it up. We're up still the Stargate cannons all coming through. The lurkers still firing up as well, as we are going to continue to push ourselves in between the bases right now.
And there's 19 lurkers. That's a lot of lurkers trying to break without any kind of air units. Solar is all in. There's also a lurker harassing Harstem's 5th base. Harstem is also harassing Solar's 4th. Well, it's the 5th base, but it's the actual 4th base of Solar right now. Solar is giga all in. He basically cannot even produce any units. Now, Harstem probably cannot break this lurker line with just ground. He needs some air units, but he doesn't have any. He only has a Mothership. I think Harstem should probably counterattack with his unit and try to maybe use a recall with the Mothership if necessary. I'm not sure if he will be able to break through. There's some detection that he's walking into these lurkers.
Yeah.
Overseer?
Oh my god, just about stays alive. Super low HP. It's kind of funny because Solar is not super rich, so replacing Overseers again and again is not exactly super fun for him either. So losing them that's right, he doesn't just have like a ton of them. As those lurkers continue to put this into a position, continue to get some work done.
I mean, Harstem doesn't have production. Look at it. He has only 4 warp gates and 1 Stargate. He had pretty much all of his production at the 3rd base. But I mean, Solar's backing off. Yeah, I mean, he has to go to the 5th base. Harstem still has plenty of money. The moment he gets his production back in working, he can work on a lot of units, but he's not reproducing gateways. He only is making one robotic facility. Solar still has a slight shot, but it's not easy. He's going to the 4th base, which is completely almost dry. Oh, sniping the High Templars. But every storm also hurts Solar because he doesn't have time to regenerate these lurkers from like queens or anything. He doesn't have that available. And now with the lurkers being so damaged, I think Harstem can just A-move basically with this, with the Zealots and the Immortals.
Yeah, but it looks as though he's going to be good. Those lurkers, the only thing they actually unburrow as they try to play the retreat back to a couple of other lurkers. There's a couple of lurkers here that are not currently revelated, but you know, the new revelation comes down and everything is seen. Harstem will continue to chase units down here, and there is just no way that this is going to turn in favor of Solar. It was a scrap in the end. Harstem really got made to work for it when it looked like very comfortable for him initially, but he gets it 2-0 over Solar. What a great game too.
That was a cool game, and I'm surprised that Solar made it as close as it was after what was happening throughout this game. Basically, the first 10-11 minutes was all Harstem, but then a couple of not necessarily sloppy engagement by Harstem because he had the rights to just, you know, finally attack the Zerg, but just nice defenses by Solar and the counterattack made it for a much closer game than it possibly should have been.
Definitely true. As we get ready for this next game in just a couple of moments, it's going to be Solar Maxpax for us next.
Very cool match. But if Harstem can beat Solar 2-0 right now, can Maxpax do it? If Maxpax loses, does that mean Harstem is better than Maxpax?
Yeah.
Confirmed then. All right.
Confirmed. Harstem's playing me. Don't worry, that's why I'm quiet.
It's yours. It's your fault, Wardy.
It's my fault. Yeah, he's flaming me because he's got he has to play West. He has to play West Central West.
Oh,
twice.
because of a coin flip?
Yeah, well, it's weird because it's like I don't know where I messed it up. I messed it up somewhere on the first series where like it should have been different. So basically, Maxpax gets Central West Central twice, and then Harstem gets West Central West twice. And the Koreans split.
I can't believe Harstem is like complaining about ping though. Like when I was in the Netherlands in the Eleanor training facility, like, camping in Liquid, the ping from there to West is like, it's of course it's not great, but it's so much better than what I have in Poland. So whenever I have to play West, I just want to kill myself basically. Like it's terrible. I have like 210 I think to West, like 180 to Central.
210.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
And you force me to play West. Actually, on your tournaments it's good because it's usually CVC first.
Yeah, it's usually Central. It's usually European favored on anything that's open.
Yeah, but then when I play these like Chinese caps, it's always West, Central, West because they use the ESL rules and you know, they use Europe for West and
yeah. That's why I started to do Central West Central because it's like Europeans never get the favor. Yeah.
At least we can get them back in the online tournaments.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a gifted sub on your channel.
Huge.
By Mr. Gnoy 000.
Triple O, the man.
Thanks for the sub. I'm gonna use it very, very carefully.
I'll put you up on the tree.
Please do. On the top.
On the top
branch.
Top branch? Okay, you can go on the top tier of branches. How about that?
That's right. That's me.
Reserved for the best players. Usually every year, slowly, gift subs to Cyril and Reynor, and I always put them like on the back bottom of the tree just to annoy them. I was like, I'm like, yeah, exactly where they deserve to be.
That's right. Unseen.
Always trigger your mods. Always a good strategy.
That's how you keep your Twitch chat clean, right?
Yeah.
So they don't lash out on the viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, videos are coming through for Solar Maxpax, which is where we're gonna go. And yeah, Well, Ryung Harstem's going to play at the same time. I'll be casting that one from replays later, unless Solo Maxpax is super fast and Ryung Harstem is not, in which case we'll do what we just did here again, but that's where we're at. And then Solo plays Ryung, Maxpax plays Harstem in this Group C today. That's where everything is headed to.
That's a strong win by Harstem to win 2-0 versus Solar in this group.
It's a very good win. These groups
He's definitely capable of winning versus Ryung. He's definitely capable of doing that.
These groups have been kind of wild, actually. Like, Group A yesterday was pretty nuts as well.
Yeah, Trigger with 2-1, like winning over Hero and Rogue, and still not advancing.
Yeah, I know. Like, this was brutal. He was like, he went 2-0 as well, and it wasn't even like a bad 2-0 as well. Like, it was pretty comfortable, like 2-1, 2-0. And it's like, okay, nice, he's gonna make it. And then gets 2-0'd by Spirit, and Spirit comes back beating a bunch of people.
First place. Yeah, that's a crazy group. And Group B, the absolute favorite, also just barely not making it in the third place.
Yeah,
that's also crazy, isn't it?
Mana is an expected winner of that group. I know.
Yeah.
Upsets in every group so far.
Can't believe he did that. He did it for the viewers. People liked watching turns and more TVTs. I'm sure he did that on purpose.
Good guy. Kind of nice though, because Clem just doesn't play DVT anymore. He just plays Protoss. It's a big.
Oh,
help.
right.
Yeah.
Like he started playing Protoss versus like every Terran. That's crazy. I need to watch those games. I was playing versus Elazer at that time. I didn't see them.
Yeah, I mean, he crushed him. He crushed him really fast, honestly. Like, he just looked super convincing.
Let me be the judge of that, okay? Maybe ByuN just... I don't know, I'll find an excuse, alright? Protoss is not supposed to win.
I don't know. Clem's Protoss just plays different, I'm sure of it.
The thing is, he has such a great knowledge of how Terran is supposed to work. He understands all of the builds and where the units and how many units Terran can have. Yeah. I think not a lot of Protoss can have that. I think Maxpax is very close to that as well, because he played versus Clem so much and just, you know, so many PvTs.
Yeah.
I think that's also a big strength in the matchup when you understand the build orders and the possibilities of the build orders, because I think Terran has multiple builds that can do with multiple different variations. But if you understand, well, if you're Clem and Max are probably all of them, then the matchup can look simple and easy. For me, I can die in the minute number 3 or minute number 6, 5, I don't know. It can be a one mine that can kill me, one Hellion, or just a Clem Reaper, I don't know.
It's a very interesting matchup that when you really delve into it, it's like, it really is so unit count focused.
But it's cool. Like when I watch Clem's PvT, he just, you know, like he micros every unit and he's being super annoying. Like he's using the potential that the Protoss has, and he's also macroing behind it very well because he's just as quick of a player. And he does that the same with Terran, you know, Medivac here, Widow Mind Drop here, retarget, Raven Harassment, meantime, triple CC, double eBay. What the hell is this, you know?
Yeah, so fast.
You're not supposed to be doing both of the things at the same time, and he's doing like 4.
Double check we got everyone.
Thanks for the invite. Sorry, I was late.
It's okay. So we're just missing one caster. We can kick off into Solo Maxpax, which is a very fun match. Obviously, I think a lot of people would have picked this as kind of the top of the group matchup to start out with, but now Solo's already down 0-1. So if Solo loses this, 0-2 is obviously a very bad place to be in this kind of a group. So yeah, this is very scary for Solar.
And it's not unlikely that Maxpax could win 2-0 to here. So if Solar is 0-4,
yeah, absolutely.
I think he's playing into the Zerg Cabal. You know,
yeah, he's just gonna...
Elazer 0-6 is like, haha, I'm 0-6 next.
Yeah, he's just gonna be like, you know what? Yeah, we just keep losing and all these online tournaments. Can't even win a map, guys. Community feel bad for us, and then
that's right.
Kabooms, you know, the swing around.
Who's gonna be the scapegoat of Group D? Is it Shin or Lambo?
What if they both?
It's gonna be the 0-6 club.
Yeah, they both go 0-4 and then they just tie against each other. Like, can't even win CVZ, bro. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, Rogue went 0-6 as well. Holy shit.
That's crazy, right?
You know, I was so happy because I actually managed to get some Zergs to play in this one, which was, you know, is a challenge.
I was surprised. I see the invite list is like 5, 5, 5, and each of the race got 5 players. Yeah. That was the last invite. It was cool.
Yeah, man. Like the race list actually worked out pretty well for once. Just now all the Zergs are losing, even though I got them to play. Can't win.
That's why they don't play, you know.
Yeah, this is actually why they don't show up. They just know the result's gonna happen.
They just save it for the big tournaments, you know. That's how it is. They don't care about the small tournaments.
But that's how it always is, right? As well, it's like, you know, it's kind of like how, you know, how we say like Protoss doesn't have as much result offline because Maxpax doesn't play, and that obviously doesn't help. It's also like your Serals and your Reynors also don't really play the online stuff, so they're really underrepresented.
Precisely.
Here. Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
And for Protoss, well, Hero doesn't play every single online tournament, but he plays like he plays a lot of them anyway. So we have Maxpax basically playing every single online tournament. We have Clem playing every single tournament, and for the Zerg, I guess Shin plays
Shin.
almost every single, right? So he's like the best Zerg right now.
Yep, Shin.
We have, but we still have better Zergs, right? We have the Reynor, we have Serral to potentially compete with them, but they're just not playing the online tournaments.
Yep. Yeah, they just keep the balance real close to their chest until it suits them best.
That's right, man.
Unbelievable.
That's how it is. It's all about the balance. It's not about the fun that we have. It's a video game, but no, we need to make it about the balance.
This isn't a video game. This is eSports.
This is life. That's right. Maxpax didn't get the hatch block, by the way, on Solar. Even though he sent the probe very quickly, Solar quick enough.
Nice.
I wonder if Solar's like, oh my god, I can't believe I lost to Harstem. I need to step it up, and he's gonna just like crush Maxpax to 0 right now.
Yeah, you know, I feel like that does sometimes happen as well. And just, you know, your first series, like, oh, that wasn't good enough. Oh, okay, let me really warm up and play super serious now. Like, I'm gonna really try hard. I didn't show up to this just to kind of crash out and clear my $25. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think from a pro player perspective, the first series of a tournament is always the worst because, first of all, you're not fully warmed up yet. Most of the time, you know, you just need to play some games. Second of all, you don't know how good your opponents are if they are fully warmed up yet. How warmed up they are. So the first series of the day is the hardest. And for Solar, it was 0-2 versus Harstem, so he should be awoken a bit right now. And Maxpax, well, I think Maxpax is always warmed up and he's always scary. It doesn't matter if it's the first game of the day or if it's his last one at 4 a.m.
I think this is why Clem wins so much, because if he gets through the first series, he just like, that's the most dangerous point for Clem, the first series.
That's what I thought, but I played his first series, right, in my group, and then he just crushed me to 0, like he played better than ever. Usually he's like, I don't care, no, I'll just win versus him, whatever, he'll do some mistakes here and there. He was freaking try-harding his Reaper, Hellions running around, 4 siege tank push. I'm like, god damn it, Clem, take it easy.
Maybe he woke up a bit earlier today.
Yeah, I didn't see him online though. He didn't warm up.
Yeah, well,
anything.
you know what it is, like,
absolutely crashed.
He was talking about this to someone recently. I can't remember where. I guess it must have been Home Story, but he was like, yeah, you know, I'm not a DGen anymore. I know I have to be awake for 12, so I go to sleep at 5 a.m. I wake up at 11:45. He's like, you know, sometimes the first series doesn't go so well, and if I not get knocked out, it's okay because I can go have a nap. I'm like, oh my god, it's so true because that's how he plays as well.
I had a first series versus him at Home Story Cup, and we were supposed to start at 1 p.m. 12:55, he was at the players' area setting up.
Yeah.
Yep. That's really cool.
Doesn't mess around, man.
When I have the first series of the tournament, I actually wish it's Clem, because that's the potential,
the potential's
my highest
there.
possible chance.
Yeah.
It's just my possible chance.
Love it.
Right, first 4 minutes of PvZ done, now we can start casting, right?
Yeah, that's how I pretty much do it. There's nothing to talk about in this matchup until the first Oracle's getting out, so... I mean, sometimes they throw down Twilight.
Sad, right?
Kinda sad. That's
it's a bit sad, because with the energy overcharge, you're even more... there's like even more incentive to just start Stargate to use the energy overcharge, right, on your units. Like, Twilight Cancel openers are just worse. Like, they're still good, that you can still do it. But it's just even better to start with Oracle, yeah.
Yeah, I actually never thought about that, but yeah, I guess Oracles really did just take a big buff, so... Yeah, no, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. No, this matchup's always been very, very slow to start. It's just the way it kind of works out, unless someone does something really crazy, but again, for the standard, that's just not really the plan.
Very similar opening to what Harstem was doing, double Oracle, third-based, Twilight Forge in the meantime. 4 gateways, almost a mirrored build here for Maxpax. Also clear up some of that creep tumors I was talking about in the previous series. Maxpax always active with his units, just like Clem in all of his matchups. I really like that, how he's making use of all of his units, all of his abilities. as much as possible, and also not really missing a beat with macro behind this. It's a very good set of priorities in his games. I really like that about Maxpax.
Yeah. Maxpax is fascinating to watch. Because you already just head straight into that blink and +1, obviously just off the 2 oracles. 2 oracles can get a lot done now, so obviously not always needing a 3rd oracle can just speed some things up as well.
Yeah, it's 150 gas that you could be using for more stalkers, you know, a faster Templar archives, a robotics facility, or just 150 minerals for additional gateways, or a potential faster 4th base. Right now, Maxpax is warping in 3 stalkers at a time, even though he has 4 gateways. One of his oracles very high energy. Wouldn't mind just seeing a stasis trap somewhere around, but where's Solar going with these queens? Okay, he just stepped out of the creep for a moment to spread in the creep. Still no 4th base for Maxpax. I mean, to be honest, in this game, there was only 1 drone loss, so it's still a better beginning than he had versus Harstem, and it's looking okay for Solar. It's just looking even right now, as Maxpax should be walking around the map around with his stalkers to, well, find some value with his units.
Well, slowly, blink +1 all on the way through for the moment, as our Hydra Den is coming up as well. Those stalkers are going to be poking their way across. Obviously, the oracles will be nearby to help protect them as well if necessary. Do what they can in that regard.
Time to put some stasis trap behind and walk with the stalkers, clear some creep. If you can get a cancel that 4th base, that would be already a victory. So I will try to not let that happen. Going with a flank with 1 Zergling to trigger the stasis trap perfectly done by Solar. Not even a lot of damage done on the hatchery. There's a flank with the Zergling, but Solar decides to back off from both sides, really, catching some of these stalkers on the back end. 4th base is gonna, it has to be cancelled. There's not a lot of reinforcement. There's a lot of stalkers there. Only a couple of Zerglings. This hatchery has to be cancelled unless he wants to use transfuses. He finishes it. Can he defend this? No way.
No way. There's not enough lings. I feel like he was like, yeah, I can buy time for it to finish. Well, I guess the Hydras are getting there.
That's close. I mean, there's still time to try to fire this, right? Okay.
Oh, he's gonna save it. Wow.
Very tight.
Very good save.
Nice decision. That was very bold. I would be afraid. But I think if Maxpax like sniped, started attacking the hatchery straight away, I think there was no saving it. But I mean, he just bought enough time, I suppose.
Very well done, because that definitely got a little scary. Because now this gets a bit awkward for Maxpax, right? Because you have to push through those rocks, which is pretty choked up, and just trying to push through there. But it's going to be very difficult with the Hydras on the other side, so can't do much else for the moment.
Counter-attack with the Zerglings at the 4th base of Maxpax got deflected by the warping of Zealous, nicely done by Maxpax. In the meantime, +2 attacks, Storm about to be finished, Charge halfway done, and Robotics Facility also done by Maxpax. Does he have a War Prism? Not yet. Maxpax really likes to like poke forward with the Stalkers and do a warping of Zealous to the main base of the Zerg, while also doing a small Zealous run by to the 3rd base of the Zerg. Right now he doesn't have that War Prism, although he's adding a lot of cannons and shield batteries. He's basically preparing to get into the later stages of the game with not doing much pressure, but just developing his own technology on his side of the map.
It's coming up very quickly. As I mean,
nice
yeah, gets a couple of queens there. Stalker play's been good, and obviously these oracles, they have so much energy. You've always got to be so careful when you're chasing units down. You don't want to get caught in a big stasis. You know, see, Solar even going to invest into our Hydra Lunge ability, so Hydra Lunge, Seismic Spines, all coming up, and really prepping for that later stage. Especially as some lurkers get out, he'll start to feel a whole lot safer. I do always feel like Solar plays some of his best games once he gets to lurkers. He's definitely a lurker kind of guy.
I think almost all the Zergs are kind of the lurker kind of guy, because it's like the only option right now for the Zergs for Protoss to mess up in an engagement, because they're strong, right? Once they get the range, you need to be kind of like sure about how you want to engage, especially after the Immortal nerf. It takes a bit longer to clear up the lurker lines. One of the changes that also was introduced in this patch was the lurker 10 HP nerf, which they got from 200 to 190 only. That was, the reasoning was to keep the disruptors two-shotting lurkers. So I'm not sure if there's any other interaction that really changed that. But once again, there's a run by at the 3rd base of Solar, completely deflected. And in the meantime, there's the War Prism in the main base of Solar as well, but he's just warping in right now. Solar is not moving any units to the main base, and there's Stalkers at the front. Ooh, he's outmaneuvering Solar quite a bit. The lurkers are not in place as well in between the bases. Hydra Link's trying to defend, but there's so many storms. Main base is gonna take a lot of damage for Solar.
Yeah, so the issue was he was trying to target down the prism, and the prism survived, so the warpin went off,
Nice
and
pick.
yeah, that is brutal, as now we're just going to be seeing, obviously, yeah, I mean, Maxpax continue to move around and continue to look very good in his movements here as well, so continue to move about, a couple storms coming down, Stalkers flying away onto some of those drones as well, damage continuing to be done here so far, as Maxpax definitely opening this game up in his favor a little further.
Very nicely done by Maxpax. If that Warpin wasn't able to finish, this would have been a whole different game. But because it finished, it dealt a lot of damage to the main base, also distracted Sora by a lot, and that opened up the path for the Stalkers and Templars to find even more trades. We just lost that in favor of Maxpax big time, and Maxpax economy is also stronger than Solar's, and very similar to the game versus Harstem. Solar is on a timer to deal some damage, but how can he deal some damage if Maxpax is constantly active with Stalkers and Templars, finding good value with these units?
I mean, he can't. You can see him trying to move across the map now. Maxpax is already finding some trades, already finding little bits of value there. So again, it's adding up a little bit. We're just going to see ourselves continue to chase some drones down too. As we have our Stalkers and our High Templars going to storm again, hitting some more of those lings.
Like, Maxpax doesn't have the army that fights straight up versus this. Once the lurkers get into a decent position, but he's buying just enough time for these, you know, just trying to shave off some of his units. In the meantime, he's getting into the Tempest. Solar is finally finding some aggressive position. The first Tempests are out. Solar might be able to kill this 5th base, but this 5th base is easily salvageable for Maxpax. He doesn't even need to save it. He'll try to kill some units, but there's no reason to overcommit to this fight, as Maxpax's economy is looking very good. In the meantime, he's also counter-attacking with Zealots and Archons, dealing a lot of damage. And the fight is going very well for Maxpax, basically on the both sides. He doesn't need to worry anything. And there we go. GG gets called. Solar knows it's over. Only 4 bases for him, but Maxpax also on fully saturated 4 bases. Tempest, Mothership, everything already done. Solar just crumbles under the pressure of Maxpax.
Damn. Maxpax plays a good game. Very impressive.
Very good.
Solar in trouble, man. You lose this and you're pretty much out the group, like I say. Like, getting to a 1-2 scoreline is oftentimes just not going to be good enough in 4-player round robins, so yeah, it's going to be tough for him if he loses here. It'd basically be money match and ByuN more or less potentially in that final series for him, which would be next for us, so yeah, kind of needs, Solar needs to try and find like a win right here and now, basically.
And then possibly for the second, I mean, well, Harstem and Maxpax both are 2-0, and
Well, if Harstem
Maxpax is 3-0 right now, right? Yeah, so Harstem versus ByuN possibly could be second place match. I don't think Harstem can break Maxpax. I heard him talking about how he thinks he's gonna get Maxpax next time, you know, and next time and next time. But he keeps losing versus him, and that's what we all think, you know. I'm gonna break him next time. I know what to do, and then you try, and it's not really working.
He messaged me today. He said, I'm gonna beat Maxpax today. At the very least, one map. I can smell it. So, yeah.
Taking the map of Maxpax is it's possible.
Yeah.
It's finishing the series. That's what's troublesome.
Yep. Actually, Maxpax is losing a lot of maps in PvP at the moment. He's
Yeah, the battery overcharge. I mean, that's also because it's kind of fresh, right? He needs time to figure out all the possible ways to die, and then he maximizes the potential of his build, and he's not gonna lose the map ever again. That's what he's been doing with the 1 gate expand. But he's definitely the most vulnerable right now with the, let's say, new maps and no battery overcharge.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because he was like that in the previous patch as well, where it's like the patch comes around and he's a little bit shakier for a bit, and then turns out he's still Maxpax, right? So you just give him a bit of time, he readjusts, and his builds really are built around getting the absolute most out of every situation. So yeah, probably expecting to keep on getting stronger.
It's kind of the beauty of Starcraft, right? Like, the more you practice, the better you get. So people will try to exploit you all the time. Like, everybody knows Maxpax is gonna go 1 gate expand, and we all said, it's impossible to do. And Maxpax also been losing a lot of games doing his 1 gate expand, but he was doing it so much that he figured out so much stuff that he's comfortable doing it every map, every game, even though people know he's doing it. And not everybody can do that. He's like the only one that feels strong doing it. And some people, you know, try to break him every single game, and they just can't. I'm one of those people.
At least you know it.
At least I know. I take a game from him from time to time. Cheeky. Oh, look at this! I'm expanding. Ha! Psych. Nexus cancel 4 gates.
Fool on him for not expecting it, though.
Macro? Did Harstem mess up the wall? He messes up the wall on this map. Oh, sorry, it's Maxpax. Maxpax never messes up the wall. Never mind. I was thinking about Harstem because it's the exact same positions, right? And Solar, ZVP. So sorry, messed up the players.
It's okay.
It's not okay.
I do it all the time. I do it especially when I'm like, especially in groups like this where there's two people at the same time playing, and I'm like trying to do someone's vetoes, and at the same time I'm casting. Like, that's half the game with the wrong name.
You do a lot of multitasking. You're like the caster pro gamer, you know? You do tournament adminning, you're casting, you're hosting the other lobbies, doing the vetoes. And what people see is like, all right, there's an oracle moving in, so the oracle is moving in, and the people are complaining, you know?
People are complaining. Meanwhile, I'm having like 3 conversations at once.
Yeah, they have no idea. They have no idea. We appreciate you, Warditv.
It's okay. It's kind of nice because then when it's like just a single elimination bracket and I can actually just focus on the games, people are like, whoa, Wardy's really improved. You know?
Wardy's actually a good caster. He knows a lot about the game. Would you look at that?
Holy.
Turns out casting for 15 hours a day for 5 years actually meant something, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say, it turns out watching all those games, you can actually watch a lot of games and learn a lot of stuff, huh? Yeah. Some people really don't believe this. Like, they just think that watching a game, you can't possibly learn anything about it just by watching.
There you go.
This baffles
People
me.
watch football all this time and they can't play it.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah. Starcraft's different though. It's not physical. Yeah, I don't know. You can't
It's
get
not
logic
physical, then why am I sweating when I'm playing?
Like, you can't get logic out of these guys, okay? It doesn't exist.
It's true. Alright, same opening, pretty much, by Maxpax. Putting some pressure. Again, not getting a hash block. Putting some pressure with the adepts. Third base on location for both of these players. Let's see what the first Oracle is gonna do. Interestingly enough, Maxpax doesn't energy overcharge the first Oracle. I think he prioritizes the chrono boost on it to get it faster across the map to potentially get a drone. Because you just have enough energy to kill 1 or 2 drones and you're not supposed to get more. So I suppose you can just energy overcharge it after the first attempt. Meanwhile, also the Oracle sees the Lynx running by to the third base, so he can just retreat or prepare the defenses for a third base. I mean, these Lynx were not going to do anything. There's basically nothing they can do. Energy overcharges the second Oracle. The Zerglings come in. Oracle activates energy, kills a couple of Zerglings. Solar, not paying attention, losing 4 Zerglings pretty much for free. Good trade for Maxpax, especially since these Zerglings could have been drones. So Maxpax just increases his economy lead over the Zerg player right now.
Yep. Economy is going to put you in a good position, give you a strong mid game, give you somewhere to play from. So, yeah, set up nicely there.
Charge +1. I'm calling it.
Alright.
Come on, do it. Because it's a faster robot this time. Maxpax likes this like kind of Archon Zealot attack. Yeah, look at this. When he makes the faster robotics facility, he skips Blink. Because he doesn't need a faster robotics facility. Because for what, right? You can just warp in either forward to a proxy pylon or just at your third base and walk your stalkers across the map. But with that robotics facility, he's gonna get at a warpism quite quickly, attack with 2 Archons like 8 Zealots or something like that, which is very good when the Zergs are very greedy. And since he made Blink in the previous game, he might see that Solar skipped Roaches in both of these games, or sorry, in both games that we've seen. He skipped Roaches in versus Harstem in game number 1 versus Maxpax, but this time he actually does have a Roach Warren, and Maxpax is gonna see it right now in the wall-off. I wonder if he's paying attention to that, as there's a counter-attack with the Zerglings at the natural of Maxpax, so if it was game number 1, this timing attack with just Charlotte Archon, Lynx slipping, would have been much more effective. But I still think this is just a good build, a good way of opening up. He doesn't need to kill the Zerg with it, but even just getting a cancel before for, you know, just having some Archons to clear creep, harass her a little bit is always good for the Protoss. But now it's a big deal for Solar to see what's actually happening, that it's not going to be Blink. He can actually commit to the Roaches and not be afraid of dying to Stalkers.
High Templar morphing in as the upgrades will finish, and Maxpax will try his best to try and get across and make something happen as swap-ins continue. Obviously, Stola starts up his Roach speed. The melee upgrade is coming in. Just unit production for him right now as he goes into survival mode, trying to hold off this attack that's coming.
Ooh, RoboBay. Is he gonna go Colossus? or disruptors. No way he's gonna go this. I've never seen Maxpax go disruptors first. He has to be making Colossus. Cute Zergling run by. Now Shield Battery has more HP, so it's actually harder to snipe it. Probes are fighting against the Zerglings. Oracle survive. Oh my god, the battery just goes down narrowly. But there's also a counter-attack happening at the same time for Maxpax. In the natural base of Solar, 4 Zealots. At the 4th base of Solar, a couple of Zealots and an Archon, but Solar defends both of these situations quite convincingly. And Solar is going for Roach speed, Overlord speed. I mean, Solar is not looking for a late game here, Wardy.
Nope. He's not really looking for it at all. He just wants to send this. The Drop Lord's especially going to tell us that he has no intention of slowing down or turning around. He's just going to send it to the bottom of the map. And he's going to look to try and take this one out kind of quickly, which we'll see if he can make it work. I mean, there's going to be a limited Colossus count on the field, so that's an investment that maybe hasn't gone far enough just yet.
And this War Prism and Archons are buying Maxpax so much time. Like, ideally, Solar would like to be just across the map right now, the Queens and Marauders and Ravagers, but he has to respect this War Prism of a potential of warping and Zealots, you know, sniping at 4th base and then recalling back to defend. Let's see. Solar is already sending his Queens forward. I mean, Maxpax sees the Overlord speed, sees no drones at the 4th base, he knows what's happening. Can Maxpax defend? His unit count is very, very low. He basically has like a sprinkle of units of each of the units. The Stasis Trap is going to buy enough time. There's a recall at the 4th base with the War Prism and the double Archons. I mean, Solar's already here.
Yep, he is going to be attacking straight out. Queen's getting into the front. Some transfusions do go down. The creep spread is there to help. There's, man, 4 Archons, though, and a Colossus. It's a lot of splash damage we're talking about. A couple of Corrosive Vials knock the force fields down. Is the splash good enough, or is the numbers just overwhelming here as we do move forward? Nice Stasis catches a good chunk of Roaches.
And all the units that Solar needs, right? Like, he needs the overwhelming numbers. He's kind of sloppily attacking. Like, like what, 6 Roaches are stuck in the stasis. A couple of them were also attacking this Archons for no reason whatsoever. Bit of a sloppy attack. I mean, could be just NA, you know, a bit of lagging there, but still Solar's army is looking strong. There's really nothing that from Maxpax's army that really deals with the Ravagers. He just needs to try to dodge them. Colossus is not that helpful versus the Zergling because he has the Archon for the Zerglings. Roach is just jumping on top of this Maxpax's army, and looks like Solar has finally found his map win. He's looking very strong if he can just close this out.
Yeah, just going to keep on getting through some of those important units right now, knocking those down. Solar's aggression has seemingly been the way for him to go. And there's 36 probes already died, so major economy damage dealt. I mean, we're trying to preserve a couple of these tech units right now. One Colossus has to kite back, the other one's jumping up and down in the Warp Prism. Roach Ravager still moving over to the left side. As our Blink is coming in, and it will be finishing very soon as a whole chunk more Zealots get warped in as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is the Solar I know, you know? Just Roach, Ravager, Queen. Let's go. I mean, Maxpax maybe can defend, maybe. But there's so many Roaches, there's nothing that deals with the Roaches. There's one single Immortal that needs to be juggled for his life. There's also a Colossus that has to be juggled for his life, which means the third base is going to be killed 100% if Solar decides to go for it. He's going to snipe the Cybernetic score with the Ravagers, at least he tries to. The third base is going to get killed. There's only Zealots and Archons for Maxpax. He's trying for his dear life. I've seen Maxpax win these kind of games, you know? Maybe not necessarily versus Solar, but there's a potential, so I don't mind him trying till the very end. Tire out Solar a bit for game number 3, potentially. I mean, Maxpax is down 100 supply pretty much. The Roaches can one-shot the Archons, one-shot the Colossus, one-shot the Immortal if they decide to do so, if Maxpax slips up with the Warp Prism Micro. And it's all Solar in this game number 2 as he's going for Hive, Lurker then, not slowing down whatsoever.
Not slowing down at all as Roaches keep on attacking. Archon's going down. It's going to be seeing the Colossus falling, Zealots and the Archon, the Immortal coming over. And it's going to be seeing the Hydras coming up as well.
GG.
GG.
Solar's first map victory in your tournaments. It keeps his dreams alive of advancing, right?
Zerg!
Zergoopy!
Zerg got a map! Quick! To the Balance Council!
To the Balance Council!
We are going to go to game 3 here. I'm not even going to try and host it.
I heard CVP is unwinnable! What is this? That's crazy. Yeah, at the moment Maxpax like invested a lot into the harassment at the 4th base, harassment and the natural base, and it didn't deal any damage. And Maxpax was, let's say, kind of greedy behind this with our 4th base already done. No batteries, no cannons, not a lot of stasis traps prepared. And Solar was kind of all in through this. Not the greatest of like situation for Maxpax to go for charge load Archon, and then you're being, Roach, Ravager, or Lint. That's why Blink is good, because you can buy time, protect your stasis traps as well from being triggered with a single unit. Was a bit unfortunate for Maxpax, but I mean, just well played by Solar. Also, you need to have a very strong timing to defeat him.
Shows kind of how good it has to be to beat him as well, right? Because even that was super tight. Did not necessarily look like it was going to be good enough for a while.
Do you do player introductions?
Nah, kind of not. No.
That's good.
Like, sometimes I do when I'm trying to kill time, but...
But you don't do hype player introductions?
No, I don't do hype. Like, only for, like, maybe, like, the playoffs or something, Like, playoffs, finals.
I think player introductions for game number 1 are okay. But like for game number 2, game number 3, like, not really. Like, you can just say, hey, this is a guy and this is a guy, and that's it.
Yeah, I think...
People know, right? Like, after 15 years...
Online, it makes no sense. I think offline's kind of nice because it gives each, the crowd a chance to cheer for each player and stuff. But yeah, I think it is just kind of it's just become a normality, and sometimes you just do them out of habit as well. So yeah, I agree. Completely unnecessary.
Buying time is also one of these things, right? Get the observer to show off as well, spin here and there.
Yeah, I mean, it does fill in the first minute and a bit of the game if you really drag it out, so there's benefits.
You can also sell a story, right? Like Rotterdam does that a lot, like the tournament life on the line, the #1 player in the world actually struggling or something, like the history between these two players or something. I think it's fine. That doesn't have to be in every single introduction, right?
That's also much better when we're not like, casting an online cup.
Yeah, of course, for $50.
It's like, this is it. Solar's McDonald's today, maybe paid for. You might get 2 McDonald's, you might get a family meal,
That's right. Maybe get some large fries in there. Instead of the small ones,
Yes.
Do you like McDonald's, Wardy?
McDonald's? I actually...
What's your rate?
What do I rate McDonald's? Honestly, for what it is, because if you go to McDonald's knowing what you're getting, like, I'd say it does what it does very well, I think.
I agree.
So...
And I'm not ashamed to say that I eat it more than I should.
Yeah, honestly,
especially since I live very nearby McDonald's. Maybe that's why.
Man, you know what's really good in Poland? Polish KFC is really good, actually.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree because I've been to other KFCs across Europe and across the world.
Yeah.
And I agree, Polish KFC is good, but I still, for some reason, just feel ill after KFC.
Yeah, I don't think it's great in general, but like, when I had KFC in Poland, I was like, man, this makes me want to go back home and have KFC. I have KFC at home, like...
Where was I? I was eating KFC. Where was... we were in Iceland with my girl for like vacations. And we're like super hungry, super late at night. The only thing open is KFC. I'm like super hungry. All right, let's try KFC. I even see a Polish language on the menu right there. I order the things that I like. I'm like, okay, this looks good. It was the worst KFC I had in my life. It was so terrible. I couldn't, even the fries were terrible, man. I couldn't eat it. Like we left like half of it. I didn't feel very well after that as well. So definitely cannot recommend KFC in Iceland.
I'll keep that in mind. Very low chance I'm ever gonna have KFC in Iceland, but now I know not to try it.
Hey, maybe if you fly, don't you fly through Iceland, like to Canada, for example?
No, I always fly to London and London wherever.
London has direct, right?
Yeah. London's
good life.
Okay.
That's true.
London
also
or
a very busy airport, no? Yeah. Amsterdam is like #1. It's also a very good airport. I love Amsterdam.
Yeah, well, my local airport flies to London and Amsterdam like combined like 10 times a day, so it's like I can always fly somewhere from there. The downside of that is
how long do you have to go to your airport, though?
Sorry?
How long do you have to travel to your airport, like to your local airport?
Like 30 minute drive.
Oh,
the only downside is if I go through like rush hour traffic, it can be like an hour, but that's like the worst of it.
Every single time I need to take around 2-hour bus to go to my airport because I fly from Berlin.
Yeah, that's grim.
I got used to it, it's just part of my journey.
Part of the travel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this hack of just paying the money to park at the airport as well, so I don't have to like figure out how to get home after now, and I'm like, whoa, I can just walk to my car when I get home and drive back. This is amazing.
Yeah. I also live near a very small airport, but it's like such a small airport that it only like travels to only certain parts of Europe, like London Stansted or whatever that is, and other parts of Europe, but mostly like to Polish cities. So I left a car for the first time at a parking at the airport. Like it felt so good. You know, it's like I didn't have to wait for a bus or anything. It was only like a 30-minute drive by car as well. That was amazing. I wish I could do that more often. You know, just fly from a nearby airport. It felt amazing.
It's funny how easily pleased we are. All right, well, it's Blink from Maxpax, so we're going to go back to some Blink play here for this game number 3.
Yeah, lots of harassment by him, though. Also killed a lot of drones, 6 drones. Oracle's almost dead, but not dead, with lots of energy, surviving. Again, Roach Warren for Solar. I think he found the recipe to victory, you know? Making some roaches, attacking on the other side of the map. Let's see if it's going to work versus the Blink, because this map is not the best to do these kind of roach attacks. There's only like one path to attack, really. The natural base is also quite easily defended with the ramp going up into it. The third base is also kind of in a pocket, so I'm not expecting a Roach, Ravager, Queen attack here, more of a macro focus here. And this Roach is more likely just to survive the later stages of the game, especially on this map. Like Solar is already using the 4th hatchery to get a very close by a gold base, and there's also a 6 o'clock base, which is the second gold base, which is very beneficial to the Zerg player.
So many, excuse me, so many positives as our bottom side of the map begins to get established. Now Roach speed starts up. Lincoln +1 on the way through. Get that all underway. I'm gonna need to
first pressure. Putting down some stasis traps. It's surprising that he's going from this angle. I don't think he can really achieve much. I mean, Maxpax that is, of course, attacking at the natural. It's just a very good defensive spot. But then on the other hand, I guess he could have been trying to attack the 4th hatchery from the other side of the gold base. There's also a big link run by in the natural base of Maxpax, but very well defended by a weapon of Stalkers. And Maxpax is not fooling around, man. Like, he's going full 8 gate, I think. Full 8 gate, no proxy pylon though. He's just trying to break Solar with his Blink Stalkers. Yeah, there's a 4th base on the way.
He's just sending it, man. He is committing, and he wants to get this done right here and now, apparently. So away we go. The Stalker's going to try and push back those roaches a little bit. And yeah, he is really just keeping on this pressure, man. He's just keeping it up at the front.
And this Roach Warren is also in a bit of trouble, possibly, if Maxpax decides to go for it. I mean, Solar is protecting it as much as possible before the roach speed finishes. It's so very close to dying. Solar really needs to save it. One more shot. Oh my god, denied. Jesus Christ. Solar, you needed to like sacrifice one more roach to make it survive. Solar definitely hates his life in this game. He's rebuilt that Roach Warren and start roach speed from the start. And it's not like Maxpax is only offering a couple of Stalkers here. He has plenty of Stalkers, plenty of stasis traps. It's gonna be a nightmare to defend that from Solar. Going down the ramp with speedless roaches into the stasis traps. Terrible.
Yeah, this is not looking too hard as our Stalkers will blink back once again. Obviously, we've got +2 in charge on the way up behind all of that. As so we'll just try and get that infestation bit up. I think Maxpax could do a little bit more trying to like poke in with a Stalker or 2 on that gold base. I feel like you just leave a Stalker there, no?
Exactly, I wanted to point out that as well. Like split 2 or 3 Stalkers from that group behind the gold base, and it makes Solar's life so much harder. Right now, he's basically Solar's getting away with the income that he's not supposed to have with from that gold base, with the amount of pressure and Stalkers that Maxpax is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's really getting more than he should. A couple lings on the other side going to force a warp in. That's not going to be the end of the world, though. Just going to see our Stalkers there, and yeah, he finally does come over. He actually gets a few of the drones before they pull away, which is nice. There still stays towards there, going to catch a bunch of lings initially. Actually still taking some damage too, the +1 missiles and the roach speed continuing up for the moment.
+2 about to finish it. That will make the Stalkers trade much more efficiently versus the Zerg army. Cancels the 5th base, kills the 4th base. Solar back to 3 bases, while Maxpax is expanding to the 5th base. And Solar is going for a Lurker, then 5 on the way. I mean, the amount of pressure that Maxpax is giving Solar while also expanding to 5 bases. This is basically like the hero style, right? The gatewayman style in PvZ. Temple Archives just going down right now at the 9-minute mark. Maxpax is just doing wonderful stuff with the basic gatewaymen that he has.
Yeah, doing all the right things here currently as our Ravagers will poke at the front a little bit as well. Obviously now Stalker's going to fight back. He's going to go back and forth a little while. And again, the approach on the bottom side grab us out as well.
Solar is Solar is struggling to survive. Maxpax is already transitioning into the next step of the game. I mean, if Solar can get to the lurkers, he's gonna maybe stabilize, but Maxpax has so much money right now that he can even warp in enough zealots to trade versus the roaches that are trying to defend the fourth base of Solar. And he can easily trade out these zealots. Easily. They have so much more money now. The lurkers are being exposed by the the stalkers are going to try to snipe them. Solar cannot really split his army enough to defend two places at the same time. He cannot have this efficiency, and Maxpax just slowly, basically for the 5 or 4 consecutive minutes, constantly trading and putting a lot of pressure on the Zerg, and Solar just cannot split his army well enough. And that also comes down to the speed snipe, because that, you know, bought Maxpax so much time before there was a threat of potentially getting chased or, you know, jumped on with this amount of roaches that he had.
Yep, looks as though we are going to have ourselves a pretty comfortable spot here on the side of Maxpax, with Storm on the way up as well, right? So his position really does just keep on improving as well throughout this. Just does not get any worse for him right now. Stalkers come up, they cancel down a couple of lurkers as well, so that's going to be nice too. Looking nice all together.
And Warpism, main base, big warpin. Solar is somewhat ready for it, but not necessarily, right? He's gonna clean up these zealots, but there's also a third base zealot run by. I mean, if Solar cannot defend 3 bases, then that will be a big problem. Maxpax blinks on top of the 4th. Once again, big cancel. Maxpax fully saturated 5 bases, 92 probes. I wouldn't mind even seeing a fleet beacon and a couple of Stargates right now, because Solar definitely cannot afford a Spire and Corruptors on top of that. He can maybe deal with the ground army with the amount of lurkers that he has and the range upgrade, but era transition would be basically death sentence for Solar.
Yeah, no, this is not going to be getting too much prettier at all. As another Storm comes down, the Roach Ravager going to get turned the other way again. And we do see our Stalkers continue to come through. A couple of those Lurkers still in position, just going to fight back a little bit. Turn this around the other way. Again, the Adaptive Talon's going to be coming through with 22 Lings producing. Big beacon building up. Actually blink forward for a Lurker there as well. Just feels like anything Maxpax does right now, he kind of just gets away with, right? I
like what Solar's trying to do. It's not probably going to be successful, but he's trying to mine out the gold minerals and the behind of the Maxpax's base, and basically go for like one big attack, I suppose. But Maxpax is not really allowing him to do that. Solar still needs to stay defensive. I think Solar has basically nothing that he can do that is going to work, because Maxpax is prepared for everything at every single side. He's just trading units, not necessarily super efficiently, but economy really allows Maxpax to throw away more units than Solar can really deal with.
Absolutely.
Mothership.
Yeah, Mothership is building this. I mean, why not? You can do anything you want right now as Maxpax. And Mothership ain't a bad thing to have. Storms are good.
GG.
So they're going to say GG. And Maxpax going to take it 2-1.
Very solid game. Very, very good game by Maxpax. With the amount of pressure that he was putting on Solar, not missing a beat macro-wise, you know, not getting super supply blocks, taking all the bases, doing all the tech. It's very, it looks very simple, very easy from the viewer's perspective, but whenever I try to do that, there's a big supply block, there's a link run by, there's a cancel on my 4th base, it turns out I didn't start +2, my robotics facility is actually blocking my stalkers or something, you know, it's all happening at the same time. Yeah, Maxpax, very, very solid game.
Very solid stuff. Yep, so we're going to go and jump to Korea. I suppose you're going to leave us because we've got TVZ
That's right.
now. So
yeah, I'm a TVZ hater. Yeah. I don't want to see ghosts.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Hope you guys enjoyed my commentary. Subscribe to Wardy, support the tournaments, and hopefully talk to you soon. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty guys, hello, how are we doing? Some shoutouts I got to catch up on. First of all, Woos XD on the Prime sub, thank you so much. Harstem on the 108-month resub, bro, go win some games instead of messing around. Resubbing to me. Ivy with the 5 gifted subs, thank you so much as well. If you got caught in those, amazing. Peanut Butter Jesus as well, dropped the 11-month resub as well, guys. If any of you guys want to go on the tree, just let me know in chat, because I'm just a little bit behind today and I don't have decorations ready, so if you're not bothered, that's all good. If you want to go on, let me know and I'll do it. Otherwise, I'm gonna spend like 10 minutes writing decorations here, and I'm just not prepared. We're gonna swap to Korea for Solar versus Ryung. Get that ready to go. What's happening with Harstem Ryung? That'll be cast at the end, just to make it a little bit better for the Korean players. Yeah, just because we're making it a bit better for the Korean players, we're playing a couple matches at the same time, so that one's just happening. It's already taking place. We'll drop back in on that at a later point, that's all. We'll be back to that later on. Do 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 do. Perfect. Get those videos started, and we'll go into solo versus Ryung. It's going to be solo Ryung, Maxpax versus Harstem, and then we're going to do the Harstem Ryung series from replays at the end, guys. Like I said, just obviously condensing it down a little bit. This group started later in the day, so just trying to get the Korean players finished ASAP. It's 1:40 a.m. for them right now, so them playing their last match already wouldn't have been possible if we did it all one by one, you know? So, yeah. Just trying to make all of that work. Alright, guys. Looks as though we've got maps already. Frost's only going to be map 1. Get this host up. If I can stop messing me around, that would be lovely. Perfect. Solo's just BRB a moment anyways, but we'll get him back. We'll get this going. Get this off. Alright, alright, alright. Put the lobby link in. It's set to go. Alright, like I said, Solo's going to be a moment. Just going to double check everyone's in the lobby. I think we are good for casters. We're just missing Solo, so we'll get Solo back. We'll get this ready to go. Will you let me know if we're short on mods? I don't really have mods, honestly. Mostly just slowly. We mods every now and again when she's here. Chat is honestly usually pretty well behaved, to be honest, you know. Oh, Solo's here. He's just in the... There we go. Fix that. Just wait for Solo to fix his race and we can go. Perfect. Perfect. Let's kick this off. Let's get this going. We're going to jump into the top right side of the map here with our blue Terran player. This is Ryung. And the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Solo. Guys, I just need one moment to take my hoodie off because I'm freaking hot right now. Just give me a second to de-hoodie, and we'll get back to some casting. So a couple of racks coming through. Over again to the upper right side as we get settled in. I'll look to see what's going on. Get ourselves set up for a few moments. It's gonna be seeing a couple of Reapers coming through. The Overlord command still building in. Again, the Overlord slowly making its way towards the upper right hand side. Get this ready to roll. Alright. Couple of Reapers on the way out as ByuN. Important match, I mean, Solo 0-2 in this group, ByuN 0-1, still has to play Harstem after this as well. ByuN, if he wins this, has a chance to advance. ByuN, if he loses this, going to be in a pretty rough spot still. Could become a map score factor. But most likely just not going to be a great time. And that link speed is coming through. The couple of Reapers on the way up. Got all of this settled down for the moment as this game starts to take into action. Reaper going to start to move onto the map as well. It's just going to go straight across the other side. Couple reactors is coming up. Just going to be seeing our, well, reactor and tech lab coming up. Actually, we do have the Reapers on the other side. Going to start poking around a little bit here, so they will try and find some damage. Going to get the creep teamer, which is always nice to slow down. Getting rid of the creep team, it definitely does slow things on your opponent's side, so that's definitely a positive. Gonna see a few things gathering together. Stim pack on the way up. Engineering base coming through as well. Reapers and the Hellions gonna come around this other direction here just for a couple of moments. Just gonna be moving across, see what we can do. See if there's anything to really be done right now. So there's not necessarily going to be, but there is. And a couple of Hellions coming through the Stimpack building. Going to be seeing ByuN get into a very comfortable state of this game for himself in the near future. Just going to get all of that ready to rumble. As the couple of Lings approach the front. The Marines are going to be there to push that back. Hellions will be there as well. It's just going to shove that away. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield. Continuing to produce as well. Starport going to swap on over to our add-on here. And away we will go. Coming through, the Evo chambers coming through, the extractors are building as well. Just going to be having again the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield continuing to build. Our medevacs and marines will still be coming up also. It's just going to be all of that coming through at the moment. Marines and medevacs will start to move on out as the Marines actually do get underneath the Overseer for a couple moments. The Hellions and the Reapers are going to come by as well. Going to be seeing again the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield all coming across. For now, Marine's going to continue after that Overseer for a few more moments. Overseer will die, falling there to the wayside. And with the 1-1 upgrades and the missiles coming through, we'll continue to get that set just for now. I think this is about halfway done with the infestation pit finish, and Solo's tech continues to establish at the moment. Get that underway. Again, 2 upgrades coming up on the side of ByuN, so we bring that through. The couple medevacs and the siege tank coming about also. Roaches will continue to chase, and those marines will have to just back it up and force back into those medevacs, and they will indeed get running the hell out of there. They do not want to be involved any longer. So yeah, they're going to get the hell away as well. They're going to escape out. Marines, tank, medevacs all joining up still. Tank shot gonna go down for a moment or two. Again, 1-1 missile upgrade is about to finish up from Solo. The Bane speed halfway done. The Baneling's on the way out. Things in the hive coming through as well. I'm just going to see a whole bunch of creep continue to come up right about now. And up to as much of that as we can as a couple of crows of bars come in. Albats Marines and the medevacs come over as well. +1, +2 coming on through. Tanks are going to siege. Also shells on the way up. Scan coming down. Hellbats to the front. Marines will begin to set up as well. Going to be seen now. Corrosive Valve's going to drop in once again. Marines just going to have to dodge away. Ultralease Cavern. Lings. Viper. +1 melee, +2 carapace. Also all being added into play here. He's going to step forward. The Ravagers will take a couple of shots. The Ling's going to come through as well. Just continue to set up for a moment or so. Other units going to get into position to also try and help out as best they can. The tank's going to fire from afar. Roaches and Ravagers going to be set there firing. Play for the moment. Shots just keep coming by. The medevacs and the bio just stepping up at the moment here. Banes are going to come through as well. And again, just settle themselves down. He's going to get straight by. I'm just going to go and hit a good run by his 20 SCVs going down, but obviously ByuN is really just focused on attacking at the front. Marines, Marauders gathering up, the tanks gathering as well. Adrenal glands, chitinous plating continues to come through for the moment. So we get all of that on the way. Is going to get on top of that roach drone, so that will go down also. Adrenal glands coming up. The Ultra Catalyst is still building through. Ling Bane, Ultra Ravager going to come for a run forward here as we are going to just go for the break. Stola from the top side as ByuN's army has to just kite backwards. I mean, with Ultras out, I think you really do typically have a defense against this, and that does seem to be the case right now. Looks as though that defense is being made as we speak. So defense is going to come out on top. Obviously, with just pure Marine, just do not think that's going to make a difference here. These Ultras still trying to close the gap, continue to come through. The Ravagers coming up as well. Yeah, good defense by Solo, just resilient and able to get the job done. Solo takes it 1-0 in his favor in this best of 3. I'll get this one hosted straight away here, guys. What's our map gonna be? It was gonna be ley lines for map number 2. So nice I don't have to worry about servers or anything. Plus. Put the lobby link down. We got ley lines ready to go. Get ready to kick this off, guys. Rune versus Solo, game number 2. Could be a very important match in this group at the end of the day. Let's see how it ends up. Right, I'm missing Solo from my lobby to go. Invited in. We'll kick off on the ley lines with this TVZ, guys. Just want to say I appreciate you all hanging out today. Oh, my camera's not having a good time. I'm just going to turn my camera off, guys. It's overheating hard. The heating's on, and it is very warm in this room right now. But yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you guys. I appreciate today's been a bit of a mess on my side. I showed up kind of in all sorts of... I just wasn't really ready to stream mentally when I sat down, and it's definitely been a little bit of an experience today. Kind of moving through in general. But we're getting there. We're making it. At the end of the day, we'll come out the other side, I think, on top. But yeah, just appreciate you guys sticking with me and getting through it with as well. It's been a little bit of a rough one, basically. TLDR. We are diving into game number 2. I appreciate Mana being here as well. He really carried me through those other series. I'm not gonna lie. He really carried me through. Big guy, Mana. Hey, what's up, Illusion85? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to game number 2, and we see what will happen. Obviously, no multi-rack sweep at this time from ByuN, so already seen a little bit of a difference breaking out there. And get that underway. With the Overlord coming across the map initially. Just going to get that on the way. Bringing that through. Overlord to the upper right. Gonna go scouting across for the moment. Gonna get across there and see what we can do and take a couple moments early. We're on ley lines. Heads to the bottom left. Again, just gonna scout in. Couple queens, link speed, building up as well. All of that coming over. As we get settled down, just those few lings going to continue to go after our Reaper for a little bit. CC building, orbital coming through, reactor coming up as well, link speed. Queen, Overlord, need to come about. And that link speed just continues to build on up. Queen coming in, hatchery coming through. Ourselves settled into this for the moment as the link speed will finish very shortly. Just going to be having that factory coming by as well. Command center coming over. Continue to get that on the way. And I'm actually going to see something different here from ByuN with the extra factory and Magfield Accelerator starting up, so that's going to be coming through. Just getting that on the way in for the moment. Get that settled here right now. We've seen our again, Magfield, the Inflammatory Igniter all coming through. Continue to get set up for the moment. Get this underway. There's a couple of Marines get rid of a Ling. Obviously pretty passive game as we just take our chance to get into the get into this mech style. We'll see what Solar does about it, see if he has any kind of serious response to this or if he's just kind of let it go by. See if he has anything in particular he wants to be approaching this, or any particular way that he wants to be trying to approach this, basically. As well fight, a few drones going down. Damage being done. Again, Hellions will come about. Cyclones are going to come over. We've seen that army chasing around a little bit there. Just trying to get something done. I mean, obviously this battle mech style can be pretty aggressive from the start. That's one of the benefits of it, and that's kind of what we're seeing a little bit here. Cyclones lock, continue to chase. And we lock through. The Queens, the Roaches will continue to go down. Country will take a little bit more damage as well as Cyclones continue to get to work. Just for the moment, as we do have the country continue to come through. And again, those Cyclones continue to get locked on, and those Roaches keep on dropping. A couple of SCVs fell as well so far. Again, damage really does just continue up for the moment here as our... Now, Army of ByuN has done very well. Solar's in trouble. He's got a lack of drones. He just have a lack of army. He's trying to make his way in towards the infestors. I'm not sure if that's really going to do much for him, to be honest. Not really immediately convinced at all. I think Solar's in some trouble here in this game number 2. I mean, he is up a game at least, but this has the potential to end up going to a game 3. Ravage still coming about. Barracks still moving around as well. Army is coming up through the top here from Solar. The Cyclone's going to be there. A couple of lock-ons coming through. A couple of Lings going down. Festers are going to come across also as we do see Solar basically just going to send it. I mean, this is where his one chance is really going to come from. Let's see how it goes for him. Let's see if it's going to be good enough. We do have our army again. I mean, again, a couple of kills initially. Obviously, the value of this army from ByuN is being able to kite back. Bungles typically would stop that, but the Infestors have used all that energy now, so like I say, if there's an opportunity, it's coming soon. As the Ling Ravager continues about. We've seen those Ravagers hitting the front. SCVs will start to fall as well, but that's the fourth base of ByuN. Like, Solar needs to do so much here to be okay. He's just spamming units behind this as well, so this is all committed to the here and the now for Solar. Those Lings are coming to come over. Those Cyclones are still dropping. 10 more Roaches, a few Lings all coming through as well, so we continue with all of that. At the moment here, those Lings still trying to get through the Cyclones. Trying, but not really succeeding. Well, the Hallion's going to come to the front as well. Going to hit at the entry there, and going to do an okay job of that. I like it. I like it. And the Cyclone's still trading about as well. Again, doing everything that we can right now to try and make this happen. Is it enough? I mean, honestly, the supplies are getting closer and closer, and I do think ByuN was just too far ahead initially for this to actually end up going badly for him, so I think we're going to have ByuN looking very, very good here in this game. The defense, to me, seems to have been made. Can Solar get, I mean, basically, KLJR can Solar do it with reinforcements at this point, and I guess I'm just not sure if he really is going to do it with reinforcements, honestly. I don't think he actually has enough. I do not think he does. I think this one is done and dusted. Yeah, game 3 is very exciting. Game 3 is very exciting, actually, as Solar dives through again. Maybe we won't get a game 3 because suddenly ByuN's army does not look as pretty. I really keep feeling as though ByuN is held. And then Solar has one more surge that just looks so much better. Really? Really? Not going to get the job done here? Cyclone's coming about. Just such a close, honestly, such a close game. ByuN's going to get it. Wow, Solar leaves while up in supply, but just obviously feels like he doesn't have the momentum to actually get the job done. That was wild. I really kind of went both ways on that one. Didn't know who was actually going to come through victorious until quite close to the end. That is going to do it, though. GG's, and we will wrap up on that one from ByuN. He ties it, and we go to game 3. Whew. All right. Jillian Jedi, thank you so much for the 83-month resub. Being called upon to weigh down the Green Menace. I will get you a decoration on the tree ASAP. I will even put the camera back on. Whoa. Maybe it'll chill out a bit now. Alright. You understand the GG? I feel like he should keep going, but I think he thought he'd just been overwhelmed. Where's the map's gone? Ultra love. Jillian Jedi, thank you so much for joining the tree. I'm sorry if I missed one of you guys on the tree. If you subbed and you feel very passionate about it, probably remind me tomorrow, actually, because I'm genuinely pretty much out of decorations. Yeah. Just remind me. My head's just not in a great place trying to sort things out today. We'll get there, though. GG's, go-go's. We're ready to go into game 3, guys. Let's do that. Let's kick this off. Thank you so much for watching. We've got so many people tuning in today. God, the viewership's actually through the roof. On YouTube as well, it's been pretty good as well. So many. Did Home Story Cup happen already? Sorry, I've had YouTube chat minimized. I apologize. Yes, Home Story Cup happened last weekend. I'm saving Starcraft. Thanks for everything you do. No worries. Thank you so much for watching the Starcraft. Always helps. Not last weekend, weekend before that. God, where are the days going? The days keep disappearing away from us as well, guys. Ah! Yeah. Alright, we're going in game on Ultra Love to decide this series between Solar and ByuN. Let's go. Sol in the top right and Ryung in the bottom left. Guys, I'm going to do one concentrated sellout segment for today, right now. We've been pretty much just focused on the cast and me trying to get my head around things, so it is important we do a little sellout here simply because this is a Warditv tournament. This is one of our $7,000 of tournaments going on this month. This one has $1,600 prize pool attached. So it's very important for me to come out and basically ask you guys, you know, if you do have a sub or you're feeling generous or you just want to support the channel in general, to do consider subscribing or supporting or donating or any of the things. These tournaments do not happen without you guys. The more that you guys support, the more that we can put money back into the community and into more tournaments as well. Our goal is to always be basically just, you know, putting on tournaments as many as possible. So if you guys want to help us out with that and want to help us out with continue to support and by subscribing and all the rest of it, it really is appreciated and it really does go such a long way. So this is my one sellout of the day. And even if you can't afford to sub or whatever, you can subscribe to free on YouTube. You can follow for free on Twitch. You can like the YouTube stream today. So many ways to follow for free. Keep watching the ads. They help out massively as well. So, you know, it's not just about giving money. I appreciate you guys being here and giving me your view today too. Obviously, keep on coming back. Tomorrow is my day off this week, but I'll be back Saturday for a big stream Saturday, by the way. Masters Coliseum into the 2v2 tournament. And then Masters Coliseum on Sunday as well. So we're back Saturday and Sunday for more Starcraft. So yeah, TLDR, if you're enjoying the games and you want to keep on seeing more Warditv events, do just consider supporting. Like I say, there's lots of ways to support. It does not have to necessarily just be free money. Do the things. We appreciate it. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Low FPS for 1 second, guys. I just remembered I have to fix something. Alright. I fixed it. Yeah, 2v2 tournament on Saturday as well. Grab a mate, come and sign up, come and play. I'd love to see some of you guys taking part. Yeah, 2v2 on Saturday should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a good time. As we get set up, Dominator, thank you so much for the 46-month resub, by the way. I appreciate it as always, dude. Always great to see you. See your name in chat and dropping the love in the sub. Thank you very much. If you have a video game you're developing, you should get rewarded to play it too. We actually have another Twitch bounty to do. I didn't accept it yet because I think I want to kind of accept it over the weekend to do it throughout the week next week so I can just pick a stream that has good viewership. But that's also going to be pretty fun, I think. So yeah, we got some bounties coming through. We played some Marvel Rivals yesterday. It was actually pretty fun as well. Oh yeah. Of Hellions coming about, drones and queens coming through, tech lab on the way, orbital command building. Oh my god, you guys are using bits to have an on-screen celebration. I didn't even know that that was a thing. Wow. I've literally never seen that before. Anne Hathaway dropping 360 bits to throw some emotes on the screen. That's actually wild. I've literally never seen that. I was like, whoa, how do I have that thing that some streamers have where the emotes fly across the screen? I was like, wait, someone's giving me money for that. Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. It's funny. I honestly just looked over and saw one flying around. I was so surprised. Blood barracks coming through, refineries coming up. Hellions will poke about and a creep teamer will take some damage as we just have our queens continuing by. The engineering base is still coming online. So a lot of that coming through as well at the moment. Lings will patrol away on the natural. As we just take a little bit of time here. Continue setting up for the moment. Couple queens will hang around. Again, the creep team is pressing forward. The Hellions are going to be there to try and help push back as well. Entry coming in. Again, just seeing our lab building up. Drones on the way. Queen coming through. The siege tank marines, 1-1 in combat shield. All producing through as well at the moment. Pretty much every streamer disabled that. I mean, honestly, my chat doesn't do stuff like that often. If someone wants to pay $1 to put some emotes on the stream, I don't feel like that's such a bad thing. Reynor with the raid. Welcome, Reynor viewers. How you doing? Hello, hello. Playing game 3 of Solar vs. Rung here in the Warditv Christmas Invitational Group C. In the midst of a big stream because we had Group B early today as well, so we've done some back-to-back streams at the moment. Here's what's going on. Welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you guys had a wonderful time with Reynor and whatever he was playing or doing. I raided Reynor the other day, right? I feel like I raided Reynor playing some Protoss on the ladder. I think. So hard to remember these things. Ivy on a second round of gifted subs today. You played one game as today? Amazing. Big steps, big steps. Ivy, thank you so much for another 5 gifted subs on top of the 5 earlier on. I will get you on the tree. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. These ones I'm going to get a chance to read out. So going out to 17, Speed Cannon, Frostfire 017, Alistair TSE2, and Nicolay S. Thank you so much. Reynor won't play in the 2v2 tournament with you. Reynor, you're not going to play in the 2v2 tournament with Slowly? Bro. What the hell? You're telling me you have something better to do on a Saturday evening than to play 2v2 with Slowly? That is unbelievable. Unless your Mars Coliseum group is that day. In which case, slightly excused. Please don't put me on your tree. Okay, Basika, thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. I'll happily oblige to not put you on the tree because I need decorations and I'm going to have to go to the shop tomorrow to get some. Well, Helen is, depending on which of us goes shopping. Because one of us will have to be on Ellie Watch. You would watch just for Slowly? I would watch just for, yeah, just for Slowly as well, honestly. Slowly show match when, question mark. Marines tanks moving up. Hellbat's going to be in play here as well as Rung steps forward. Put you up. You subbed today, Raro. Did I not get you, buddy? I feel like I put you on. No? You subbed really early on, no? Am I crazy? I will get you, bud. You like to support me, but you're Jewish? That's absolutely no worries, mate. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. GG upgrades coming in on either side. Ultra Cavern coming through. Rung once again, one of these big attacks. Massive counter though from Solar. That's going to do a lot right there. As we just go through the other side, the Marine's going to be there as well. Siege tank continues to come about. Well, bats are going to set up. And again, those 2-2 upgrades continuing in at the moment. So bringing the 2-2 up and running, getting that underway. Ling Bang going to continue to run across. We do have the Hellbats, the Marines going to be there to try and fight back at least a little bit. So some kind of damage being done as the Lings continue to play a wraparound. That siege tank is going to get caught as well. So all the Lings continue to get going. The Ling Bane coming over as well. Tanks are going to fire. Can be seen as Queen's backing it up. Ultra's still coming through. Adrenal glands also building. Marines and Hellbats still step through. Just going to have ourselves everything else gathering in. Ling Bane coming up as well. I mean, your own supply is still very good here. Solar does not start to stabilize, I will worry a little bit for him, honestly, sooner rather than later. It's getting to that point where I feel like he needs to start being a little bit more secure as the ByuN continues to kite back. Ultras, Queens coming through. We continue to kite away pretty nicely there, so just getting back for the moment. Let's continue down this side. Marines are going to get there immediately. Those Lings go down. They do not stand a chance. 3-3 upgrades coming up on the side of Ryung. So Ryung continues into the 3-3. The Liberators are still producing through. Siege tank, Marines, all of that being brought up at the moment here as the army continues to chase across to the left. Ryung's army will try and run. A lot more Marines going to turn around and try and fight. The Marines load back into medevacs. Peeling away one more time. And just trying to stay out of trouble. A few more medevacs just loading up and moving off to the edges. Marines come back over again. Army's still getting chased about a little bit. And you see the Ling Ultra coming over too as the Marines will continue to fight. Another Baneling trying to step forward. This hatchery goes down, but Solar has base in the top left, so it's not super concerning. He's got the base in the far left that goes down. He just didn't get there in time to play the protection on that one, so unfortunately doesn't get much out of that. And the 3-3 coming through. The +1 vehicle weapons is on the way in as well. The Ultras, Lings, just going to eat their way through some of these rocks and open up this area of the map, try and make a way down to the bottom left-hand side. For the moment, those Liberators stay sieging. The tanks are setting up as well. +3 melee, +3 carapace, continue to come up. A little bit of bio moving around again, the +3 attack because of shells coming through. A few more drones going down. This hatchery going to start taking some damage actually. So Hatch in some trouble. Top left-hand side. If you lose that as Soul, you might end up in quite a bit of a big problem here actually. Ultra still running through. Bio's going to turn around and stim onto this as well. Ultra is doing good against the Ultras, but I mean, Ryung loses 19 SCVs. Obviously, his third was pretty important to the grand scheme of things here. He kind of needed that. That was pretty important. It's pretty rough to not have that anymore as see the Liberator still trying to fight back a little bit. Trying to shoot back the other direction. You have again 3-3 coming up. The +1 flyer attack is on the way in also. All of that still coming through. A few more Lings going to head down the bottom side. That's 6 o'clock base where we're going to jump onto some SCVs and some mules. Rang just trying to stabilize his economy, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to be good enough. Ghost, Marine, Siege Tank all continue to build in. Both gathering up. Prep is going to get there. Medevac going to go down, so that gets cleaned out already. A lot more Lings still coming through as well, by the way, so we keep going with this. Units coming up. Again, Bane's Lings, +1 flyer attack upgrade in production at the moment. We keep that going in. The army going to come back around to the center. A couple more Zerglings will be felled. They're still trying to do their thing, just pushing up into the middle. I mean, it is Solar who's going to initiate this fight. 5 Dropper Lords also on the way, so Solar is looking to really initiate a fight here in the next few moments. He wants to send it. and try and make something happen. So yeah, Solar is getting ready to go on that one. Because that would be the current expectation based on how this is going. We'll dive through, and we are going to start heading straight forwards as we are just going to commit. I mean, it's a narrow choke point. That's not really the prettiest of fighting positions, and Solar's fight there is not going to go well at all. Ling's already dropping into the main base as we speak as well, so that is happening. Fire coming through, just pushing around a little bit there. And those Lings in the main base continue to do their thing. And doing very well for the moment. Comes up. Patrick going to be taking some damage. Liberators are going to get sieged as well. Ultra coming over, going to try and take position 2 and try and help out. I mean, ByuN pushes forward with some ferocity, but on creep I just feel like he eventually gets cleaned out. The Banes are going to crash through. Corruptor's cleaning up in his army as well. It's got to be also just a pretty big factor here. And that's going to be that. GG, Solar takes a 2-1 in this best of 3. So Solar takes a 2-1 victory. Up next, we are going to head into, that's right, Maxpax versus Harstem. Before we go there, I've got Ivy, I've got Dominator, and I've got Reynor ready to go on the tree. I don't know if I put you on earlier, Reynor, so we can just try again. For some reason, I wrote you differently to the others. Make it awkward for myself. But focus, I can't get my screen open right now. Actually, kind of is. Beautiful. Alright. Welcome to the tree. Beautiful. Alright, we're going to head into next map in just a couple. Gonna go to Europe. So Solar is gonna take that one. That's gonna make it a lot rougher for ByuN to advance. ByuN gonna be at 0-2. Solar at 1-2. Harstem at 1-0. Maxpax 2-0. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting place. Check if our players are set of the need to be. Almost done. Alright, yo, Krugerson! Can't hold us sucks. Is it Christmas again already? Indeed it is, man. Indeed it is. Thank you so much for the 106-month resub, buddy. That's a big one. 106. Don't see many of those around these parts of town. Damn, that is a nutty resub, honestly. You just check the players getting sorted. Looks good, perfect. Let's tie this up and get this going. Ferguson, thank you so much for the 106-month resub. I gotta really try and reach around to find some good branches lately. Let me check if our friendship is still alive. Yo, Epi35 on the 100-month resub. My goodness, that's a crazy one. I'll get you on the tree as well. Players are in the lobby. We are good to go into this PvP, which is going to be pretty darn important for this group at the end of the day. Very important match right now. Set this up and get this going. I had a bit of Christmas tree in my mouth. I don't know how you managed that one, but I was about to go hang this one on the tree. I haven't written their name on it. Amazing. Epi, thank you so much as well. Some big resubs, guys. People who've been here. I mean, we're talking about like 8+ years on those. Like, that's crazy. 8 coming up to 9, threatening 10. Those are some ridiculous length resubs. Thank you, Epi, for the 100 months. What big 100. The big 100. Oh, can I reach anywhere without standing up? I'm feeling lazy. Oh, nailed it. If you're on the tree, can you put me on the inside main stem? You like to expand then defense it and not be exposed. Peanut Butter Jesus, I did not get you because I think you were, yeah, I think you were just in the period where I was co-casting with people, but I will get you on the tree later on and I will put you in the middle. I'll put you as deep as I can. I'll make sure your position is not compromisable easily. Alright, Maxpax top left, Harstem bottom right. Best of 3 PvP continues through right here. Probe starts to go toward the upper left-hand side. It's going to start journeying up over there for a few moments. Probe on a bit of a journey to start out with. A couple of assimilators coming through. Gates on the way up. Probes are a building as it gets settled in. For the foreseeable future. So yeah, gateways coming about. Probes building online. A lot of that just coming straight through. Again, Cybercore coming up on both sides. Just got a gateway coming up from Harstem. Means he's going to go 2 gates while Maxpax will go for the one. Harstem messaged me earlier. He said, I am convinced I am going to take at least a map off of Maxpax today. He said he felt today was the day. He smelt it, he said. Trying to see if Harstem's nose is as clever as his Starcraft. I don't know where I'm going with this one. You know, sometimes it's just good to admit you don't know what's going on and just to bail sooner rather than later. I think that was absolutely one of those moments. Like, sometimes it's just better to accept you've gone too far on something and you just don't know where it's going to turn into. Yeah, we will just put our hands up and accept that one. When is Ryung Harstem? That will come up after this series. That was played a little bit earlier on, so we'll be casting the replays of that, but will come up after this match. So yeah, straight after this PvP, we'll go Ryung Harstem. I say straight after like a 2-minute break, most likely. I'm just going to see that probe moving about. Nexus coming through. The Oracle coming online as well. We get settled in here for a couple of moments. Just going to see the couple of Stalkers going to come back over this direction and fire away a little bit. Back and forth. Nothing too crazy just yet. Oracle is there for Maxpax to help defend, but Harstem is obviously full power right now. He's got that gateway coming up on the left as well, so going to be fully sending this. He's kind of drained the battery energy already, which is a very good start, but there's obviously a lot more to be done to be truly in a great position from this kind of a scenario, so we'll see what more we will get done. See what the plan kind of becomes here over the next little bit. As the army of Harstem is looking pretty good numbers-wise, but there's the first Void Ray. If Harstem can stop that Void Ray from being connected to the batteries, but yeah, he's going to have to run down the ramp again, so now the Void Ray can defend with batteries behind it. I think that's going to be very important, actually. I think that's going to do a lot. As our Stalkers come back up this ramp. I think more Stalkers gather together. We look to press forward maybe a little bit. The Void Ray moves back. The Stalkers pull back. Force fields go down. Stalkers take a step in and get a sentry kill. Nice to grab that really easily. I just don't know if we're going to do enough. We're targeting down a full energy battery, which is not a bad idea, I don't think. Now the Void Ray does not have healing. maybe that's where Harstem can make something happen, but he's got to go now because the second Void's about to show up. Now, there's another battery about to finish. Maxpax always has the next battery along. Oh my goodness, what a stasis ward on the other side. Surely Harstem just has to go like now. It's double prismatic alignment. We actually cancel it as Maxpax because he realizes he's in a bit of danger. Maxpax doesn't have a lot of support. Like, honest, I still feel like Harstem can maybe do this. The batteries are not coming up in the prettiest of places for Maxpax. Like, I still have a bit of belief for Harstem's attack right now. He cancels another battery. Like I say, these two batteries... I love the battery on the high ground from Maxpax. I feel like that's such an obvious addition. I'm sort of surprised it took him so long to build that, but... Actually, I'm very surprised it took him so long to build that. Because I feel like that's a much easier place to defend. I mean, maybe he just really wanted to focus defending the natural. Now he loses the natural. This goes to one base versus one base. Maxpax is going to have a pretty tech-heavy army. Harstem is going to be having a very Stalker-heavy army, so a very mobile army once he gets to Blink, which is where he's going with the Twilight Council on the way. So Harstem is effectively broken through the natural. Escapes up that right-hand side. Yo, Robology13, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you. As we settle down for a couple of moments here. Try to get back on track, I suppose, just for a little bit. Voidray, Immortal. I mean, there's a lot of very tech-heavy units on the side of Maxpax. Now, that's engageable from Harstem's army, but you've got to be careful, because you pick the wrong fight, you don't get rid of the Immortals quickly enough, and this can go very wrong very quickly, so... Definitely something to worry about there. Void's going to activate on the other side. Actually, Harstem does not have much at home to defend at all. What a lovely counterattack. Oh, that's actually kind of nuts, because if Harstem loses his production, that'd be very bad for him. I mean, he could recall, but he doesn't want to give up the low ground position, so he's just trying to fight this off with as little as possible, basically. He's just trying to do this with the bare minimum. It's not a terrible idea, to be fair. I think there's a lot of, definitely a lot of sense behind that. That Blink's still coming through, Nexus coming up. So Fire Voids get turned the other direction. Just going to be seeing the Voids activating again. A couple of Stalkers going down. There's one Void Ray. Here's Void Ray number 2 in a moment or so. Going to be dropping as well. So Harstem will clean up the Void Ray. Stalkers on the other side still stationary. The Stasis Ward goes off for a good chunk of workers again. There's been many points in this game where the Stasis Wards have done a lot to Harstem's mineral line. If he hadn't had so much stopped mining, he might have been in a much better position, obviously. And this is still a fascinating little situation, if you ask me, because we are right now set up on, you know, a game where we're basically watching Maxpax have that very tech army, and again, Harstem have that very blink-heavy army. What's going to be interesting is what if Maxpax gets to... Yeah, what if Maxpax gets to Blink himself? Then is Harstem just in a worse position? I mean, then he's basically going to be playing off more Stalkers, right? He'll always have a higher Stalker count, would be the guess. And as we actually do successfully elevate it down, so Harstem has to leave. Loses the Sentry, that gets caught immediately. Maxpax, I'm surprised how caught off guard Harstem is about that, honestly. Didn't think that was going to be such a surprising kind of pushdown, but... Yeah, loses power to one pylon and a gateway on the left side. Access immediately from Maxpax. Harstem is on an expansion. He took on the 3rd base location, so he has an expansion available. So he is already mining off of another base, which is important because we're at the point in the game where the main will start to mine out. So already having that, even if you don't have a worker lead, can be impactful. Harstem again trying to say, well, hey, I've got the Stalker advantage. Maybe I can do something. Observer coming out. Maxpax, I think, just cancelled his Dark Shrine. I think maybe he just saw that there was a robo or so. So he says, okay, I'm not going to catch you off guard with that. So moves away from it. Blink coming up, the Nexus coming online. I mean, big attack from Maxpax where he really does still just have the advantage in terms of army quality. That's a good force field. Prism not far enough forward, so we will catch ourselves a Stalker there. It's a pretty good positive for sure. As the units load back up into that Prism. Going to try and step around. The Immortal and the Stalker still coming together. Going to move back over to that right-hand side now instead. It's going to blink up. Prism goes down. Voidray going to activate. A few of those Stalkers are still going to end up dropping as well. Going to come back through though. Harstem confident to push forward. I love the Guardian Shields. It's going to be a major advantage as he is going to trap the Immortals in the front. His own Immortal there to pack a punch, and he is able to keep it alive so far. Does he keep that Immortal alive all the way? Yes, he does. Harstem cleans it up. He's going to get the Void Ray too, and Harstem is going to get everything of Maxpax. Equal work is it's just a straight up army supply advantage for Harstem in this game now. Eats an over Stasis Ward coming back. Can kill off this pylon, which apparently was blocking the Nexus, I think. And he can expand. Wow. Go, Harstem, go. That's wild. Prism on the way up. I mean, Maxpax's entire army got reset. No Immortals, no Void Rays. He just finished one Immortal right now. Harstem took that engagement very well. As you have the Stalkers approaching the front, coming into say hello and to see what's up. Again, Nexus coming through. The couple of probes are coming about. Stalker production continues. Pylon, Sentry, Stalker all on the way through as well. And a little bit of cleanup on that one as our Stalkers blink in. That's going to be a dead Immortal. That did not last very long at all. It's fair to say that this is going extremely well for Harstem, and that is going to be GG. Harstem takes game number 1 over Maxpax. He said he would, and he delivers. This man does not lie to his caster acquaintances. That's amazing for Harstem, map score-wise as well. Yeah. Could be a factor. I'm thinking map score a lot because the way this group is set up, there's definitely some tiebreaker potential, right? There's definitely something there. Harstem says nobody beats Harstem 28 times in a row. Surely he's not lost 28 maps in a row against Maxpax. I feel like Harstem should have taken some maps, right? Surely. Oh my god. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 17, 19, 21. There's actually only 22 maps in a row, I'll have you know, Harstem. He hasn't taken a map off of Maxpax since April of 2023. How many games would it take me to get one map off of Maxpax? It's not even a question, mate. Maxpax would stand no chance. There's a reason I don't play anymore. I wanted to give the other guys a chance to foster a competitive scene, you know? Alright, Harstem takes a 1-0 lead. Can he win the series, though? That's a good question, isn't it? It's a very good question. Can he turn this into a series victory? I believe, honestly. I'm a believer. He hadn't played that first game very well, to be honest. Apart from the Stasis Wards that got a lot done, that was the real down part of that, but apart from that, I feel like he played it very well. Cybercore comes up, Gateway is going to start, so we get that all underway. And Stargate building from Maxpax, we get that on the way out, we get that up and rolling here. Salad is going to come through, hit that probe a little bit. But just a couple moments as well. Take a few moments to settle on down. Stop is coming down to the bottom. It's going to come straight across here right away. As we have our sentries, the Oracle, continue to come up for a little bit. And we have our Nexus coming by. And we having our Void Ray coming up. Get settled in. Just going to see a couple of Stalkers going to pop. Going to hit that Oracle a little bit as well. It's just going to get some damage there. Oracle will take a few shots of damage. Stalker's going to keep on trying to trade a little bit. Blink on the way through, obviously on the side of Harstem. He is again that blink up and running for the moment. Just going to get that straight through. It's going to be a little bit of a faster blink from Harstem as Maxpax has the Void Ray that will approach the front, obviously playing that Stasis Ward as well. It's going to be something he can make do with in his favor, so that should help quite a bit. Let's just have our Guardian Shield going to pop up. Stalker's going to be protected by that. The Void Ray and a few other Stalkers trying to step forward as well. Maxpax already kind of applying pressure here, but remember, Harstem has the faster blink, so he can maybe make something of that if Maxpax sticks around for, you know, a moment too long or so. That could be a possibility to bounce back as Harstem. And coming in on both sides. The Nexus coming through from Maxpax. It's a nice Stasis finally catching. Just as Harstem feels as though he might be able to move out onto the map a little tiny bit, his opponent says, no, you cannot. It's a little unfortunate as the rest of the Stalkers gather together. And blink coming up on both sides here. Stalker's Oracle and the Void Ray coming back across for a couple of moments. Going to be seeing Maxpax getting a Pylon cancel here. Both players will go to a third base. Both players have Blink right now as Harstem has a lot of sentries. Gets hit by a Revelation. Can easily get rid of the Void Ray, and I love the Guardian Shield. Guardian Shield does so much for you in these fights. It really can't be underestimated just how good Guardian Shield is. Like, it trades so well As Harstem actually gets another decent pick off there to start off with right there, so not a bad beginning. Next is coming up, couple probes, Stalker on the way out as well, our Forge coming by. This game is going to be seeing Harstem coming out of this big stasis and kind of needs to survive through this. I think he's going to be, honestly, I mean, we have to target the sentry initially. No! Blah. That's horrible. Walking into another stasis is really not it. Harstem, why? God damn it. The year of stasis wards, it really is, isn't it? Like, stasis wards right now are just so ridiculously consistently good. GG's, we go 1-1 between Harstem and Maxpax. We go to a game 3 to decide this series. Well, Harstem got a map. We'll have Maxpax hosting game 3 for us here in just a second, guys. Get this up and running. Ultra Love going to be our map, actually. Perfect. Most underrepresented spell in the game. I don't know if it's underrepresented. I just think it was made better recently. Now we're seeing it be even better, obviously. Get ready to jump in. GLHF and GG gets called. And we're going to go to the top right-hand corner of the map to start this off. Maxpax will be in the top right. Harstem will be in the bottom left. Game number 3 getting underway. And Harstem do it here on Ultra Love. It's going about, Assimilators coming through. Second gateway coming online. Maxpax is just playing the single gateway. No surprises there at all. As he gets a map with a ramp, so obviously one of the maps which Maxpax typically does like a lot. Prime Harstem is greater than Maxpax. Isn't Harstem always in his prime? That's why it's always the year of Harstem, you know? Probe going to chase the other probe around. A couple stalkers in the warp gate coming up. Stargate is going to go down. Just going to put that in position. And Zell going to come across there as well. Going to go for that probe. Just going to get another slice off. We slice and we dice. Get a lot done. Getting some damage dealt during that one. The warp gate's continuing through. The Stargate's still building. Nexus coming by. So we get this all going. And then battery coming through, the pylon coming up. We got this underway. couple more Stalkers going to shoot. We are going to be seeing the pushback there. Zell going to take a few more shots. Probe going to take a few more shots as well. I mean, again, a couple more gateways coming online as we speak. We keep that all building up right now. We've seen the shots coming through. A couple of Stalkers taking some hits. Void and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Nelson trying to poke at the front. Obviously, he is just going for this full gateway pressure one more time. This is on a ramp, though, and I always feel like when you're trying to break up a ramp with this, it's just going to be so difficult. He's going to get up, but man, he's going to lose so many Stalkers. Probes are going to block as well. Going to try and get the Void Ray right now. I mean, he has gotten rid of Stalker Count, which does a lot of kind of getting rid of what your opponent's working with. He just doesn't have the damage on the Void Ray, and the Force Field comes down now as well. That can't possibly be good for Harstem. I think he just dies here, right? He just lost too much. He gets trapped in the main base. I think so. Damn. Maxpax wins it 2-1. GG's. Yeah, I've got hiccups, sorry. Alright. I still have hiccups, god damn it. Today is not my day. Harstem versus Ryung. I think Ryung has to 2-0 Harstem. If he 2-0s their equal map score, and then Ryung wins on the head-to-head. If Ryung goes 2-1, then I believe Harstem will be through no matter what. So basically, Harstem needs a map. Yeah, I believe Harstem needs a map. Is what it's going to come down to. Why have I got pickups, man? Has today's stream not been kind of just rough enough already? Why? 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 God damn him. God damn it. Well, I'm just gonna hiccup for the rest of the day, apparently. Ay. Alright. I think we're missing one person. Who's not here? Rex. Let's get them ready to play. Harstem vs. Ryung, like I said. I'm going crazy today, honestly. I'm pretty sure all this comes down to is that we just need, I'm pretty sure all this comes down to is Harstem just needs a map. I'm pretty sure that's going to be how it works. I'm going to hold my breath when we do the countdown and just see if that helps. Hiccup situation. Try casting upside down for a little while. Actually, I should try doing the mass swallowing. That usually works for me. All right. Let's get this one going. As we are going to start off in the bottom left-hand side of the map with our blue Terran player from Vitality. This is ByuN. Taking on in the top right, our green Protoss player. We've got ourselves Harstem. Game 1 of this best of 3, like I say, Harstem needs a map. If he gets a map, he is through. Now, this was played early on as well, so actually the players don't necessarily know what the scenario is to kind of advance when this was played, so that's actually kind of nice from our point of view. Because, yeah, it just means the players are not kind of like, oh, I lost the map or something, and then it's just over, just in case it happens like that. If Harstem wins the first map, ByuN is not just going to be like, oh, it's over. Obviously, like I say, at the time of playing, the players are just not aware of that, so... As we get settled down, just going to be seeing our barracks finishing on the top side for a couple of moments. Get that straight up. It's going to be a Marauder on the way, so pretty aggressive start here from ByuN. Gonna go for the Marauder proxy. Definitely a unique way to try and get us going, to be fair. Gonna be seeing the first Marauder already out. Awesome. His defense, well, by accounts coming up. And his defense has, he's got a battery, which, to be fair, a lot of the time is more than you can ask for, right? So, just having a battery is pretty nice. He's completely blind. He has no idea what's happening. He does not know it's a proxy. So, being very greedy with his build, man, I was talking about this earlier, where Harstem can be a bit of a greedier player, and this is definitely an example of that right now. Great, starting to show a little bit as... And the Twilight Council coming up. We do have the couple Marauders in SCV going to come pressing forwards as well. Now some Marines too, because we actually had a barracks back at home pumping Marines. There's a lot of units. Harstem sees it now, gets concussive shelled because he had no idea what was about to happen. Turns out not being prepared for this does not exactly bode well for you. We've seen the ByuN going to go for the front, try and see what we can do. I mean, this is a crazy fight with the Cobalt Force Fields coming down. Probes have to pull. Probes get a good surround. We're going to lose 8 workers. The couple of Stalkers trying to fight back. Second battery finishes just in time to do some healing. That was actually very necessary. Oh my goodness. As the Marauders are still going to try and go through for that Stalker. The Stalker's still taking a whole bunch of damage here. Let's have ourselves the Probe still fighting away. 11 workers going down. ByuN's supply. I mean, ByuN's pretty committed to this as well, I think it's fair to say, right? Like, ByuN's attack is... I mean, you can see it, right? Like, he's only on 19 Probe back at home. His command center's done on the natural, but... yeah, he has put workers to make this happen in the first place, which is definitely a factor that will now be working against him, unfortunately. 19 probes go down. I mean, if he wasn't so committed to it to make it happen in the first place, this might have still been okay. This might have been more than enough, but right now, don't think that's the case. Bio Army is going to try and poach at the front. We actually do have the Stalkers going to intercept a Marauder over there. We have more units over here that Harstem has to try and figure out and move through against. I mean, the Stalker's doing very well. Now they have Blink. It's so much easier to get the kills with the bio units, so that's definitely going to help you. I mean, that's a big step in the right direction. Continue across. I mean, I'm going to be seeing 3 more pros going down, but this is finally going to be the cleanup. Harstem is going to defend here. We have made a hold happen somehow, some way. This was definitely not looking easy. This was not looking simple. Harstem will move over here now, but the barracks is long gone. It's flying out of there, so there's no more units kind of hanging around. And Harstem is actually going to take control of this. Army supply is good. Work count isn't brilliant, but let's start to fix that now, I suppose. Way better situation than I ever thought we were going to have. Kind of crazy that this became as playable as it did, to be honest. Yo, Pizza, thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime Cross. Papa for the 28-month resub as well. I appreciate it. A couple of Marines going to fly away at the hallucination there. As these Stalkers get ready to blink up into the main base. Going to go for the siege tank right away. Stalkers continue through. The SCVs are going to continue to chase. SCV is still really trying to make a play for it. Trying to do whatever they can. As the SCVs will fight. I mean, Harstem gets a good few workers though, and I think that's important because obviously this game had not necessarily been going super well for him. So, I mean, it had been, but like, it's always nice to get across and be like, okay, my economy maybe wasn't in the best place possible, so to be able to kind of reset your economy a little bit definitely does a lot for you. +1 stim and combat shields coming through. Bay Nexus probes and the Observer coming out as well. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm really trying my best to cast, but it's very difficult. I'm just hiccuping non-stop. Missile turret's going to fire. The Stalkers and the Sentries coming over too. Pop a hallucination out. It's going to come across over this direction, so it's going to come over here for a little bit. Again, everything else gathering through for now. Taking a couple of moments. Hallucination moves straight across. Bio and the Medivacs will gather up together as well. Sorry, guys. Stalkers are going to try and come across. They're going to try and fight a little bit. Colossus joining up as well. Harstem's army definitely moving into a much better situation now. Getting into a much better place as extended thermal lance and charge. Continue up. Stalkers, Colossus, and all the rest coming about as well. Both force fields drop into place. Extended thermal lance. We'll finish very shortly. Again, the Colossus and the charge both coming in. Prism, +1, Gates, Nexus. All that good stuff coming on up. Again, the Armory and the Engineering Bay coming through. A couple more depots, Vikings, Marauders. All building as well. Marauders still coming through. Again, Disruptor +1 attack coming through. The Zealot Stalker going to make its way down as well. He's going to be seeing a push across. Actually, Grim's going to be a little bit out of position here. And turn around and actually jump on this army from the right-hand side. I mean, Grim might be able to sandwich somewhat, but Harstem's making a very good case of this, being able to jump on top of this portion of the army already. Doing a very good job of this, and the cleanup is very much so underway. GG is going to be called. Harstem takes the first map. And for us, we already know what that means. We know that means that, yeah, we know that means Harstem is going to be, sorry, I'm really struggling to talk. Harstem is going to be going through this group pretty much. I think that is now a guarantee. So, we will go into the rest of the games, obviously see how the series pans out, see if Harstem can close up. The hiccup commentary, yep, it is a definite thing right now. Just me fighting along. Yeah. Time for everyone to join us. My doctor told me this. Hold a deep breath slowly, but continues to drink water for 30 seconds. I will try anything. Take a deep breath and drink water. I can do that. Let me just get the game started. Accept your invites, people. I'll do it as the game loads up, okay? How about that? We were wondering why the next group will be playing on the 18th, because that's when the our next scheduled playdate is. Tomorrow's my day off. And then Saturday and Sunday is Masters Coliseum. And then Monday's Warditv Mondays. Tuesday is Alima League, I believe. And then, yeah, 18th is just the next free day of Starcraft 2 for this event. Pretty much. Alright, let's go again. Down a map in the bottom right, it's going to be our blue Terran Ryung. Top left, it's going to be Harstem. I just cannot get rid of them. Nothing's working. I'm going crazy. Legitimately going crazy here. Oh my god. Kings go for the map. Let's see some expansions. Probably a longer game. Typically on King's Cove, so I guess we'll see what happens. Did Harstem beat Maxpax? No. Harstem lost out to Maxpax, unfortunately. It was close, though. It was close. Just going to see our Cybercore coming down. Get settled in here for the moment. Wardy, what's your middle name? Starcraft. Didn't you know? I'm now going for the stand up and move around approach, guys. Sorry, that does not do very well for the observing, though. Marines coming through, factory coming up. Jonathan Starcraft Ward, yeah. My parents predicted the launch of Starcraft and its success and its impact on my life. They thought, there's only one thing we can do here. Uncle coming up, Warp Gate coming through. Let's settle down for a little bit. I'm just gonna get ourselves into play. Again, Cyclone, Medevac, couple of Marines all coming through. And all of that underway for the moment. I'm gonna sit back down so I can actually observe as these adepts come across the map. Marine's gonna go through, SCV is gonna fight, one adept going down, second adept taking damage as well, third adept also taking some hits. As far as SCV is going down, the Oracle in the back is gonna go down to the Cyclone as well, though, so Harstem loses out on that. I mean, as Harstem hits the Macfield Accelerator, we're gonna get to a, we're gonna get, oh my goodness, we're gonna get to a little bit of a push here. I think it's actually gonna be pretty dangerous for Harstem. He's gonna have this Oracle taking some damage as well. So it will be a little bit low on HP. A lot of shots, man. The Cyclones reach so far again now. It is kind of crazy just how much those Cyclones can actually do, right? It's a little nuts. It is a little bit nuts. Well, these Marines are going to continue over, and they're going to do their thing here for the next couple of moments. These Marines on Cyclone going to come stepping up right away. Just going to be coming straight through. And the Marine's going to get rid of the pylon right away there as well. Just going to grab that right off the bat. And this is going to be, I mean, third base in some trouble. Harstem is making Phoenix. I don't feel as though the Stargate units are going to have the best time here. So they're actually going to be in a little bit of trouble, to be honest. So we see the Marines and the Cyclones pushing back away as the Phoenix try and come in from the bottom side. That's not exactly going to go very well. These units continue to sit tight and get some damage done. And we'll get rid of the Nexus. So Harstem loses the third immediately. I mean, his Phoenix is still going to try and intercept this on the way back across, it would seem. Trying to get something done here. Also, I'm going to try and go Glaives, which is such a... I actually don't think Glaives does anything when you're playing against Mech. I think Glaives is very much so a very different kind of composition we're meant to be playing against here. If this was Marines and so on, I'd like it, but against the continued Cyclone production, I don't think the Adepts are going to do anything. Harstem's just going to lose so many units here as well. With the Medevac available to Micro too, the Cyclones are not going down. Harstem actually going to say GG. He's going to admit defeat on this one, and ByuN is going to tie the series up just like that. Amazing. Yo, what's up, Roar? And thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Merry Christmas month, and thanks for all the casting. No worries at all. Thank you so much for supporting. If you guys want to go on the tree and you subscribe in the last little bit of today, guys, please just remind me. I'm not here tomorrow, but the next couple of days or so would be amazing, because I just don't have decorations right now. I'm all out. So yeah, I don't really have enough decorations to keep going. But I'll absolutely get used on the tree, just not right now. I was meant to go shopping today, but like I said, I had to go take Ellie to the vets and stuff all of a sudden, so that was a thing, and yeah, the day has just really devolved from there, really. But you guys have made it a lot better. Thank you so much for the great viewership today, guys. Amazing to see so many people tuning in for the group stages. It was really nice to see. Why am I always missing one person from these? I guess they're not on my ult's friend list. That would make sense. Let's go into game 3, guys. Let's kick this off. This is my doggy Elle. She has a bad leg. She played too much over the weekend with her friends when we were away. She was at daycare. She had too much fun, and now she's a little bit sore. It's literally all it is as well. Or at least that's what they think it is. Obviously what we hope it is, so it'll just get better over a couple days. And dive into game number 2. Game number 3, deciding map. Last map of the day. Oh my goodness, what the last map of the day? When did that happen? When did that happen? I do not know. Let's just have ByuN in the top right and Harstem in the bottom left. Has been a fun one. Has been a fun one. Excited to keep on bringing some more games out, I guess, as we get ourselves into game number 3. Group D of this will be on Wednesday next week then, guys. So again, the next few days I'm not online tomorrow. So I'm not online tomorrow. I'm not online on... No, I'm not online tomorrow. On Saturday, it's Masters Coliseum into 2v2. On Sunday, it's Masters Coliseum. Monday, Warditv Mondays. Tuesday, I stream in the evening. Actually, no, I'm not streaming Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday will be the conclusion of this event with Group D and the playoffs. So that's what's going on over the next week on the stream. So next is coming up, Reaper and the Orbital coming through, Deeper on the way, the SCV coming across that left-hand side. Moves over again, next in the Cyber Core, still building up. We've seen a Simulator coming through as well. Probe coming back around the bottom side here. Look to see a bit more of what we can do. Just gonna stalk the probe, the Nexus all coming by. I've got the factory on the upper left hand side here from ByuN, trying to get a little bit involved as well. That factory is gonna pop up, away we go. Starport coming into that upper left-hand side again. Twilight Council building, we get this set up. Away we go for now. Warp Gate is going to produce, and again we have the proxy going to continue through one base from ByuN. You know what, it's kind of perfect against a Harstem who is very limited in his scouting, right? He scouted, after the first game he started scouting nearby. Not necessarily, and to be fair, he just scouted the wrong direction this time, but I mean, he doesn't go across the map where he might have been able to figure out more earlier. Or, he doesn't have any continued scouting just yet, so those things still a factor as the Viking and the Siege Tank continue through. Nation moves across. The Reaper is going to come the other way as well. So it's going to come straight over here. Again, Blink coming up. Assimilator is building. Viking coming about also. And the Viking move through. The SCVs are being pulled. I mean, Harstem's about to get hit hard. Plain and simple. Well, Storm's going to shoot. Just going to be seeing a little bit of a kite back. We've got to do what we can. Tank's doing a lot. I mean, 3 SCVs already fallen here. Another Stalker getting hit. He's getting hit. Some damage being done. Battery going to be taking a lot of shots. Just going to be seeing the units coming through. Stalker's going to hit as well. Going to be seeing Dark Shrine and the extra gates coming by. The Viking and the Marine coming up. I mean, the Dark Shrine would be very nice here because you're on one basis for so you don't have a lot of scanning potential. Battery will fall. The Marines are still firing away. That's going to be another battery going down. Another couple of batteries going down. Harstem's in trouble. The Stalker counterattack, I think, is actually very nice, and it should win out over on this side for a long time. Basically needs to get the SCV surround to truly stop that. Keep on pushing forward. I mean, there's really not much else to say, guys. This one is quite clearly going the way of ByuN, I think, because this army is just not getting cleaned up over here. Unless the DTs can do some serious work, walking in one by one. I mean, maybe, to be fair, maybe. He has a couple of scans still available. The SCV is still chasing over here, so ByuN's not really mining outside of that initial... yeah, he's not really mining either. Comes forward. Oh, he's going to get the gateways! Depowered. Oh, no, now we can't warp in. We had one more DT building. I don't know where, but yeah. That's huge because now it's shutting this down. This is the one way I thought Harstem was going to win, right? With the DTs leaking through, but that doesn't matter in this situation because now you lose the gateways. You can't keep warping in DTs forever, and Harstem knows it. GG's. And that is that. I just heard a donation sound, but I didn't see the donation. I look around lost, figuring out how to get to my stream elements most effectively. Maybe over here. Yo, Despolt's coming in with the donation. GG on winning versus the hiccups. Yo, thank you so much for the donation, mate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the only the only thing I have right now to offer you guys in terms of the tree is little Christmas tree pegs. So if you want to be a peg on the tree for the donation or the subs, guys, I can absolutely do that, but I'm out. We're hoping Lambo and Shin advance. Yeah, Zerg's not doing too hot in this group. Man, that's crazy. Harstem gets through on the 1-2 victory. Hey, beating Solo 2-0 though. I mean, he had good map scores, right? He took a map off of Maxpax as well. He took a map off of ByuN during the loss. Like, he had the best scoreline out of the guys today. He won more maps than Solo, more maps than ByuN, and they were all 1 and 2. So, and that's why Harstem advances, because we do favor map score over head-to-head. I mean, this way it would be a 3-way kind of head-to-head tie anyway, so it would have to go to map score, but we always do better, prioritize map score. I think it's a much better indicator of how you performed across the groups, so. Harstem and Maxpax advance out of Group C. No Koreans from Group C. Man, this tournament has been pretty wild, to be honest. Madness. Absolute madness. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for dropping by, hanging about, coming and joining and watching some StarCraft 2 with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be off tomorrow, and we'll be back to see you guys on Saturday with Masters Coliseum. I hope to see you guys there. I know there's going to be a lot of streams covering Masters Coliseum. I hope you pick me. But make sure you watch it even if it's not with me, because it's going to be a lot of good games. The group's out for that? Yes. Oh my goodness. Group A. Wait, are the groups just best of 3? Oh my god, no way. We're playing 3 best of 3s a day? It's very hard not to be annoyed. Like, we're playing 3 best of 3s a day in the Masters Coliseum. So we're basically not going to even start before we stop. I hate that. Like, honestly, I already hate the fact that Masters Coliseum takes up like 7 weeks. Playing 3 best of 3s a day is, I actually genuinely feel straight up disrespectful to the schedule of other tournaments and to other people wanting to run tournaments, because like they're taking up every weekend for the next 7 weeks to do 3 best of 3s a day. The problem is, as well, as when you do 3 best of 3s a day, is that you is that because it's like in the prime time, like it's very difficult to run anything before it or after it, because you know what I mean. This is absolutely nuts. Ay, ay, ay. I will rant about this one another time, I suppose. Ballistic United, thanks so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. We'll be back for 3 best of 3s on Saturday. We actually have the 2v2 tournament on Saturday as well. I thought it was going to be like... I thought they were 5-player groups, and it was like 5 and 5 or something. Just run my tournament start on 2 hours after. Well, you know what I would have done if they actually announced the format originally? But when they first told me the schedule, I didn't think I could run a tournament because I assumed it was going to be the same as last year, so that it was going to be like 6 best of 3s or more, or 7 best of 3s and 8 best of 3s on each day. If I knew it was 3 best of 3s, I would have freaking ran the Warditv. I would have just run more tournaments. It's too late for that now. Oh, that's so dumb. What a horrific format. What an absolutely horrific format. It's the exact same format as our tournament, but the scheduling is... Okay, what a horrific schedule. There you go. What a horrific schedule. Jesus, that sucks so hard. That's actually so terrible. Right, ads are going to autoplay. I'm just going to play them and see you guys later. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Bye!